Ascension cookie has right now. We did also have Very Lars Lardine right up there, but it was something like 10, 20 streams ago that unfortunately it did bug out on them and they did lose their stream streak, which was the only other person I'm aware of on the entire platform that has it. I'm sure there are others. There's got to be, but I'm unaware of them. So with that said, we're gonna pick up where we left off and jump back into our Survivor Man challenge. Now, on the last stream, we did get a modded version. Oh, I'm sorry, the mouse doesn't line up for you. We got the modded version of the harvester for the sugarcane. The only thing that does it adds an internal storage onto that harvester. We did add that so the AI could do turns without having problems. So it just makes it smoother and all stuff. Maybe you're silent viewers still in a mass. Yeah, that's fair. I haven't checked in a while, but I did make the comment that we have someone who tunes in almost every single stream, and I'm not calling this person out or whatever. I've never said their name. But has never once said a word in chat. They're not a bot. I have verified that they are like an actual person. And they've been here for almost every stream since, like, I don't know when they first showed up, but it's pretty close to the beginning. Never spoken a word. So there are those lurkers that'll be here for literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of streams and never once say a thing. And, you know, literally like 70-80% of the platform is lurkers. So cool beans. It is what it is. So all that said, we did ultimately turn on the autoloader, and that's just because for those who have played Farm Sim and you start getting your production line set up, there is kind of that point where you eventually go, I'm not playing Farm Sim anymore, I'm playing Forklift Sim. And the sugar was definitely leaning towards the Forklift Sim thing, that we only had about 6 months-ish worth of sugar we had made, and it was something like 50 pallets, and it was kind of like, hell no. One day they'll find the expand chat button and join us. Well, that's kind of what it's like. In my head, I'm like, okay, what do I do if this person does pop in and go first time chatter, and then at the same time like drops follow age like 5 years, you know, 745 stream streak, just or even doesn't even say anything, just does the stream streak or something like that. I don't know if they have the stream streak, by the way. They might miss the occasional streamer that doesn't happen. But it is one of those things like, how would I even react to that? Just like plunks in that one day after being radio silent for like 5 years and drops like the one message. Like, how do I react to that? Which we did actually have very recently. We had someone who had been tuning in for the channel. They weren't years, but like a number of months. And then, you know, after not saying anything for a number of months, we're like, you know, there was something that came up that was topically they were knowledgeable about. And they're like, hey, you know, just wanted to chime in, long time lurker. And sometimes you get that curiosity when someone says like, okay, like how long have they been lurking? You just kind of peek at the information there and you're like, oh, they've been lurking a while. All right. Right, so we did finish harvesting, but we just finished harvesting. So our pH is bad and our nitrogen is bad, which is normal. For those who missed where we left off the last stream, we did get our sugar plant. As you can see, there's a bunch of sugar over there. We've got our field handled. We did get the trailer here for hauling all our sugar to the sell point and everything when it's ready, and all that kind of stuff. So right now what I need to do is prep the field for the next round of sugarcane. But the plan for today's stream, so far as the farming stuff goes, is in about 2,000 bucks, give or take a little bit. But in about 2,000 bucks, we'll have enough money for a second sugar mill. And the reason we're getting a second sugar mill is this one field of sugarcane is big enough that it does supply enough sugarcane for 2 sugar mills to run for an entire year without pause, and then a little bit extra. So it is just one of those things that's like, okay, well, at that point my choices for reasonable efficiency is 1, I reduce the size of my sugarcane field to be more appropriate for the size of the, or for what I need for the sugar mill, which is an option. Or 2 is I get a second sugar mill, thus taking my existing production of sugarcane and kind of just multiplying what it's worth. I should also go through and double check to make sure there isn't like another production line I can do. Because I do know I tend to overlook, there is a building called the Preserves building, and it's kind of your catch-all building. It doesn't handle literally everything by a long shot, but there's a lot of stuff that's like, oh, to make this thing you need strawberries, this, this, and this. Or you can just go to the Preserves building, and it won't usually be as good as the thing I mentioned that's like the combination of everything. But it's pretty close. Like, for example, you can have rice. So, in Farm Sim, I can use the rice to make flour. That's one option. I can also alternatively go to the Preserves building, and I believe you can make... Oh, was it like the rice patties, rice tortilla kind of things? There was a thing like that. You could get, like... You know, it's not bread, but it's in that general ballpark. Or you can also box it, so you can get box rice. I noticed people mentioned previously that they did supposedly fix it so that when you're putting down the fertilizer, it is supposed to sort out, like, if you follow the same back and forth pattern, you'll slowly have it where the middle of the area gets to be over-fertilized, where the outer edges gets to be less fertilized. And where that was supposedly fixed, I am definitely seeing that. If we look on our mini-map in the bottom left there, you'll notice the middle of those lanes when I'm putting down this fertilizer is way, way denser than the outer edge. So I am thinking, this one I've kind of already committed to, but I do think the next time we go to do the fertilizer, I'm going to make it a point to, instead of going horizontally, which is the more efficient route, I'm going to go vertically. And then the reason that is, if you just change which orientation you're going, it kind of helps mitigate that a little bit. Or you can also, if you want to keep doing the horizontally, you can do an offset. So it'll just kind of shift the rows over a little bit. Which is probably the better bet for us right here. Because I could shift the rows over half the width of whatever a row is, and that should park me right in the middle of the lower amount of fertilizer areas. And then, you know, like every couple seasons we toggle it back and forth. It's not a big deal. Like, I'm willing to bet it probably only costs you 1% or 2% of your yield per year or something like that, if that. But at the same time, you know, looking at the map and having these, like, weird crop, not dead zones, but, like, where you definitely have under-fertilized crops is just the whole thing. Now, where the left side of the field is darker, like when I say left of center side of the field, where that's darker than the right side, that's actually not the same thing I'm talking about. That's, my field has 3 different types of soils in it, and the right side of the field is like one type of a soil, whereas the, middle of the field is another, and then like the very far left edge is a third. I'm seeing if I can't clean up where I see a couple little red spots here and there. Now you'll notice there's a couple, you probably won't be able to see it on your end. There's a couple little spots of like a few red pixels, like right here in the middle. I'm going to drive over them now, over here. This area. Where you see this like little patch here, where it's these red pixels on my map, this area here where you don't see the crops in the ground, that's hail damage. That is a thing that happens over time if you have the weather effects on, is it will damage your field, and eventually you'll have to go back and do another round of like re-hoeing the field and all that. I usually wait till it's pretty messed up though before I actually go through and do that though. Because even though it's like kind of an ugly scar on there, that probably represents like 0.1% of the total volume of that field, maybe a bit more, like maybe a 20th, well, not 20th to be less, maybe a 1/5 of percentage or whatever. But it usually doesn't represent that much of a volume. So it is kind of one of those things that you usually wait till you get like 4 or 5 instances of the hail damage or whatever, or that you need to replow the field for other reasons or whatever. They're finally like, alright, let me go back and fix this thing. But yeah, so Farm Sim 25 did introduce tornadoes and hail, so weather effects that do damage your crops. There's not really a counterplay to it, which is one reason there are a lot of people who turn it off. But it's kind of one of those things that even those mechanics exist, broadly speaking, they don't matter. Because even if you get, you know, hammered by the hail or whatever, you're usually talking maybe 1% of your yield, if that, on a particularly bad thing. And it's probably going to be well below 1% of the overall volume. So they put down our fertilizer, now we're putting down our lime. Something's not right with that. 1 second. Let's try detaching and reattaching. It wasn't getting the width right. I've noticed if I use this cart in the back and I switch from the lime to the fertilizer or vice versa, that it seems like sometimes it doesn't update the width correctly. Because the lime doesn't have the same width coverage as the fertilizer does. For whatever reason. Like you just kind of have to disconnect, reconnect to fix it. And thanks, Jeff Murph, for the 3-stream trick. I do appreciate it. Yeah, so you just want to get that right, because missing large areas of your field, that can cost you some real percentages of your yield. Okay, well, it seems like vaguely overlap. That's because with just the way the field's laid out, it doesn't quite match up. It's not quite a rectangle. It's honestly one of those things that, like, this one I deliberately didn't put the effort in, but a lot of times in the past I played Farm Sim, I made my own fields. Quite a bit of the times I would take the time, get myself right on the corner, usually with the tiniest plow, because it's the easiest to square off a nice little field. So I get like the little tiny rigid plow that's only like a little like 1.5 meter, 2 meter wide or whatever it is. And I'd do like 2 or 3 passes on the outside border where I would take it to a corner, and it would make sure in the bottom left corner, you probably can't see it very well, like right on the mini map, it'll mention like my coordinates, including my orientation and everything, like what degrees I'm facing, and I'd make sure it's multiples of 90, so it's a right angle. And it would take the time to like perfectly rectangular out my fields. It's not that I wanted everything to be square, it was just Farm Sim 22. The AI just did not handle irregular shaped fields at all well. It really did want you to have square, or sorry, rectangle, not necessarily square, but rectangle fields. Or it would get like confused and get stuck and not finish it and all that stuff. So take the time to like square off all my fields. But with Farm Sim 25, like, that's kind of wholly unnecessary. The AI is way better now. And thank you, DG, for the 125 stream streak. I do appreciate it. I'll probably turn up the music a little bit. I started the RimWorld soundtrack. Not exactly the most Farm Sim thing, but, like, I feel like thematically the South of Midnight soundtrack should work with this. You know, it's vaguely got some, like, you know, it's got some jazz, it's got some, you know, folky kind of music. It's a little bit of a mix. It's a lot of kind of I'd say more southern slash leaning on the folky side of rural southern. Granted, you got some stuff that's very New Orleans-esque, which wouldn't be exactly rural. Definitely not rural. That's straight up city. And it felt like the whole thing. But, like, the music had lyrics, and my brain was not about it. Like, I like songs with lyrics, but it's, I don't know if it's a thing related to my ADHD or just something else, but, I dislike talking over others talking. It bothers me. Like, don't get me wrong, if I have something that I feel is important enough to interject, I will. But broadly speaking, when others are talking, I have a tendency to be, until I feel like I've got something that is significant enough to contribute, I will have a tendency to get quiet. So I don't know if that's related to, like, being neurodivergent or whatever. Regardless of why. It is just a thing when it comes to, if I'm listening to music with songs with lyrics, it's hard for me to, like, talk over it. Like, it's one thing if you're just making a comment or, and then, like, it's another thing if it's, like, really, really quiet. Like, if you're out at a restaurant, they're playing, you know, Horse with No Name, like, I'm not gonna get caught up because they're singing or whatever. Like, that's not gonna affect me in any way. But, like, it's a little bit different when you're kind of sitting there and, like, you know, it's right in your ears, even if it is on the quieter side. Like, that it's there. It's kind of a conscious thing to be like, no, I am supposed to talk over this. Or if it's something like you're at a theme park or whatever, and, you know, they're just playing whatever IPs belong to that theme park, and they're just playing that music. Like, no one there in your group is there to listen to that music. It's just present. But with the streaming, I don't know, because I have my headsets on listening to it, my brain just takes it differently, I guess. But I was finding listening to very distracting. I think when I start the next roll, bump up the music, maybe just a little bit, like 10-20%. Because I definitely can feel like if the music, there's definitely a thing where if the music's quiet enough you barely notice it, it doesn't bother you. Or if it's just present, it might not bother you. But there's definitely like a middle spot where it's present enough you notice it, but you can't quite make it out. I can also find kind of annoying because, like, it's like hearing something that's just on the edge of your range of hearing, where you can't make out what it is, but at the same time you also kind of know it's there, and that can be kind of distracting in its own right as well. Like, the fact that it's on the edge and you can't quite make it out is the frustrating part. All right, so we had almost exactly enough lime. I'm down to 1% of the lime left in here. And then we finished that field. So we got all that sorted. We just need to do a pass weeding, because I did finish yesterday's stream. Normally, when I finish the stream of Farm Sim, I always like to leave it clean at the beginning of a day, so that you just jump in, just go to the next process, and you keep going. But it's definitely one of those things yesterday is like, no, like, pushing it late, gotta wrap. And I knew, while the fertilizer and sprayer wasn't gonna take forever. Oh, I'm on the wrong side of it. You know, doing the 3 different passes, even if they're fast, do combine to a little bit of time. Not long. For probably, what, 10-15 minutes since I started actually playing the game versus being on the intro screen and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so we're going to do a round of hoeing the field. So what we've done so far is, where we left off yesterday, I just harvested the sugarcane. So then the next move after you harvest the sugarcane is I would go through and I'd check, being like, hey, how's our fertilizer doing? Is the soil's acidity good? The pH and all that? Get that all cleaned up. And just mechanically the way Farm Sim works is then you need to treat weeds, of which you can go and, you know, put down herbicide using a sprayer, or you can use a weeder or a hoe. In this case, I am using a hoe. And the idea being here that this would rip up the root systems of whatever weeds you have, thus getting rid of your weeds. You know, so that your other crops would then be able to do well. Kind of with some of the ways you could do this, the way you run some of the weeders and hoes in this game wouldn't be what you do in real life. From my understanding, that there are times with some of the crops where you could go through and you can run the weeders to get rid of the weeds, that you're like, in real life you'd be destroying the crops as well. It's Farm Sim. Kind of behind the scenes in a way a lot of it is. You're almost effectively painting textures. So if you think of the ground as a canvas, and it's, you know, like, this color of the canvas means you get whatever. What am I looking at? What's going on here? Being snagged on something is wondering if I missed a tree stump. I don't see one. Ah, there is one. Alright, 1 second. If I don't deal with that now, I'll never find it again. But yeah, so the hoe there was getting stuck, and I was getting confused as to what I was getting stuck on. There's a little tree stump that is probably when I cut down the trees. I'm willing to bet I tagged it with the grinder, thought I got the whole thing, but may have just kind of like capped it off. Or totally missed it, doesn't matter why. But regardless of, there is a tree stump over there, and it will be a thing that, as I did just there, I'll probably occasionally go to drive past and snag a tool on it. In real life, that'd be very bad, because you could potentially do some serious damage. In Farm Sim, it's just annoying. Okay, I believe I've got it this time. And we do have things like crop destruction turned on. For those who aren't aware, with Farm Sim, there is a concept of crop destruction. Basically, the idea is there are tools that if you drive them over the crops after they start growing, you'll end up destroying the crops. Pretty easy to get behind the concept. If I go to a fully grown cornfield, I just drive my tractor through it, the corn I drive over is probably destroyed. Now, the game does have where you can get like skinny tires and all that the idea behind them is they are tires that could go between the rows and all that, and so you don't damage nearly as many crops, or that they're like really kind of puffy, soft tires that you can drive over the crops without actually damaging them. Like, it'll push them down, but it's fine. It's not enough to actually hurt the crops. Yada, yada, yada. It does seem like with the sugarcane, it's pretty forgiving on the crop destruction stuff. But there are definitely crops that, like, the wheat when it's fully grown, if you actually back your tractor and you just have this big, like, wedge you've just knocked out of it where your tractor just smashed all the wheat that went through. Now, with the way the game works, the crop destruction only applies to your own fields. You can't just go to the NPCs' fields and do donuts and destroy their crops. There are, of course, mods to do that. It doesn't affect anything gameplay-wise. But, you know, if you just don't like your neighbor and you wanted to do donuts in their field, you can actualize that dream with some mods. Of which, I always forget the guy's name. They have a handful of, like, NPCs that are different ones you'll get contracts from. Let's see if we can't find the one I'm looking for. Come on. Was it Ben? Might have been Ben. But yeah, when the game first came out, Farm Sim 25, one of the new maps had a bug on it where you would get assigned a field that I believe, I can't remember if it's like just Ben owns that field by default, or if it's just when we did our playthrough he owned the field just by happenstance. But it was one of the largest fields on the map that would bug its calculation on stuff like the baling and all that. So you'd do all the work, finish the field, and you wouldn't technically have finished the contract, so you'd fail it. And you'd get charged for all the ruined crop that you had loaded up and all that because you didn't deliver it. And yeah, it definitely, like, in a real life comparison, it'd be like Ben was scamming you. So it kind of became a meme for a while that we didn't like Ben because Ben scammed us. Because I didn't get caught with that once, I got caught with it twice, because I didn't realize it was the field that bugged. You know, the first time I got hit with the baling was like, alright, you know, it just released. baling's bugged. Fair enough. And then we did another process, and it was something like doing like one of the crops that was a particularly high volume crop, small harvester like spinach or something, and then we put in all the time to get the field done, so it was a very, very lengthy process, and ultimately got fined for it because, again, there was something wrong with the calculations that it would expect the field to have a bit more in it than it really did, so you'd fall short by enough that you couldn't really make it up easily. And yeah, like it was the whole thing, and they got that long since fixed. Like, a lot of those issues got fixed relatively quick. And to be fair, I feel like a lot of those issues didn't affect that many people, because a lot of them were the less popular jobs, and only on that map in that one field. But it was definitely one of those ones that you get bit and you get that punch for like you're losing $20,000-$30,000 because you've effectively ruined an entire harvest. And yeah. And that was on a that was also on a try hard challenge. That wasn't the Survivor Man, that was the 0 to Hero, which is a very similar challenge. The big difference between 0 to Hero and Survivor Man in Farm Sim is just Survivor Man, the idea is you start in a wilderness map and you make your farm from scratch. 0 to Hero is just you start with no money. Which the challenge is mostly the same. It's just the idea is, as time goes on, we will make a farm that is 100% something we made ourselves. Versus, when you go to a map that already has its existing fields, you'll mostly keep their fields, or you might take what is a farm field and fill it in to put, like, your warehouse or your barn or whatever on that you need, or you might go and take 2 smaller fields and then, plow in between them to make them into one larger field. But broadly speaking, whatever the map starts out with organizationally, you're going to be at least loosely following that. You're going to be in that general ballpark, if nothing else. And let me adjust our music here real fast. There we go. And with that, we are done weeding. So I put that away. And that is all the things I need to do. So basically that field is handled until next harvest. Okay. So, as a kind of reminder, we have some priorities here. If you look at this, if I see a good harvester show up here, for like just your general crop harvester for like your grains and all that, if I see a good one of those show up on a really good price, that's our first priority to grab. If we don't see that, but we see a good seeder show up on a good price, that's our second priority. If we see none of those things, then we're going to buy ourselves another sugar mill. Hey, Sim, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Simcopter1? For those who don't know, Simcopter1, absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Plays a lot of like simulation games, strategy games, those kind of things. Definitely good times over there. Been doing some American Truck Simulator recently. Did some Retro Rewind not too far back, and a bunch of stuff like that. Lots of overlap. If you like the content here, it's pretty safe to assume you're going to probably like the content over there as well. So now if we look at our field of sugarcane, this should all be happy. So nitrogen is good to okay to perfect, and then pH is perfect, so that's good. Any sales we care about right now? Which one are you? You're the planter, so not what I want. I want a seeder, not a planter. The other thing I'm going to need to keep an eye on is our mushroom greenhouse, to make sure it's continuing to grow our Anaki mushrooms, and all that without problem. Oyster and Anakis. Because at 240,000, we can get our second, our second sugar mill. Now, to be clear, I don't need the second sugar mill for anything until October, because our next harvest of sugarcane is in October. There's no point buying the building to process the thing that I don't get until I get the thing. So, like, buying it in July, it would sit there and do nothing, which doesn't help me in any way. Alright, so we've got that. Water's fine. Because, yeah, we've got more than enough sugarcane coming in to run 2 sugar mills and all that good stuff. Yeah, like I said, I'm watching for a harvester on a discount, a seeder on a discount. Otherwise, we're getting the sugar mill. And we're looking for a good one. We're not settling for one that's like 3 meters wide. I either want like a 6 meter wide, larger drilling seeder, or just, I mean, the harvester, I'm going to take what I can get. Okay. And the first thing we're doing right now is the months we care about is July is when we sell our sugar. That's when it's worth the most. October is when we harvest our sugar cane. And then March is when the sugar cane replants because it is, you know, a continuously growing kind of thing. So we want to make sure we watch for that just to verify everything's going well. Okay, so we do need to put some water in our greenhouse. But we do have enough money now that when it comes time to harvest the sugar cane, I have more than enough money to buy a second sugar mill. And the reason we want the sugar mill is in Farm Sim, generally speaking, kind of the rule is, and this isn't an exact number, but the kind of the rule is, when you set up a production line, whatever your base crop or material is, and you put it into a production line, you should expect to get roughly 1.5 times the value back out. It does vary a little bit to being, you know, it can sometimes be quite a bit more, maybe a little bit less, but that's the rough, like, you should expect to get a relatively good return on putting stuff into a production line, that it's almost always worth it to set up a production line. And then some production lines will have layers to them, like, for example, with your grains, you can put the grains into a flour mill to make flour that you can then put into a bakery to make bread. And so that's like 1.5 times the value of the wheat you put into the flour mill, you'll get out in flour. 1.5 times the flour, or 1.5 times the flour you'll get out as bread, so far as value, on the other side of the bakery. And they do stack, it's multiplicative, not additive. So it does add up a lot. And there are some production lines that get like 3-4 items deep. And each one of those being like a 1.5 times multiplier. Ish. Again, it is some variance there. Alright. So we topped off our greenhouse. And so March is when the sugarcane field replants. Because that's kind of one of the magic things about sugarcane in the game, is while it costs quite a bit more in seed, or you're actually getting like reeds or whatever to plant initially, they do just keep regrowing again and again. So this should start setting in. Yeah, so it'll still mark it as harvested. What should happen is next in-game month, that harvested will update. And when it updates, it'll be considered planted or growing or whatever. You know, tropical nature crops? Yeah, it is kind of an amusing thing in Farm Sim, where like all of the maps are kind of ambiguous on what the actual topography is. Like you could choose where it's like European or American or whatever. And it has like what trees will show up, whether you're getting like elms or whatever is kind of what that determines. But they do let you grow anything anywhere, so it's not like, oh, you chose the wrong one, now you can't grow that crop. But there is something about like going to what's clearly the Scottish Highlands, for example, and then growing sugarcane, because that would not work. Alright, so actually, this is really good. Most of the time when we've been planting this, we've been hitting about 117% expected yield. This time we're at 123. The maximum yield potential is 125%. So we're just 2% shy of perfect on that area in the middle there. So that's pretty good. So the next day we care about is if we check on our pricing here, and we go down to sugar, because sugar's my actual export I'm doing primarily. July here is the magic month. These other months kind of go up and down each year, but July is the magic month. That's when it's worth the most. So we got all of our sugar sitting out here in the rain. Perfect for, you know, your local supermarket. So we're going to go ahead and get ourselves over to July. We're going to start loading up the sugar. We're going to take it to the local market to sell. And we're going to get our cash out. Now, the sugar cane I've been pulling per year has been worth about 70,000. The thing is, I've got so much sugar cane I'm growing, I can run up to 2 of these year round, and then have a little bit extra after that. I'm going to go ahead and keep an eye on our production lines. So it is one of those things that it's kind of hard to calculate how much it is, because I think we figured with the sugarcane, it's roughly 2 times. Whatever amount of sugarcane I put in, I get half the volume back in sugar, but the sugar's worth 4 times, so it's about 2 times more value. But then figuring out, like, what percentage of the field is yada yada. I want to say we're making, like, 60 or 70,000 from the sugarcane there. And just double checking our prices. Yeah, the price is still down. You were very confused by the Rimmel music for a moment? Yeah, no, it's, the music thing I have been using historically decided I wanted to get all in on the Gen AI, so I've ended my subscription there. And I've been still using it while my subscription runs out, but we're down to just 2 days till it runs out. So I've been trying to be like, all right, what am I actually doing for my music? And so for right now, I just pulled up some music OSTs and I'm playing those. All right, so this is payday. So we're at 528. That's the maximum we expect this thing to be worth the entire year. It's time to get our money. We did get the autoloader mod the other day because, to give you an example, let's, so each one of those is going to be about 1,000 liters. And so if we look at this building here, oh, I had a momentary panic there. I was like, you shut down? You were full? We're fine. It's okay. It's alright. For whatever reason, that was showing as 100% full there. But yeah, so this would imply I have about 87 pallets. That's another 18. So we have just over 100 pallets of sugar. Now, without the autoloader mod, it means I'm picking up all 100-ish pallets. You know, probably, I was going to say 1 by 1. It's really probably like 2 at a time. And doing that. And that can be fun for a while. But eventually you do realize you've stopped playing Farming Simulator and you're now starting to play Forklift Simulator. So we did grab the autoloader mod. I still have the forklift end there. I'm kind of doing that as my, you know, quote-unquote keeping honest type thing. That I still have the unmodded capability of picking up the sugar. I'm just choosing to do the thing where I can teleport it on here versus go in, lift, back, turn, put down, back, turn, put down, lift, turn, go back, drop, turn, you know, for long hours. Because, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that amount of sugar is about... Ooh, I think it was about 4 loads of this. 4 full trailers. And again, imagining every 2-ish of those boxes, maybe 4 if I get ambitious and things go smoothly, would take me about a minute and a half of, like, picking up and turning and all that stuff. It can be fun for a while, especially if you got someone else to play with. Honestly, a lot of those things, I can get a little monotonous in the game. When you're playing with someone else, you know, you can crack jokes and do all sorts of stuff. You can have 2 people working on a job, making it go faster. You can sabotage each other, slowing you down, but hey, you're having fun, so whatever. But yeah, of the 100 plus, this is 32 pallets we've got on here. So we should be making this, we should be making a little over triple what I make off of this cell, is what we should get on our sugar this year. Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be hovering, so that's about 20, well, it's yeah, about 24,000-ish for one full trailer. So then if we multiply up times 3, you're sitting at like 72,000. And then there'll be plus a little bit extra for like the one or two extra pallets. So it's about 72,000 for the sugar, and the sugar amounts to about a little less than half of the sugar cane that we're getting per year. So yeah, so that's gonna be pretty solid. Once we get the second mill going here, that does mean I'll be making about 140-ish thousand per year on the sugar, and then we'll get just a smidge extra sugar cane that I'll be selling directly at a much lower price, because there just won't be room in the mills for it. Yeah, we actually have a lot of people I know who do game soundtracks. Like, they'll do The Sims. You know, RimWorld is another popular one they'll do. I like to break out Hard Space Shipbreaker pretty regular for the soundtrack. That's a good soundtrack. I might still later in the stream break out a South of Midnight again. Like, give that another try, because I like the music. It was just the lyrics. The lyrics were just making it hard for me to actually talk, because it really just felt like I was talking over someone. Really? It wasn't that big of a tip. Alright, we'll try to swing this over, because farm sim physics are not real physics. And if we have to reset the tractor, then that's fine too. So bring it around to the building. I gotta remember, there's a little bit of a curve here I put because of smoothing the terrain. What I'm trying to do is trying to inch myself towards a building. You see I can kind of pivot it to tip it up on the two wheels. I just need a little teeny tiny nudge of the terrain. Oh no, in real life, if you tip over a tractor like that, you're damaging the frame and everything. Like, you just dump a tractor on the side. You're getting an earful from whoever's tractor that is, and a lot of cursing, and otherwise a completely bad time. Luckily, this is a video game. Because while Farm Sims physics aren't the worst or anything, there are certainly weirdness. Honestly, all these simulation games, sometimes physics just decides it's not the day. The challenge I have here is that's heavier than I am. But I don't need to get it all the way up, I just need to get past its center of gravity. Ah, I lost the traction on it. We've already done this once before. And also, definitely, like real life, I'd be absolutely destroying the sugar doing this. Because it being just paper, plastic, pouches or whatnot. So, taking a big metal tang off of a forklift and just jamming into the side of it would ruin whatever you stick with it. But again, it'd be utterly obnoxious if you had to worry about that. Because in practice, what that would mean was always driving really slow half the places, which is what you do in real life, is you'd be like, okay, I've got a pretty heavy load here. You know, get your semi, get the whole, like, wide load or heavy load or whatever flags on there, get your hazards going. You know, restrict yourself to only moving like 20 miles an hour on like the back roads or whatever, or even slower. Have spotters potentially. you probably wouldn't be sitting in your equipment just slamming the gas pedal all the way to the bottom. At least not for any length of time, till the boss caught you, and then you probably wouldn't be doing that job anymore at all. Alright. There's the next payout, so we're gonna break... We're probably gonna be pushing around 320,000 when we get everything... Well, actually, yeah, a little bit over 320,000 is probably what we're gonna walk away with. And we only need the 240 for the sugar mill. So come October, we'll put down the new sugar mill. And then that should be enough that most of our sugarcane will be used. And for those who haven't seen, we have been spinning a wheel to decide what crop we're doing next, which is why we're doing sugarcane in the first place. Because believe me, when it comes to choosing what my first crop is on a new challenge run, if I'm choosing, it's not sugarcane. Sugarcane is lucrative. Like, money-wise, it's not a bad call. It's not the best, but it's definitely a solid call. But there's a lot of work involved. And if we didn't get all the money from fishing, there was zero chance we would have been able to afford the equipment to make it work. But, we already did our other rolling for what our second crop would be. We did that yesterday. And it's going to be long grain rice, which you mostly grow like you do wheat. I believe there is you plant it and then you flood it, if I remember correctly, with the long grain. I haven't done much of the long grain rice. I've done a lot of the regular rice in the game, where you put like your big rice bog kind of thing down, and you plant it directly into the flooded field and all that stuff. But I want to say the long grain, if I remember correctly, you plant it dry, and then you flood it. I'm going to pull up the little in-game guide to double-check that. Because I need to know if I have to, like, set up the field first, because your rice fields, they have to have the whole area where you can turn the pump on to flood the field. But yeah, the plan once we get the second sugar mill is we're going to keep making money until we're ready to buy the harvester and the seeder. And then when we're ready to get the harvester, seeder, and the plot of land all at the same time, we'll go ahead and get that. And we'll be watching for the sales for the harvester and the seeder, see if I can't snag one on a good bargain. But otherwise, there's no point in buying it early, because until I have all of them, I can't make money. Because it doesn't do me any good to have a harvester for a crop I can't plant. It doesn't do me any good to plant a crop I can't harvest. And I gotta have land to put it on. And we haven't fully utilized the land we own, but we are mostly utilizing it. Like, I can cut down some trees and get a little bit more space, but not enough space to be worth the time. Like, it's enough space, it would be worth it to put down, like, a grain mill to make flour, but not enough, like, acreage to put down a field for crop. And this should be the last of the sugar. Okay. I went ahead and grabbed these couple of sugarcane boxes that we got there. Because now that I'm growing sugarcane, I can just go ahead and take whatever I need to deal with that stuff as well if I really want to. Worst case, if I've made a mistake and I have to buy it back, it's not that much of a deal. I'm mostly just getting it out of the way. Alright, so we are learning that they do not buy the boxes of sugarcane. Oh, maybe this does, because it is sugarcane. Nope. Alright, well that's my sugarcane. It's forever sugarcane. That's fine. Okay, so the total we've got now is we are now sitting at $327,036. We take 2 seconds to check our finances. We made $72,653 today, plus an extra $5,400 for the environmental bonus, which does mean effectively for the sugar we made just over $80,000. So that is not something to be upset about. That is that's definitely some solid money. Let's go over here, get that back off. So it's 80,000 for what's effectively a little under half of our sugarcane field, which was making about 70,000 without consideration of processing. So we definitely jumped the value quite a bit. Alright, meanwhile, nothing we care about there. What are you? Oh, you're just a little planter? Yeah, so again, I need a seeder, not a planter. Keep our eye on the production line there. Double check to make sure our sugarcane is going well. There's no reason it shouldn't be, but I am paranoid. So, we're all good. The nitrogen's kind of all over the place. Like I said, the next time we do our nitrogen, I'm going to deliberately offset the GPS so that we start trying to balance out our nitrogen in the field. Because we're getting these areas that are like dense lines of high fertilizer, and then these areas that are lighter fertilizer. Now, where you're going into that, it's like, oh man, I didn't know farm sim was so complicated. That's precision farming. That's an official mod, but it is a mod. So, like, if you're playing without that mod, you don't have to worry about any of that. So you got some really impressive, like, that's a fun tractor. This tractor here, it's kind of obnoxious to use because it is big and blocky, and with that pivot, it has the turn radius of a city block. I think it might actually literally have the worst turn radius in the game. But, you know, it's 600 horsepower. It also has a top speed of 12 miles per hour. Which is terrible, considering the tractor I'm using is 31. But, if you just need something that's got a lot of pull, it do lots of pull. It's the one you get the absolute largest cultivator, and you go, it's fine, as you cultivate entire sections of field in one pass. It also costs a small fortune. Alright. Which one are you? Because we do have a harvester. It's not a bad one if I recall. So this is the Axle Flow 7160. So if we go over here to our harvesters, let's get an idea what we're actually looking at. The Axle Flow 7160 is honestly like right in the middle range of harvesters. And the header we can get for it, I can get for the rice 8.5 meters wide. So, this is very worth considering. Because we consider like the big Mama Jama kind of ones here, they do get much larger harvester headers. If we go into the ones that'll actually do the crops we want here, they do get up to like 15.2 meters, which is ridiculously large. But like we look at these ones here are the big ones. Like the big ones are up here. There's also the New Holland down there and all that. Like these are the massive ones. So like if we compare this against the biggest of the casts, yeah, that header's 140,000 by itself. It's half the price of the big one. We can get 8.5 meters. By comparison, we're comparing that to the littlest harvester. The littlest harvester only can go 6 meters, so I'm getting about 1.5 the width. I'll still have to buy the header. But I can do the long grain rice. That's what we care about here is this crop down. Oh, you can't. My mouse doesn't line up there. So there's the long grain rice. So it will do what we want. And it is more than half off. So in a lot of ways, I should buy this. But the juggle I am doing right now in my head is we would buy this, another 40-something thousand gets us the header. So $200,000 disappears, we have our harvester. After that, the other thing I need to get is the seeder for the long grain rice. And we can get away with that for like $40,000 for a really, really bad one. We definitely want to go bigger than that. It'd be worth waiting an extra season just to get a bigger one. But, you know, probably in this range here, the 120,000 would be probably what we actually want because of the direct drilling. We'll get a higher environmental score, and it's 6 meters wide as opposed to 3 meters wide, and I have to do more work. The catch, and the reason why I'm stuck on this right now is at 240,000. 240,000 gets me the other sugar mill, which will give me a significant increased profit now. Well, in October. And I won't be able to make that money I need by October. At least I don't think we will be able to. So I can buy this now, which is the only opportunity I'm going to have for right now to get something at this discount. But it's giving up the sugar mill this year. So I'm giving up now profit for tomorrow's savings. And that's where I'm kind of waffling. Because the amount we're looking at saving is about $150,000. Which is effectively a whole season's worth of harvest. I feel like the correct answer is to buy this thing. Like, I do feel the correct answer is to buy this thing and have it. Because it's a mid-range harvester. We're getting it half off. I'm doing it. We won't worry about getting any of the extra accessories for it right now. Or doing the repair or anything. It's just gonna sit. We got it half off. So we're giving up some immediate revenue opportunity to effectively give us a full harvest's worth of money saved. That's kind of how I justified with myself. If we switched over to getting the second mill, I would make another 70-ish thousand more than, well, probably not quite that much, like 50,000 more than I'm making now for the harvest. Which would mean it'd take me 2 to 3 seasons to basically buy that thing. You know, worth the extra money kind of deal. So that's kind of how I justified it with myself, is I can buy it now and I'm saving effectively just shy of 3 seasons worth of crops for the one mill. I'm going to slow down time. The reason I'm slowing down time is just so we don't have to pause for a while waiting on that rain. But this does mean most likely I'm getting the sugar mill next harvest. So we delayed that gratification to get ourselves something that I need for my next crop at a very significant savings. Okay, we handed that over to the AI. Are you in a good state of repair, by the way? Yeah, you're fine. I was just making sure I wasn't sending a mostly damaged harvester to start harvesting because you take a penalty if your harvester is too beat up. Now, one thing I could potentially do is if I do manage to make enough money on the surplus sugarcane this season, there is a possibility I could potentially buy the sugar mill anyways. I don't think we will. By the time we fill up the existing sugar mill... Oh yeah, you're gonna do all this funny stuff in the corner because AI things. By the time they get this all sorted here... Oh, hold up. Okay, you're too big. Let's see. So you are the big one here. What horsepower do you require? So you're the Macy Ferguson MF Power Flow 40 foot. Where do you what harvester do you go to? That's the wrong kind of harvester. Okay. So, you're a 12-footer, and you can be attached to, you go from 450 to 650 horsepower. And the one we got is 460. That is right on the fence. That's one I will consider, but we are going to save before we try it. Like, we're going to save before we buy it, because that's those ones. In real life, you can't just go and buy this header for this brand harvester and buy that harvester and just put them together and it works. Like, that's just not how it works in real life. A lot of those things that all have their different hookups and mechanics and all that they would just not work together. But in Farm Sim, that's not the case. It's just a header. You just hit a button and it attaches. And then the question mark is, do you have enough horsepower to run it? And that's where I was like on that one going, okay, it's in that range where it's a maybe, maybe not. So we'll save, we'll try buying that header, because if that header works, that would actually let me get a 12-meter wide header for when we go to do our long grain rice, which is a really big header, but we're right on that fence of where horsepower could be a problem. Where, like, when we start, like, harvesting uphill, it starts not behaving nicely, that kind of thing. And I don't need actual crop to harvest to test it, I just need to turn it on and see if it drives. If it drives and it can turn on, we're good. Like, when I say turn on, I mean running the header turn on. And if we have that, then the sugar mill might be, like, on kind of a long-term hiatus, because at that stage, for the price of the sugar mill, I could buy a segment of land, and I could probably buy the cedar I would want. At which point, that would just make more sense. And then we could still circle back and get the sugar mill. We just happen to get lucky there where we're getting not one, but two pretty good sales. And since those are both like 50% off, that is going to save me a lot of money. Hey, besides, how's it going? Actually, I'll go ahead and drop this off. Yeah, so none of that was according to plan. My anticipation of how this stream was going to start was that we would do our harvest, we would get the sugar mill, and we'd be effectively doubling our sugar income. And at that point, we'd start looking into the next crop. this is the way we're having it actually happen now is the better way for us actually making faster progress. But it definitely is a wild card that kind of changes things. Because I do think it's once we get the long grain rice production started, I actually do think we still get the other sugar mill first, and then after the sugar mill, then we would get whatever we decide we're going to use the rice to make. Which you got a good couple of options if I remember correctly. I want to say the preserves building gives us these like these rice cake things, or you can basically box the rice and it's worth more than the loose rice. You can also make rice flour. And I don't remember, I think it was the rice cake things were the of the production lines for just rice itself without going to the point of like making bread or other nonsense. I do think it was the rice cakes that were the best money for just long grain rice. That's going by memory and a number of patches ago, so who knows? We can probably find that out. So we've got our rice. Well, first let's go in here, help, and go to rice. Long grain rice. Long grain rice is sown in the spring on a rice field that has not yet been flooded. This type of rice is slightly longer growth phase than the wet planted rice, also produces a lower yield. However, you don't need special machines to plant or harvest the rice, which makes it affordable right from the start of the game. With this variety of rice, you should only flood when the first green sprouts have emerged from the soil. Otherwise, some plants will not germinate, and holes will appear in the field. When growing rice, it is important to note that the field may only remain flooded for a certain period of time. If the water remains in the field too long, the number of rice plants will die. Flood the field for about 2 months before it has to be dry for the third growth stage. Once the rice is ready to be harvested, you will need a harvester. Rice can be sold for profit or stored in a silo. Saki, there's no producing alcohol in the game that have to change their age rating. So you can get mods that add it, but the base game won't have it because then they have to change their age rating. And it'll restrict where they can sell the game as well. Alright, so with that, we've got that. So we can get the rice box, the rice bag, rice flour, rice oil, rice rolls, and the rice saplings used when you're doing the wet rice. Okay, so then the question with all of these, with the rice bag, the rice box, the rice flour, the rice oil, and the rice rolls, is how much rice go in versus how much product come out. Because we're looking at this without consideration to volumes of things. It seems like the boxed rice is the magic thing. That's just way worth more. What I don't remember, I believe there's somewhere in here that they show production line stuff. I thought it was here where it said like production chains. I thought it was in here, but I don't see it. That's fine. Alright, I need to get back to this because that's going to be full soon. But yeah, no, there's been people who wanted you to be able to like set up a beer brewery or a vineyard, or like Saki would be a new one just because Farm Sim 25 is when rice got added. Or, you know, that you would actually do like butchery stuff because like you have pigs, but you don't have like a meat processing plant or something. You just have pigs and you sell pigs, and then magic they go away and you get money. It's just another one of those things that if they go into the point of having it where you have to take the pigs to the slaughterhouse and sell meat and all that, then they start pushing the area where they potentially have to change the age rating on the game, which, you know, you might be like, well, they shouldn't worry about that, but it's like, you know, that's that's sales, that's the audience, that's who they can address. It is just kind of one of those things that the reality is it just ain't worth it for the developers to do that. You know, times strangers freezed a lot? Might need to do something for it. I have no idea. If it's got graphic settings, usually all the fancier stuff, you can turn that off, and that usually helps a lot. All like the DLSS and all that, but I don't know Digimon time to know like if that's a new game, an old game, or whatever. So while we're doing that, if I go here and go to constructions and go to their factories, yeah, they won't give me the ratios here. So that'd be something I need to like look up look up on there. Those are the kinds of things that I do wish the game was better about, is when it comes to looking for that kind of information. That, like, for example, the production line, how much of thing goes in to get how much of thing comes out, that was available on the UI where you go to build it. So you could see and go, okay, there. Or, and there might be a place I'm just not remembering, because I could have sworn there was some place in here that it would show your production lines. So you could see, like, all the different things where it's like, you know, you put in this to get this to get this. I could have sworn that was a thing in here. I might be thinking of some, like, external resource I saw once. Yeah, because I thought it was right here that it'd be, like, you'd have your stuff on the left and have, like, a flow chart that goes through. It's fine. But it'd be nice to be able to go in there. Not to, like, go, like, and do your full-on, you know, Excel spreadsheet, do your maths kind of thing, which I have done. Not for production lines, but for the base crops per acreage, what they make. But it'd be good to know, like, oh, here's rice. Here's the 5 different ones you can choose to make with it. And then just kind of be like, alright, well, which ones make sense? And how much it will use per month to optimize how much you produce to keep fully running. Yeah, like, I don't even care. I mostly am caring about it. Like, I can see the value in the information, to be clear. I mostly care about it from the perspective of, now I have the choice of I can make an oil mill, I can make a preserves building, or I can make a grain mill. And the 3 of those give me different options of what I can use my rice to produce. And if we're going strictly by the sale price, it's nice and easy. By sale price, the rice box looks like a no-brainer. It's worth the most. But it's entirely possible that that rice box might actually require twice as much rice as the rice oil. I don't think that's the case, but if that's the case, then the rice oil is just way better. Because if it's within a margin, I don't care. But it's one of those things that it can be a wild difference between good A and B, and then the what gets out is similar in price. Well, in that case, if the input is much different and the output's the same, you go for the one that's the better input. I mean, the consideration also there would be what crop we roll next. Because, for example, if we start setting up the rice and then I roll the dice next and canola comes up, alright, well that means no-brainer, I should get the oil mill. Because then the oil mill will be able to do double duty where it works with the rice and it works with the canola, saving me from buying extra buildings. If, for example, I get wheat or barley or something like that, then I should get the grain or the flour mill next, because then again, it can do the wheat and barley as well as the rice. Welcome home, JD. That feels weird. Congrats on getting home. Yeah, so is the oil... Oh, and the preserves building. Like I said, the preserves building is kind of your catch-all. Like, it can do your vegetables, it can do... When I say vegetables, it can do your root crops, it can do a whole lot of things. And so it's kind of your catch-all. If you just have extra crops, you can just dump it in your preserves building and most things. Oh, no. Your message wasn't weird. It was weird what I said. Where I said, welcome home. And I was like, okay, I know the sentiment's fine. But also, like, welcoming someone home, it's like... Alright, hang on. That's not exactly... Like, you getting home, that's fine. That's normal. Like, be like, hey, man, I got home. But it's like, welcoming home is like, okay, it's not... Alright. But yeah, for those who missed, we did get our harvester, and there is a really good header that might work with our harvester available. So we're going to go ahead and just get the field done. I'm going to save, and it will grab the harvester and see if it will function with the... Sorry, grab the header and see if it will function with our harvester, because it's not a match. It's one we're going to try and put together, because it'll hook up. It's a matter of whether I can turn the harvester on and drive. If I can turn it on and drive, then we're good. If I can turn it on and it doesn't move forward, that means we have enough horsepower to turn it on, but not enough to make things happen. And if it straight up won't turn on, then we're just not even close, which... The reason it's a little bit of a question mark is the harvester that the header does go for has a range of horsepower it can do, and on the low end of the range, it's about the same as the harvester I got. On the high end of the range, it's a good, like, 200 horsepower higher. Which, needless to say, if that thing needs the higher horsepower, you know, we're not making a header for a 600 horsepower harvester work on a 450 horsepower harvester. We're not even the same ballpark. Alright, you know what I'm going to do? We're going to go ahead and save and try this now. Because if it works, then I don't have to worry about a thing. If it doesn't work, I will have to just revert the save. And the reason I'm doing this kind of thing, if I wasn't playing on a challenge, then what I would do is, if this doesn't work, I would just kind of mulligan, give myself the money or whatever. Or honestly, with being able to take loans and all that, I could just ignore it. Because that is a really good price for that header. Alright, buddy. Where is it? This does not feel like the appropriate size of this thing. Alright. It works. That definitely does not feel like it should be that way. Obviously I've never worked on farming equipment or whatever, but that 100% feels like you got some, you know, some good old boy farmer. He had his big harvester. Granted, you're talking about obnoxious amounts of money, so you wouldn't do this. You know, good old boy farmers got that old harvester laying around. It was their granddaddy's. And also check out, Bassett does like Digimon, Pokemon, that kind of thing. So if you're into turn-based RPGs, you can find that kind of stuff over there. But, you know, had that harvester that, you know, Granddaddy had. Can't get rid of it. That's Granddaddy's harvester. But also, like, the header's totally jacked up. But don't worry, Cousin Steve down the road, he had that really big harvester, accidentally dumped it in the lake, and it's unsalvageable. But he's got the header for it. None of it lines up right. So he just kind of brought it over one day, and they just started cutting and welding until they got it all to work together. It 100% feels like that kind of a job. Or like, for the not farming version, it's like the person who had, you know, they had like an old Honda Civic hatchback or whatever, and this is actually coming from a true story. and they wanted to drag race it, so they wanted to put a bigger engine in it. And they had their buddy who had, you know, a V8 Hemi, and so, you know, just figured why not go to the hatchback part of the hatchback and just put the V8 Hemi direct drive to the rear axle. What could possibly go wrong? That was actually done by someone I know to a car that had been mine, and I sold it to him. And it worked great until the rear axle assembly ripped free of the entire car during a drag race. Luckily, no one got hurt, and it was on YouTube for a while. So you just see this ugly bronze hatchback zipping down the thing and just goes boom, and just stuff ripped out from underneath it. Because shocker, a Honda Civic wasn't meant to have a V8 Hemi directly driving a gear on the rear axle. And while, you know, the person was smart enough to have replaced the rear axle with something a little bit stronger, doesn't help when the rest of the vehicle around it's not. And to his credit, after that car was ruined doing that, he bought another one and did it again. I don't know what happened with the second one. I had fallen out of contact with him by then, but I did get to see the YouTube video of his him doing the drag race, and then just again, like, it's almost like he went over a speed bump, but everything came out from underneath the back half of the car. I have no idea about, like, transmission hookups or anything that I did. Like, I wasn't that involved. You built a castle in a swamp, and it sunk. And so you did again. Oh yeah, I built a castle in the swamp. They said it couldn't be done. But I was going to show them wrong. And that one sank. And so I went ahead and I built it again on the remains of the old castle. And that one sank too. But the third castle, it stands today. That was Monty Python, right? Which, I think that's Holy Grail. Yeah, it's like, you know, it makes sense that it stood. You took your swamp and you just dumped so much stone into it, you effectively built up the land. Which you actually do, it's not the stone thing so much, but you actually do that a lot in, like, modern building. Like, when they go to build a new neighborhood in Florida, a lot of times they'll import a lot of clay. That way they can kind of build up the ground a bit, so that, you know, there's a strong, like, base to put it on. Because just a lot of this area is wetlands and all that, and if you don't do that, you run into a situation where you build the house, the foundation will eventually become compromised as the house slowly starts working its way into the water. Your whole house will slowly shift down towards wherever the wetlands is as erosion takes place. Listen, lad, I built this kingdom from nothing. Yep. The strongest castle in these islands. I missed that line. So basically, we've got the strongest castle in this here swamp. That's like when you go to the town of like 200 and they've got the sign that says best barbecue in town, and you're like, okay, but you're also the worst barbecue in town. Because you are the only barbecue in town. So literally any intensifier I want to apply to you is technically true. We're not a intensifier comparator. Like, if I say you're the blandest barbecue in the town, technically true. Even if your food is, like, over-seasoned to an unedible degree, you're still technically the blandest in town. If you have the absolute spiciest barbecue in town, and I say it is the least spicy, it is still technically true. When your sample size is 1, all comparators, you know, do apply. That's like me and Toom will joke. She'll be like, you know, you're my best hubby, and I'll be like, I'm also your worst. Yeah, hearing the RimWorld music with Farm Sim. Yeah, no, I started out with South of Midnight because I like the soundtrack of that one. But there are lyrics to a lot of the South of Midnight music, and it's good music. But for me, talking on stream while there is a voice saying things in the background, it's just kind of a thing with me that you know, I don't like talking over people, and that's a completely reasonable thing. But, you know, obviously, a recorded song is not the same as talking over someone. But I find it kind of difficult at times when there's, like, vocals going on of having a conversation. Like, I'll pause to, like, let it finish the line or whatever, which isn't very conducive for good content if I'm constantly pausing while the music plays. That said, again, South of Midnight has a really good OST. I was thinking the same thing, Leon. I don't have alerts that are like the RimWorld sounds, like a couple other channels that we're buddies with. Like, I know Alana has those and a couple of others. I think Warren does as well. But, or maybe... Ooh, does Bronco have that? Yeah, it's either way. But, I keep expecting to hear... Okay. I think, honestly, the more appropriate soundtrack I have to align with this would be Hard Space Shipbreaker. But I do know when I play game OSTs, that is kind of my go-to. You learned a valuable lesson watching RimWorld streams. Don't play RimWorld at the same time. Oh yeah, no, that's I've mentioned a number of times. If I'm playing a game, it's very rare I will play a game and watch the same game. There are exceptions. There are some games that doesn't really matter, but like RimWorld, Path of Exile, Project Zomboid, a lot of those kind of games, if you end up watching it and playing at the same time, there's just too many audio cues that are very important you react to in the moment. And you can drive yourself up the wall real fast. So the good news is, with the amount of money we have, even after those 2 purchases, let's see, even related games, watching Zomboid and playing 7 Days to Die kept making you think there's zombies behind you. Oh, I can see that, absolutely, because the sound effects are close enough. Absolutely. But yeah, so it's kind of a joke that what I would do is, if I was playing Path of Exile, I might watch RimWorld. If I was playing RimWorld, I might watch Project Zomboid. If I was playing Project Zomboid, I might watch Path of Exile. You get the idea. Like, it's okay for me to be playing another game that's sound cue oriented. It just needs to not be the same game or too similar. Now, Farm Sims 1, I don't really care, because there are a couple audio cue things in Farm Sim to care about. Like, there is a thing, like, once in a while on the top it'll be like, there's a great sale at whatever, whatever. The problem is, it almost never applies to anything you care about, and even then, the likelihood you've got what it needs on hand is usually pretty slim. It is one of those things that I used to keep a mod that instead of me keeping track of, like, this month I sell this, I eventually did go and switch to using a mod that's like, okay, say I'm growing long grain rice and I'm selling it as long grain rice. I could go in the mod and say, hey, when long grain rice is over this price, let me know. And the only reason I wanted to do that is because you'd get to like 8 or 9 crops and you're going, okay, well the cotton is this month, and then the wool is that month, and then, you know, the rice is this month and all that, and it is just too much to keep track of. Always fun hearing hearing a thing, Tinkin Path of Exile, not knowing if it came from the stream or behind you. Oh yeah, like you're like the and you're like, oh, something good dropped. Where is it at? And then you realize it's the stream, and you're like, ah. Yep. Yep, I've done that one. Or you'd have the, what was it, a bearer ball? The big fireball that you just hear the whoop. And you know it's time to start dodging. Like, be like, you're on alert, ready to, like, touch it and dodge through it real fast so that it doesn't explode in your face. So you hear the noise, because it is a thing for those who don't know. So I should probably give context to this. In Path of Exile, I always forget it's like bearer ball or whatever, but it's basically you kill an enemy, and this big fireball shows up, and it sits there for about a second, and then it chases you. And it touches you, and after about 2 or 3 seconds in that, well, it's about a second or whatever, in that spot, it's going to explode and do a lot of damage. It can be very, very dangerous and very, very rippy if you have any type of damage mods on your map, or if you're a little glass cannon or whatever. So it's definitely one of those sounds you hear, and you want to be ready to get the heck out of dodge. And it can be a thing when you get a character that can go really fast, that you can kill an enemy, race ahead, hear the sound behind you, and have to wait for the ball to catch up to you to then dodge it. Well, again, you touch it to trigger and then dodge out of it really fast so you don't get caught in the blast. So when you're watching someone streaming and you hear that sound, it's a very much like, where is it? You know, I'm on high alert, ready to dodge so I don't die, and I played a lot of permadeath or hardcore Path of Exile, and there's definitely a lot of that. You're just like, alright, where is it? Where's the murder ball? Because it can sometimes be delayed a good couple of seconds if you're going real fast for it to catch up to you, or it's just its pathing goes weird and takes a long way around or whatever. Volatile. The bears are the ones where you drop on the ground, yeah. But yeah, so it's definitely one of those ones that's like, you can sit there and have that anxious moment being like, where's the murder ball? So with that, especially with doing some of the hardcore stuff, I end up just not watching Path of Exile while playing Path of Exile anymore. Because like 90% of the time you didn't have to care, but every once in a while you'd hear one of those few sounds that were like, oh no, this is an urgent thing that you'd have to care about. It's kind of the danger when you're playing hardcore Path of Exile, is you'll get your build up and running, and 99% of the time, there's nothing that's going to threaten you. You're just deleting all the enemies. You got the occasional rare that gets through, but you can, dispatch them relatively quick before they're too much of a threat. You kind of get like a pattern of motion you do, so that different potentially dangerous attacks you're just like already ready to dodge. You kind of get to the point in Path of Exile where you never stand still, because you know that'll kill you. But you almost get like this cadence where it's like, okay, about a second and a half, 2 seconds has passed, sidestep one way or the other, like just don't be in a straight line, just in case something's going to throw some attacks at you. And so you get that kind of that rhythm. And yeah, it can get rough. It's also things when it comes like Path of Exile, that's one of the games I'll teach you that don't play tired. If you're playing hardcore, don't play tired. Or if you're trying to push level 100. Granted, there's a lot of ways now to push those higher levels that are far more efficient than it used to be. Because I definitely remember those first couple of times I pushed level 100. Oh my god, could that get grindy. Back when you had to do like the breach. You had to spam breaches as one of your main ways of getting it before we had the timeless event, or the other ways that people use nowadays to get the, well, I actually don't know about nowadays, but when I last went for it. So you'd just end up like running map after map after map after map, or if you had the funds or resources, you could just do breach after breach after breach. That usually required trading with people because that's what it took to get enough breaches. But there was a lot of those things that you wanted to juice the map because you get way more XP, but the more you juice the map, the far more dangerous it got. And you can very easily take maps in Path of Exile and make them completely unreasonable to manage. Like, they will let you pull an Icarus and go, how close do you want to get to the sun? Just know, at some point, these wings are going to start melting. And by that I mean you're going to spontaneously die as the right arrangement of bad things happen to you, that you just vanish from existence. Because most deaths that happen in that stage are pretty close to instantaneous. Or it's you got tired and you're rolling your maps and you didn't have a build that could handle damage reflect, and you didn't notice you put damage reflect on it, and you hit one enemy doing millions of damage or whatever it is, and instantly deleted yourself. That is a true classic. Death by illiteracy. It's death. I would actually say it's death by inattention. Which even outside of the damage reflect, that's usually how it goes. Or you're not paying attention, you roll your map, and you don't realize you put like 3 damage multipliers on there. And then you get confused when something pokes you and you just melt. You're like, oh, this thing was doing like 8-9 times its normal damage. I understand why I just vanished from existence and got vaporized by the very first thing that hit hard. I haven't played in a hot minute. I think to this day, Path of Exile is probably still my most played game on Steam. I haven't played a couple leagues, unfortunately. I just haven't had the time. With content creation, as much as I love the game, I've tried playing on the channel, and it just really doesn't do well for me. So I kind of got effectively set being like, this is a me time game. And then realizing it's like, what's me time? Did you play in the early days where you could just roll as a mod on magic enemies? Yes, but I don't remember actually dealing with that. Path of Exile was one of those games, the first time I played is like, why the hell would anyone play this game? It's so buggy, it's so bad. And then I came back, and it was still like, I still don't understand why people play this game, but it seems better. And then the third time I was like, this game's amazing, and I will never stop playing it. And I feel like Path of Exile is one of those games that the first time you play, you typically don't have a good time. Or it's at least rough. And then it's definitely one of those ones that, like, the second or third attempt, you know, it gets its teeth in you. Project Zomboid also feels one of those games. So, like, the first time you play Project Zomboid, it is a real rough ride, and most people bounce off. But then later on, someone talks them into giving it a second chance, and if it ends up being the kind of game they're into, at least, it can be a game that you just lose an unreasonable amount of time to. Your chiropractor really enjoys Path of Exile too? Oh man, that was, I keep forgetting what it was. So I didn't have carpal tunnel syndrome. There's a precursor. It's not hypertension. It's basically, it's the idea is you're doing the thing that will eventually give you carpal tunnel syndrome, but you're not to the point you'd be diagnosed with that. Like, you've done some damage, but you're definitely not to the point to like, when I say no return, you're not to the point where medical intervention is necessary. It's more like, hey, you need to stop. I can't remember. It doesn't even have carpal tunnel in the name, the other one. I don't remember. It's fine. But, it was the doctor who dealt with those types of, like, you know, wrist and elbow repetitive stress injuries and those kind of things. Oh no, I'm sorry. I have details wrong. The doctor was telling me about that in the group that she works with so far as RSI and all that, which is repetitive stress injury, which all of those things we just mentioned, tennis elbow, carpal tunnel syndrome, all of those fall under the bigger umbrella term of repetitive stress injury. Any injury that's caused by repeating the same motions until you do basically wear and tear that causes problems. That Path of Exile was a known game in that circle because of how bad it was for that kind of thing. Which is where I was, you know, trying to, like, shake my fist being like, hey man, you know, stop making me pick up all these pennies with these fragments, please stack them. Hey man, with these currency, please stack them. Save me several hundred clicks. Like, there's a lot of things you can do to streamline this that doesn't take away from your game. But, like, very genuinely, your game is a known issue in medical professionals' areas. That should be like a, you know, real slap in the face with a cold fish kind of wake-up call, being like, hey, maybe you have a problem. Took you 3 leads to get in the through the campaign, now you have almost 4,000 hours into it. Yeah. No, and that was kind of the thing. Like, the very first time I played it was right by the beginning, when it was first available. I had my buddy, was like, hey, you gotta check out this game, Path of Exile, it's like Diablo 2. And I couldn't tell you where I left off, because I honestly don't remember. But it was one of those things that I think I got through, like, the first act, maybe a little ways into the second act or whatever. And it kind of bounced off. It's just like, you know what? This is just slow Diablo. Which gives you an idea of how far back this was, where I would refer to Path of Exile as a slow game. Like, this is just slow Diablo. Like, this is just, you know, whatever. And I bounced off. And I didn't play it for years and years. And I had a different friend who was like, hey man, you should really check out Path of Exile. I think you'll like it. I was like, yeah, I played it before. I ended up bouncing off pretty hard last time. I was like, no, it's not like it used to be. They've massively changed. Like, alright, I'll give it a go. And I had fun with it. And I'm pretty sure I got through all the acts at that point. But, at the time, like, I didn't look up a build or whatever. At the time, I had just unintentionally grabbed the meta skill of that league. Which is, I think it was Arc Trap. And so, even with what was admittedly a fairly scuff build and fairly scuff gear, because of how unbalanced Arc Trap was at the time, I was still able to just delete screens very handily. I was a bit glass cannon-y, but that was whatever. And I was able to just delete screens like, this is a dumb game, why would people enjoy this? I could delete these screens, but I'm spending all my time picking up all this junk, and 90% of it's garbage, and it's just very laborious and all that. I don't understand the appeal of this game. And that's because I didn't know about, like, loot filters or any of these other things, because, you know, the game didn't teach you any of these things. You had to be in the know to know those things were a thing. I didn't bounce off, though. I ended up... I don't remember if I played the next league or it was the league after that. But, I decided to give it another shot. Because there's definitely some stuff I enjoyed. You know, and that's kind of where, you know, people had mentioned to me that there were loot filters and all that, and I started getting that stuff. I don't know exactly what I used or got set up with there. And I kind of came to the realization that I had gotten a meta build, and that's why everything was just so trivialized at that point, because that was a kind of a chapter in Path of Exile's life where the game wasn't particularly hard. Like, the power creep had long since outstripped the content, and they hadn't gotten new content in yet. And so, the next league I went for kind of an off-meta build. And that's when it kind of got its teeth in me. I'm like, this is a lot of fun. I can turn up this loot filter. I have to look at all this crap. I can pick up only the things off the ground I want. You know, I don't have to, like, memorize this. I had a better understanding of the items, so I could kind of have a better idea of, like, this is an item I care about. This is an item that has potential. This is garbage I'll never use. You know, I remember I used to pick up the things to do the chaos recipe all the time because, I don't know, I liked pain or something. I don't know. And all that. And that league unfortunately got ruined for me because I had a buddy I was playing with who was one of the ones who convinced me to give it another go. And I didn't know it, but he was doing what's known as RMTing, which is real money transaction. And what that means in practice is he was spending his money going to websites that are not legitimate to buy money in the game to, you know, fund whatever he's doing. And I had no idea he was doing this. And he was like, hey man, I found a bunch of gear that you could use for your build. I was like, oh, that's so sweet. Because we had given each other gear as we were leveling gear. I was like, oh, that's sweet. And he gives me this like whole end game set, which granted now I realize that set wasn't actually as good as I thought it was at the time, but it was like all the uniques that would work with my build for that league. And so I had like a very end game set. And it kind of ruined it for me because like half of the point of these kind of action RPGs is the chase for your equipment. You know, get your build stronger, get that power creep. But when you skip right to the end, you kind of scratch your head and go, okay, I can delete monsters and I get loot, but I don't need any of it. Like, none of it does me any good. Now, in reality, like, nowadays I know, like, a lot of times a well-crafted rare is going to massively outperform all but, like, specific build-enabling uniques and that kind of stuff. But at that point, I didn't know that. But it was kind of one of those things that robbed me of the fun of doing that. So it's like the next couple leagues, whenever I play, it's like I had a hard rule. It's like I do not accept things from other people, and I ended up enjoying the game. And later on, I ended up basically playing, even though I would often play in Trade League, I would play it effectively as solo self-found, where I could only use my own stuff. And the only exceptions I gave were like stuff that it was not reasonable for me to acquire, and usually if it was RNG locked content. Because there's been a number of leagues in Path of Exile where to fight the new big bad boss, you've got to get the item that drops from this boss, and its drop rates are very terrible and all that. And so you'd have like all your game stuff, you've got your gear, you're maxed out, and you want to do the boss, but you just have to keep doing this encounter, hopefully to get the boss to show up. Those are ones that I 100% had no qualms of trading for. Do you go over the missed patches? The missed patch. Oh yeah. With the field. Yes. Once we're done with the entire field being harvested by the AI, I will go through and just kind of snipe those little spots I missed. It ends up being not enough to really be worth it. Like when they finish that whole field, I'll probably get like 200 or 300 liters of sugarcane from these missed spots, which is basically nothing, but on principle, I'm going to do it anyways. It's also not hard. It's you just go along that back, you kind of treat like one row that way, and then kind of up here, it's like a row where I wiggle in the middle. But yeah, no, a lot of leagues I played solo self-found. Good, it's driving you nuts. Yeah, it's just the way this harvester is with the AI. It is missing little spots here and there. But it's not worth interrupting it to go out and fix it in the moment. Because then I gotta reset and it's gotta reposition and all that, and it'll just cost too much time. Yeah, I do, and I know I've repeated this like the last couple days, I do wish that, like, we got the modded version of that thing to have the internal storage. I do wish either the official or there was a modded version where instead of having a ridiculous amount of storage, it was just like 2,000 to 5,000 liters. So, you know, not enough for me to like really go away and do a bunch of stuff and come back, but like maybe just enough for me to drive. Well, I mean, just to get around a corner, not even drive away. Like, me driving away and coming back would have paused. And I'm okay with that. I think that'd be a nice happy medium behind, like, okay, you're being true to what the equipment is, but wiggling the finer details for the practicality of gameplay, just because of how the AI works. Because I don't mind the setup right now, but the modded version goes from 0 storage to 100,000 liter storage, making it, I believe, like one of the largest harvester storages in the game. Which means I genuinely could just let that thing go like 8 or 9 rows and all that. So, where are you putting the rice field? Most likely the rice field, I'm probably going to put it on the other side of where I'm parking my vehicles from my current field. As we look at the map real fast. So we've got my field here. And so there's not, like, there's some trees here. I don't have enough spot there. This is all trees over here. This is where my parking is. This is enough space to be worthwhile. So I'm going to have to buy a new area. So I think I'll end up buying this area and probably putting, like, the rice maybe long ways here. I'll have to see where the actual trees are. Oh, that's only 91,000. I thought you were way more expensive than that. But yeah, so I think we'll put it down there. And we'll just see where the trees are. Like, if there's 1 or 2 trees in a spot, we just, you know, cut those trees down. If there's, like, an actual forested area like it looks like there might be, we just kind of work around it. That's kind of one of the things I like. It's one of the reasons why when I grab these modded maps, I kind of go out of my way to avoid the ones that they're like big flat land. Like, haven't seen it in Farm Sim 25, but Farm Sim 22, you had No Man's Land was one map, and I liked that map. It had a little bit of bumpiness. I liked Calm Man's more for the rolling hills. But the same mod maker who made that map made like a Texas map. And it was the same general concept. It was a No Man's Land, but the difference being is it was flat. Just straight up flat. It was one of the most popular maps for Farm Sim 22 for running modded maps. To me, it was one of the most boring maps in the game, because everything was just this big, flat plain. And yeah, you can terraform stuff up and down, but making it look good for, like, rolling hills is actually extremely hard. Like, the tools improved with Farm Sim 25, but it's still difficult to, like, make natural-looking things using those terraforming tools. And so you kind of accept that Texas map, you are having a flat farm. And don't get me wrong, one of the reasons that's desirable is there is some of the farming equipment in the game that doesn't play nice when you've got different elevations and all that. Like, the Nexat's kind of probably your most extreme issue, is the Nexat's just this really ridiculously wide, you know, piece of equipment. Like, it is absurdly large. And on paper, it's one of the most efficient machines at doing most of the jobs in the game. But because it's this giant, wide, low-sitting, flat vehicle, the moment you start getting any type of elevation going on, it can just beach itself on anything. So if you have a farm that's got like a little bit of a rounded stuff, you end up losing so much of your speed because it keeps like rubbing the bottom of the machine on the hill so you go real slow. So it's cool on paper, but in practice is only good for really big, flat fields. Anything else that it's like utterly worthless. Which if you haven't seen the Nexat, it's one of the DLC things. It's down here. It's a cool piece of equipment. It's a cool piece of equipment, but this is the Nexat. This abomination. And so your header actually fits in this gap here. And to give you an idea, you have this whole giant monstrosity here, and that actually can turn to face either way, and the wheels will turn so it can drive this way or that way. But you put the header on it, and if you look at a header, that's a 14 meter wide header, and it comfortably fits in the gap between these. So this whole thing is gargantuan. It's over 20 meters wide. And yeah, it can be very difficult to navigate the map with it because it's just big.
I'm just saying hello.
Hello.
Hello. I love you.
I love you more.
No, I love you more.
It is what it is. And Lexray says hi. She said hi back if it didn't pick up on the mic. Like, don't get me wrong, the Nexat is cool. Like, it is a thing you buy because it's this cool, weird machine That's just it's a bunch of people throwing technology at a problem and saying, who cares about if it makes sense or the why? This is something where we want to see what we can do, and then maybe we'll circle them back and figure out how to do it in a way that's actually like a elegant, practical solution. And a lot of times that's what it takes to get better tech is you take the technology, you apply it to something, you kind of test stuff out, you see where it works, where it doesn't work, and then, 2 or 3 different iterations later, you might actually get a relatively decent piece of equipment. But that first one's usually terrible and cursed. It's like when you go and, like, the first smartphone gets out. If you're totally a technophile and you want to jump on and just have it because you like technology, cool, do it. Understand it's probably going to have a lot of pain points. But if you're someone who wants to get the new thing very pragmatically, it's usually second or third iteration is when you're like, okay, now it's probably ready to actually be used, in some type of genuinely productive manner. That also helps protect you from buying in on a buzzword. Like the number in my adult life, VR has been the next big thing 3 different times. Now granted, this past time it actually stuck way better than the past ones. But I definitely remember being like pretty young and be like, VR's the future, and you could go to like maybe the local science museum and they might have like one VR helmet and it have like this big like server rack next to it, and about what it could do is it could put like a dot in front of you that you could move, and like it could ping a sound or whatever to have you look at the dots, like almost like your hearing test or whatever. And that was kind of its limitation. And then a little bit later, Nintendo came out with the Virtual Boy, the game system that had to give you a warning every 15 minutes to stop using it because otherwise it could hurt your vision permanently. Oh, wait, urgent. Stop. You do not harvest in the rain. I think I caught it between rows, so I don't think we actually even lost anything for it. But then there was like Virtual Boy, and there's like a wave right then of like the next VR, and there are a lot of these ones where they could do basic polygons and all that in 3D on the Virtual Boy. But yeah, like I said, that one was kind of dead on arrival because, well, it's cool tech. The idea being like, oh hey, you've been playing this game for 15-20 minutes, stop. Why not harvest in the rain? There's a penalty. When you harvest in the rain, you take a penalty on your harvest. I don't remember what the penalty is. Like, so far as how bad it is. Alright, so the rain is going to last till 1. So we fast forward time. Now, for the record, to my knowledge, harvesting is the only process penalized by rain. You can spray, you can plow, you can do that. In real life, you don't want to do that. But in the game, it's only harvest that's penalized. The other thing that rain can do is if you leave piles of like straw, grass, stuff like that out in the ground, and it gets rained on, you'll lose a percentage of the pile to rot. And that's a thing. But generally speaking, most of the time, you're probably not going to be doing that anyways. Like, it's pretty rare in Farm Sim you just leave crops or whatever just sitting on the ground. Okay, it's no longer raining. Yeah, I don't remember what the penalty is. I know it's significant, something like 10 or 15% or something like that. So full, you ate spaghetti with spicy tomato and herb sauce and chicken in it. Oh yeah, that was broke college things. Spaghetti was one of my go-tos. Like, I didn't have anything fancy going on with it. It's just like literally pasta with tomato sauce. But you know, broke college things. That was something that, you know, you'd spend like a buck and some change on a jar of tomato sauce, and then the spaghetti itself would cost you like a whole box of spaghetti noodles was something like 20-30 cents, and you get, depending on the size of the box, like two three pretty filling meals out of it. So broke college things, it was like a meal I could eat for a buck and some change. So yeah, that was not an uncommon one for me to grab. And it was healthier than instant noodles. Which I ate a lot of instant noodles on broke college life. A lot of instant noodles. Because 20-30 cents for a meal, I could afford that in a broke college life. What do you mean it's basically just salt in a little cup? Okay. Hey, Duchess Princess. Thank you for the 15 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Tomato salt noodles? I'm assuming... Yeah, I mean, the thing I used to do... So, like, early on, I just had the instant noodles. Later on, what I started doing is I'd get the instant noodles, but I'd get one of those packages of frozen veggies, and I could just break up a little bit of that package of frozen veggies and toss it in with the instant noodles when I was cooking them. You know, and then it at least had something going on for it. You know, little bits of carrot and whatever in there. You know, made it way healthier to actually have something of substance in there that wasn't just salt and noodles. That was usually throw an egg in there. Man, bro, college student, I ain't got no money for no egg. That said, yes, the egg goes in there great. But I was definitely on the, like, every dollar was counted. Counted and allocated for, and there was definitely some bill juggling to keep everything paid on time. I never did fall behind on my bills, but there were definitely times where there were late nights figuring out how on the hell I was going to pay for something. I always managed to make it work, but there was definitely times I was just not sure. You know, and then you get lucky to end up picking up, like, an extra shift at a job or whatever because someone called in and you're like, yes. You know, I don't want to do the work, but yes, I really need that extra $100 or whatever it was. Or you get lucky and when I was working well, I mean, I was never working. No, I mean early college, but that's not when things were the toughest. But, like, you know, you'd end up having, like, a little extra money come in from work or whatever. And it'd be like, oh my god, thank you. I needed that so bad. Or since I was running my own business at the time on the side, you know, someone would come in with a pretty decent contract where it's like, oh cool, I'm gonna do this network job. You know, they're gonna front me the money for the materials. And I'll get this all done and that'll be enough to help me, you know, stay ahead of the bills for an extra couple months. Not that it's worth a couple months worth of bills, but rather, you know, where the money was kind of on the fence of what I could afford for college. It gave me enough of a buffer that, you know, while the money was still going down, at least at least I had a little bit longer, you know, paycheck to paycheck to survive. Because while I was in college, tuition tripled. I did not budget for my tuition tripling in the course of a couple of years. That was not a thing I had planned around. I did not have a contingency for that kind of an uptick in the cost of college. I did get through to the other side. You never went to college? Yeah. Yeah, like, it was kind of the thing that growing up, a lot of people approached it as, if you can go, you go. If you can't go, you figure out a way to go. If you absolutely can't go, just do the best you can kind of thing. That was like the mentality of people growing up. Like that was like, if you didn't want to be a burger flipper, which there's nothing wrong with burger flipping, but if you didn't want to do that, you had to go to college and you had to make that all work. That is definitely not the case anymore. It was honestly in a lot of ways not the case back then either. It was just presented as you went to a college or you didn't get the good job, and if you went to college, you would get the good job. Both of those were not entirely true by any stretch, and they're far less true now. And I say this as someone who used to be a college instructor, so this isn't me just dumping on college, but where historically you would have gone, yeah, college, that's a no-brainer. If you have the opportunity to go, and you can, like, without horribly indebting yourself, go. Nowadays, like, okay, that is a very complicated question on whether or not you should go. With a very complicated answer, all depending on what you want to do, where you're at, what your financial situation is, how the economics are looking right now. There's a lot of stuff to unpack, and whether or not it makes sense to go to college. There's a lot of cases it's the right answer, and there's a lot of cases it's not. But with all the advancements in modern civilization, no one should ever have to be in such a struggle just to put food on their table, roof over head. Yeah. It is certainly a thing that I'm not going to dig too deep into any specifics because I don't want to get into it. But, like, you see certain things that you may not agree going on in the world, and how much money is just burned on them, and you're like, you know what? That's literally feeding the entire planet for X number of years, the amount of money you're spending on that. Or you could literally house the entire homeless population of a country for X number of years, the money you're spending on that thing that I am very not okay with. And it's very disheartening. Yeah, we don't need to dwell into that farther. That's nothing but a feels bad man. But yeah. Your other went to 4.5 years to college. He didn't go at all. He's doing what he went for. We make the same salary. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing, DG. It really, really depends on your industry, location, and all that. That's the reason why it's a very complicated question. Because there are areas that have a highly educated population, and in those areas where you are competing with a lot of people with college degrees, it does put you as a disadvantage to not have a college degree. Not from your actual capabilities side of it, but when it comes to you're showing up, you've dropped off your application, and it's going through your stuff, you're more likely to be screened and not considered by not having the college degree than the otherwise. When you're negotiating salaries, it puts you at a disadvantage as well. Now, there are other areas where, like, the education is nowhere near as prevalent, where that's not as big a concern, and especially when you get into stuff like remote work, that changes the entire dynamics and all that as well. It also depends on your career path. There are some careers that you genuinely are physically required to have a college degree. There are some careers that it's got a lot of value, but it isn't strictly required. There are some that value's more nuanced. There are some that having a college degree, it's like, that's cool, man. Why do I care? And so it's not a simple thing anymore. I don't think it's ever bad to go to college. Again, assuming you have the money and it's not going to be indebting you or whatever. Which is, again, one of the big hurdles is, unfortunately, a lot of college is incredibly cost prohibitive. But you get the idea there. Like, most of the time, if you can go, it's still not a bad thing. But it is definitely where it used to be, like, you know, even, not even my generation, but like the older generation, if you went to college, you just were given such a leg up on life that if you could, it was such a big deal. But it's not the same. It's not like that anymore. Hasn't been like that in a very long time. I do still feel there's value in college. And I do definitely feel that different colleges have different values. Like, I would actually argue your local state, local community college, your smaller colleges like that, very, very broad generalization. Generally, you get a lot more out of that from the actually learning to do the thing you're trying to do than going to a big name, whatever, you know, whatever college. Like, I did what was called the 2-and-2 program here in Florida, which was I spent 2 years on my local college, like my local community college, and then 2 years at a big university. And while I don't regret the university part, I would definitely say I got way, way more out of the community college part, even though the university part was more in the specific field I was working on and everything. It's just you ran into the problem where, like, the community college, your classes would range from, like, 12 people to 20-ish people, give or take, with, like, 1 or 2 exceptions, like humanities was a huge class, but otherwise relatively small classes. You got to university and you'd be in there for, like, your network signaling class, and it'd be like, how many students are in this class? Oh, like 123. And you're like, okay, the hell. The teacher has 0 time to interact with you, so if you have questions, that's just too bad. You buy a nice house for $30K back then? I mean, if you're talking, like, my parents' generation, yes. You're talking for when I would be going to college. I mean, you could if you were willing to go someplace that was not a particularly desirable place to live. Like, not that there's anything wrong with it, but, like, you know, buying a house in the middle of nowhere, you could technically get some pretty good deals. But the catch being, you're not gonna find work out there. That's kind of the joke that there are. Even today, you can go and, you know, if you go to get a house on the beach, it's gonna cost you like $1 million. If you want to go inland Florida, you're probably talking like $250,000 to like $500,000 for a lot of things. Like, your really bargain houses here, you're still probably talking $200,000. Living in houses in Florida ain't cheap. But if you turn around and then you go to someplace like Iowa, and you go way out in the sticks, Iowa, and you're just getting a pretty standard house, you can get a pretty nice house. Like, not building one, but you can get a house that it's already there. That you can get a pretty nice house in Iowa. That you're not quite to the point of like a McMansion or something, but a pretty nice house for the cheapest price a house like here. Now, I'm not saying you're gonna be sitting on like some mansion eating caviar and champagne and having a butler or anything like that. It's not that extreme, but it definitely is a difference. But if we go back, you know, to when I would have just gotten into college and all that, houses here would have been closer to like the low end 80,000 for like a house that isn't falling apart. You know, not a particularly desirable spot like the beach or whatever, but, you know, just a perfectly reasonable house. And then the houses on the beach probably would have been closer to $250,000 to $500,000. You know, again, not counting like the full-blown mansion nonsense that you just make up numbers at that point. You know, and then going again out to like Iowa, you might be able to get a really nice house for like $50,000. Again, being way out away from where all the work is and all that. Because that's why those houses are so cheap, is you're not finding work out there. You're not near any population center. Even the farms, when you get out in there, like, they're all owned by someone, so if you're working anywhere, you're working for whatever the local farm is. Internet, especially back then, internet was present, but it was certainly not great. That's it. You'd be good with one small bedroom, one bath, decent sized living room and kitchen. Yeah, no, I'm definitely someone who would lean towards a smaller house. I don't want like a micro house or anything like that. But you know, like a two bedroom, like don't need a bonus room or anything. Just like 2-bedroom, a garage, a bathroom, good enough. Of course, then you're living in that area. You don't know anything about Iowa, but there's often a reason. Yeah, no, the big reason why Iowa would be cheap isn't anything like particularly wrong with Iowa. It's just there's not a lot of work opportunity. There's not a lot of infrastructure there. Like there's farms, and if you want to do agriculture, that is an option, and I'm nothing wrong with farming. But when it comes to buying some house in the middle of nowhere, unless you're specifically interested in doing that one thing, you're crap out of luck. And if they don't need more people, you're crap out of luck. So it's very much a location thing. If you want a variety of food selection, that's too bad. You're living in the middle of nowhere. Where's the nearest hospital? You best be right for a long car ride. Where's the nearest grocery store? Look, man, gonna be a hike. You get the idea. You get out in the sticks there where the houses are that cheap. There ain't nothing around you. And this isn't me trying to bully on Iowa, by the way. This is a matter of like any place that you can get to places like you get up to like Kentucky, North Carolina, and there are places in those areas where you got like your cities and all that. There's lots going on. It can be very desirable place to live, lots of money and whatnot. You don't even need to be in the city either. But then you can get to places that are like more like I want to say Kentucky on the west side is the mountainy side. That there's a lot less density of population because it's very mountainy. It's hard to go there, and I might have the topography wrong so far as like west and all that. But you end up with like the occasional city of like 200 people, and not a lot of big population centers. It's just not a particularly conducive place to building homes. You're not by a place that goods are easy to ship to. They don't have a lot of railways that go there. What rivers they do have there are very rocky and very shallow, but do flood really badly on occasion. So it's kind of just one of those things. It's just not a particularly amenable place for living. Not that there's anything wrong with the state, but that specific region of the state is pretty rough. And so you can get pretty cheap housing out there. There's not a lot of options, but you can get cheap housing out there. But you just got to be ready to drive those windy country roads through the mountains to get to your local grocery store, and being ready to do quite the hike to make that happen. But you can get a house not as cheap as when you're going to someplace like North Dakota or Iowa. Not that cheap, but far cheaper than, again, being on the other side of like Kentucky, where you're in, in their actual cities and all that. Being more in like Knox County and whatever. But yeah, location. Absolutely. Because even, like I was giving the perfect example, I was mentioning Florida, you go to the coast, even the crappiest properties, if you got some near to the beach property, even if you're inland a couple of blocks, them's big bucks. You can get like a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, building is barely structurally sound, and you're still probably dumping $250,000. Like, the code enforcement standing there with the condemned sign kind of going like this. Should it be condemned or is it still legal? And you're probably still talking $250,000. Just because location. And honestly, some of those beach towns. So some of those beach towns get really, really ritzy and like big money going on there, and then some of those beach towns, it very much is like, do we just need to put a condemned sign on the whole city? Like this whole city is barely there, and there's tons of money in it, like tons of money in it, but just, everything has been like sun-baked and weather battered and everything. And you go through those, something's like, do people live here? It's like, nope, there's a dude carrying a surfboard out to the beach. Yeah, they still live here. That house, there's more roof missing than is there, but you know what? I mean, dude's going out to the beach. He's got his cooler with his brewskis. It's just the lifestyle. You're considering Montana since it's that cheap. But that's ultra remote unless you're in the capital city. Yeah, no, and there's a lot of places where that happens. And I know we're missing this one spot. It is the problem that technically that's not my property. So I can't actually harvest it. I ever so slightly went over my property line when I plowed the field. But yeah, it's a thing. Even some of the states that are famously expensive to live in, like, California, Washington, Oregon, it is a thing that, like, yeah, if you're Bay Area, San Francisco, that part of California, just start adding zeros. It's fine. You'll probably still be short of what you think the price should be versus like what it actually is. Like, just start adding zeros. It's absurdly expensive. But then you go to like the other side of the mountains where you get into like the valley and all that, and the prices come down a lot, and you go even farther east where it's just straight up desert and the prices come down anymore. I would never say California gets cheap, but like where it's, famously it's like all their houses cost $400,000 on the beginning. It's like, well, no, you can get cheaper. You got to be willing to go through a whole lot of desert to get to the nearest area, and it's still not cheap because, whatever. But there is variance. Or like, with Oregon, a lot of people think Portland, because that's the big city. But then you got little college towns along the shore there that are, well, not right along the shore, but like inland from the shore there that are pretty nice. And then you go like way inland, like way to the far, and you can get to like practically log cabins in Oregon. LA versus Riverside versus Bakersfield. Yeah. Okay, so we got that process done. I believe we need to do all stuff. You can get a California house for 100,000. You're willing to do 130-degree summers, yeah, and be nowhere near anything. That's kind of the big thing. Ooh, you know what? You're not showing me the. I think we hit the point where the pH is no longer showing. I think I gotta do my soil sample. Yeah, it is one thing I'm finding I'm missing is when you go on pre-made fields, I would have the option down here to purchase a survey. And it is appearing that because I made that field, I'm not getting that option. I don't believe that's an intended thing. I think that's just a nature of how it works. We do have our survey machine. I think it's right in front of me. Because at first it's like, oh, the UI's changed. Maybe I've hit the limit where I will have to replant my sugarcane, because that's supposed to be a thing. Because I know these surveys you do, they're only good for a couple of years. Like I said, usually what I'll do is if I'm going to use the survey mechanic, most of the times I'll just go in and pay whatever the fee is to make them do it. Oh, I didn't actually take the sample. I was like, why isn't it doing anything? I hit the wrong button. That's fine. Okay. But yeah, so that's one bummer. It's not a big deal. Because it's something like once every 5 or 7 years or something like that. You just need to survey your fields. And with Florida housing, about the only time you can get houses that are under 100,000 these days is either one, the house you're looking. When I say it's a fixer-up, that's again where like code enforcement is sitting there, you know, and they've got the condemned notice in their hand, and they're going, like, it's right on that fence where it's like, is this house habitable? You know, that really depends on how you define habitable. Like, you're right on that fence. You're talking a fixer-upper to the point that you're probably getting into the area of structural. So, serious fixer-upper. You can catch those, and you can get those under 100,000 sometimes. Otherwise, there are areas that, again, Florida's primarily wetlands when you get into the state itself, so you're not the panhandle. And so you get into the wetlands there, and some of those areas where you're like right by the wetlands where it's properly there, you can get houses on the cheaper there sometimes, but you got to be really careful with those ones because a lot of those have sinkhole dangers, because of like all the swamp and all that kind of stuff. And then on top of that, you got to be very, very careful when you're having people inspect like your foundations and all that, because a lot of those houses, when they're built, they're not built up on land. And so what does happen is, as time goes on, that soil works its way into the wetlands, and you know your house is sitting on that, and it will genuinely slowly shift your house closer and closer into the wetlands until you start going in to the point where usually your foundation will crack. And we're not talking like, oh, there's a hairline crack. We're talking like your foundation will crack. There will be a divide. That's actually what happened to my grandmother's house on my mom's side. Is her house started migrating towards the water, and eventually in the kitchen it just cracked, and there's a good like inch-ish gap from one side of the crack to the other elevation wise. Broke pipes in the foundation and all that they had to get fixed. And so yeah, those are ones you get the house and the property, and there's a very good chance that your house will take serious structural damage. That, it's the kind of structural damage that you're like, okay, I want to fix my house, what do I do? Well, you get a wrecking ball. That's step one. Step one is the house that's here has to go. Because there's no saving it. The foundation's completely gone to a point the elevations are different and everything. Your walls are all torqued and twisted and compromised. Like, it'll be cheaper to rip it all down and put a new one up than it will be to fix this one. But some of those places where you're getting out there in the edges of the swamp and all that, you can get cheaper places. Okay, so I need to send these off for sampling. Gonna wait a minute to see the results. And hopefully they'll tell me what the fertilizer and lime and all that is. Because that's how that works. And that's the precision farming. So we won't need the lime. Florida, the alligators don't kill you. It's a really nice neighborhood. So, genuinely speaking, you actually don't see much of the way in alligators in the residential area. It's not never happens, especially during their mating season. Sometimes they will, you know, you hear stories about like an alligator ending up in someone's swimming pool or whatever, as he, you know, jumps a fence or whatever. Fun fact, alligators can climb chain link fences. Doesn't matter if they're like 8, 10 feet tall. They can climb them. Welcome to your nightmare fuel. But with all that said, that's pretty rare that they actually get into the neighborhoods proper. Like, if you have, like, wetlands along your neighborhood, that's certainly a thing. But, broadly speaking, you don't actually get alligators into the residential areas too often. There's actually not that many alligator attacks that happen in Florida, broadly speaking. If you look at the counts, it's like shark attacks, where you'll see all these things about it, and then you look and go, how many was there attacks this year? Ah, in the entire world, 10? Okay. Maybe that's not as big a deal as I thought it was. It's snakes? Yeah, you even don't see the pythons. Honestly, it's the, like, if you're living out in the wetlands, like you're properly out in the sticks, you do have to worry about a lot more things. But, really the only critters you worry about too much is, there's some place you gotta worry about rattlesnakes. They generally will leave you alone. It's only if you surprise each other that tends to get dangerous, or if it starts rattling and you choose to ignore it because you want to be a contestant for the Darwin Awards or something. I'm not too sure. So that's the one. Honestly, I'm willing to bet if we pulled up statistics around injuries in the state of Florida, you probably get a lot more serious injuries from people fishing than, like, the snakes and alligators and all that. I'm willing to bet stingray and catfish do more serious injuries in a given year in Florida than alligators or sharks. And then mostly true of the snakes. The snakes is a little bit of a wild card. That one I could see. Because while most of the snakes here are chill, we do have some water snakes that are very aggressive and territorial. But it's like just the one kind. Okay, so it says the pH is good and the nitrogen's bad. Makes sense. We just harvested. We haven't fertilized yet, so that's the whole thing. We did lose a bunch of the in-game hours I had to fast forward through in this day, which is why it's getting late, because it was raining and I needed to harvest. So put down our fertilizer, we'll do a round of weeding, and it'll be good to go. Generally speaking, Florida, if it's wetlands, and you aren't some, like, guide or whatever, you stay the hell out of the wetlands. That's gator territory. If you understand, pythons are invasive species from Florida, and even the annual hunts. Yes. Yes. We have, I think they were Burmese pythons, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong about the breed. But we do have a problem. Florida has a problem with invasive species in general. Because of the whole way that when you look at the U.S., it kind of comes up and then comes back down, and then Florida's a peninsula. So we have tropics in Florida. And so we actually have, like, 3 different kind of biomes in Florida. But because there's all, like, the cooler, very relative, cooler biomes to the north part that the animals have to get through to come down, we have kind of a tropic area that's kind of separated out. So when stuff gets in there that isn't native, the local critters don't have confidence. I forgot to reset the fertilizer. The local wildlife doesn't know how to deal with it. I'm gonna fix it. So what we're gonna do is offset you. Let's say 4 meters. I actually don't know how much it should offset it. I mean, it's kind of like bears and mountain lions and PNW. They're not, and not really an immediate threat. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what PNW is, but I am aware there's a lot of places where they're like, oh no, there's lions. It's like, yeah, but they're way over there. Unless you go to the place Pacific Northwest, gotcha. It's like unless you go to the place where they are, which is not where people tend to be, you don't typically have to think much of it. Why are you being weird on this? Oh, I think it's because I did the swap of lines. It's got both the old and the new ones there. It's fine. We'll follow this line. Yeah, so I just got to remember the next time we fertilize this is I do kind of want to go out of my way to try and stagger the row over a little bit. Because we are running into the problem where I'm slowly ending up getting these trenches of high fertility and lower fertility soil because I am fertilizing the exact same lines again and again. Yeah, no, I needed to do it before I started the field. But yeah, I just need to do it the next time. And 4 is not enough. I'm going to need to, like, probably double that up to 8. And I think 8 will put me about right where I'm kind of cutting between the rows. But yeah, and like I said, generally the idea is the dangerous critters here are mostly not where the people are. There are exceptions. It's not that they can't get to those areas. It does happen, but it's not a super prevalent problem. A nice trick is to do the north-south one run, the next east-west. Yeah, that's how I've done it in the past. I set the offset. I'm gonna put that back real fast. Why does that happen? So, because if you think about the fact that from where my sprayer is, I'm basically getting a circle, the middle part of my circle gets more coverage. It's just more time underneath my sprayer putting down fertilizer. And so it does end up being a thing. It tends to get more of the fertilizer there. And just doing one pass a year doesn't do a noteworthy amount or anything like that. But once you've done like 3, 4, 5 years, it does start to kind of build up where it gets to be a bit higher than the rest of it. All it means is like every couple of years, you just change the direction you do and it just sorts it out. So you can sit there and change it from east-west to north-south. You can just kind of, turn on an offset to shift it over. It's not the end of the world, even if you just choose to completely ignore it. It really only gets so bad before it, like, it stops getting worse. So it'll only cost you a couple % of production, kind of at worst. It's not really that big a deal. But it is one of those things, like, every once in a while, I'll be like, okay, I'm just going to switch the direction this is to mitigate it. Yeah, it's a bummer that we're having to do this in the dark, because I know it's not as easy or fun to watch in the dark, but unfortunately we had bad weather, and I couldn't harvest during it. We're just wrapping this up, and then once we get this weeding done, then it's done until the next harvest. Which, the big thing we got is we were supposed to get the sugar mill today. We didn't get the sugar mill. And the reason we didn't get the sugar mill is we end up scoring our harvester and the header for our harvester this in-game day in the last one. And it's kind of just ran the numbers that if I bought the sugar mill, the money I would have gotten extra from the sugar mill for buying the same harvester, without the sale, it would have taken me about 3 years for just the amount the harvester is making, or sorry, the sugar mill is making. So I was like, I can buy this now, and it's effectively 3 years worth of the money I would get from the sugar mill already sorted. Versus if I got the sugar mill now, I would be unlikely to catch this thing on this sale. There was definitely a juggle to be done there in the numbers on what made the most sense. But I'm also at the point now where all I need is to buy the tile and the cedar. So where I gave up the opportunity of getting the higher revenue from the sugar mill, I might have in turn flipped that over to getting the opportunity for extra money from the rice. We'll see. If I'm lucky and I catch the, let's say if I'm lucky and I catch a cedar on here on a good deal, that would be even better. But we're at the point now that buying a cedar I would properly want to use long term and the tile is about the same price for me as the sugar mill would cost. So at that stage, I think the better thing is to buy the land and put the rice field on it, and get my cedar going, and then buy the sugar mill after that point. Then turn around, and once you got the rice growing, even before we have the production line set up, I'm going to roll the wheel to see what our next crop is after the long grain rice. And the only reason I want to do that is because the long grain rice, we can use it for oil, we can use it to box rice, we can make flour, we can make the rice bread stuff. There's like a bunch of different productions I can make with rice, and I'm probably just going to use one of them. But it is a thing, if my next crop is a grain, I'll get the flour mill so that we can use the rice and the next grain for the same flour mill. If it's canola or whatever, or olives, please don't be olives, we can use the oil mill. If it is like carrots, we can use the preserves place. Basically, I can get a production building that could facilitate both the rice and my next crop. There are a few that if it comes up, it's just like, well, I guess I'm getting 2 buildings. Like, for example, if we got potatoes as the next one. Oh no, actually I think there might be a potatoes thing in the preserve building. But you get the idea. I might be able to double dip the next production chain onto two different crop types then. Alright. That'll also be good. One thing we'll do on our next in-game day is let's take a quick peek at what the next tile to our south looks like. That's probably going to be the next tile I'm going to buy. It's apparently only 90,000. I thought it was going to be 120,000, but apparently it's only 90,000, which I think is because it has way fewer trees on it than this tile. For those who don't know, in Farm Sim, when it is pricing out the tiles, it is done mathematically, if I remember correctly. So it'll get, like, what's the size of the tile? That's got one value. The trees, like the amount of tree coverage, adds to the value as well. And there's like a couple things that go into it. It's not a huge complicated formula or anything like that. It's just like, it's mostly just tile size and trees. Or I think it's like farmable land and trees. But yeah. So if it's way cheaper than that, that tells you it has less trees, which would be good for actually setting up our fields. But it'd be good to have, like, just a vague idea, like, am I making vertical fields? Am I making one big field? Like, what do I envision doing based on where the woods are? Because you can cut down and clear all the woods, and it's actually very lucrative. I am choosing to try to avoid getting into that. I think for this one, I've done a lot of lumberjacking in the past, so I kind of want to work around, like, the natural hills and the forest and all that, so I don't end up with a perfect grid or anything like that. That's part of why with this field I didn't bother taking the time to like perfectly line it up and square. I want to give the fields kind of a more natural bordering to them. I think that'll be more interesting than, you know, just the whole grid the whole way out, where the only variance is like this is a small, you know, 4 of these tiles equals that tile, so this is my big crop, and then here's my smaller root crop fields or whatever. If we do roll for our next crop, it's something like carrots or parsnip, I might take the time. I do know there is a mod that does the same thing we did for the sugarcane, but for the vegetable harvester. I might grab that mod, and all it does is it just takes the harvester, it gives it some internal storage so that the AI works fine. If it was multiplayering, I wouldn't grab those mods, but solo, dealing with the AI trying to run that stuff is very, very frustrating after a while. It's why those crops are particularly unpopular with a lot of people. Okay, got top off our gas. And do our repairs. Okay. So yeah, so we're going to take like a moment to, once we advance a day, we'll survey the tile to our south, get a peek at that, make sure the stuff going on our sugarcane field is all square. It should be. But, you know, just double check it. So, you all happy? You all content? Yep, field looks good. Yeah, so we're looking at section 39 here. Alright, so basically it looks like the bottom of this tile is where we see this dark green, like, splotch on the mini-map. Okay, so we do have a tree line over here. Not quite halfway through the tile. So we could have a field that comes across this way and follows this tree line. It actually has a pretty decent amount of tree cover on this tile. It looks like the whole area down there is just trees. So it's honestly a lot of this tile I'm not going to be able to use for farming. We'll only get maybe a third of the tile, and it's somewhere around here is the southern edge of it. So then it would cut over to around here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And then it kind of cut up here. Yeah, no, 38 we definitely get way more land. Let's actually see what the price differences are. That's interesting. So,
Thank you, Blushing Beauty, for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Blushing Beauty, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get well as a month and use it here, and I do really appreciate that. Do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So this is an interesting thing that runs counter to what I'm used to seeing. Historically, when you had a tile like this, where, again, like this area here, like it's kind of this brownish area, all of that, all this down here is trees. Usually it cost more if you had tree coverage. Versus this one has basically no tree coverage, and it's significantly more. Like this is 91, and then this is 140 just about. So that's the opposite of what I'm used to seeing. So I wonder if that was a deliberate change, or like that's something with this modded map? I don't honestly know. Because definitely for farmland, 38 makes more sense. I don't like having my fields not next to each other. But in this case, I think it is kind of in the beggars can't be choosers. Like, don't get me wrong, this field over here, this area over here, especially when we consider I'm going to be able to use kind of up to this edge, yeah, so we'd be able to go like this. So if we use most of that field, it'd be comparable to the field we already have. So it's not even like it's that bad. And there is room, if we wanted to go behind here and have, like, some stuff. I could make the field come down this way as well, like have a long field that's narrower on this edge. Because we definitely didn't go as far as we could east with our stuff, because there's woodlands up there. Is this game only first-person view? Nope, you can go third-person. And if we go to 40 and 32, this is woodlands. Okay. Yeah, so I do think it'll be 30... If we're strictly looking at the farming side, 38 is the right choice. 39 would definitely be usable, because again, I can make a field that goes like this over here from where, avoiding the trees. And then we can make a separate field that would go down here. And that'd be another one, like make it trapezoid-shaped kind of deal. And that would give me some decent farmland as well. I do think 38's the more right choice, especially since we're talking about putting what's effectively a grain, since it's rice. I could see making this into, like, maybe 1 or 2 giant fields split down the middle. That way we can keep this roadway kind of going down this way. We'd get 39 next, take advantage of that area. Do that whole shebang. So I think that does make sense. Nothing on sale we care about right now. Our greenhouse needs water. But yeah, I think by default it's third person when you're in any type of equipment and first person when you're walking around. But you can go first person in your vehicles and you can go third person while walking around. You're not forced to do one or the other. What are you growing in the greenhouse? Inaki and oyster mushrooms. That is a mushroom greenhouse. There's also a vegetable greenhouse you can get, which has like, I think it's lettuce, I think it's lettuce, Napa cabbage, strawberries, like green onions. What else is in there? They have like a whole range of things you can put in there. Is the whole point. I got this one because it's a bit cheaper than the nicer greenhouses for the vegetables and all that. And I do know this one makes good money. It's making me, on the average, about 1,000 a month running this thing. Some months it's like 800 something, some months it's like 1,200 something. But like kind of on the average, it's around $1,000 a month from this building. It takes me about just over 3 laps to fully fill up the water. I have to do it about once a year. And then we do have it set to directly sell the mushrooms, so I'm not having to haul them back and forth. We are manually selling the sugar because we're talking really high volumes there, but I see the greenhouse as kind of a trickle income. We just slowly get a little bit of money at a time. Versus the sugar, we wait till July and do one massive sale. Alright, let's go ahead and get to sleep. So we are in the market for a tile of land and a direct drill seeder. The reason we want a direct drill seeder is we'll get a higher environmental score, which means we get a little bit of a bonus from precision farming. It also means I don't have to cultivate, and if I get the right one, I don't have to weed. It does it all in like one machine. So while those ones aren't as big equipment-wise, they are, you know, they do kind of 3 jobs in one. So even though it's half the size, it's still, you know, much faster to do it that way. You know, one pass to do a whole bunch of jobs versus 3 separate passes. It is one of those things, if you get like the giant, like sprayer and giant, you know, seeders and all that, they are faster. But not until you get like the really big ones. So that's a planter, but it's unfortunately not one I can... We need a seeder, not a planter. Alright. So the months we care about is October is harvest for the sugarcane. March is when the sugarcane officially plants. July is when we sell the sugar. So those are the 3 months we care about right now. As we get more crops, then we'll start adding days in. We'll be like, oh, well, our August is harvest for this one, and like May is when we plant that one, or February or whatever. But because I have only one crop, that's where we're at right now. Are you the Nexat one? You look like the Nexat one. Yeah, it is the Nexat one. Alright, we got our wonderful snow going on here. So we're gonna go back into our tent. You know, coming up on 345. Yeah, sorry, there's no music on the YouTube side. Unfortunately, YouTube does have very, very aggressive DMCA stuff. So if I put the music over there, even when I do have permission, like copyright and all that for it, I have been flagged incorrectly so many times on YouTube, I just don't even bother anymore. That's the 4-meter wide one. I think I'd rather save the money and get the 6-meter wide one. Because this would do what we need. This is technically acceptable. But the bigger one would be much better. How are you doing? You're doing good. Let's double check that I'm not making a mistake here. So, let's go up here. Let's go to our cedars. Those are right here. You're 4 meters wide. Yes, this one's a direct drill 6 meters wide. I can never remember with these is some of these do the weeds themselves, and some of them do not. And they don't label anywhere on it which way is which. That's 270 horsepower. My tractor can handle it. And some of these go up to 8 meters wide. Yeah, so like this is a really cool one. They added this one with the plains and prairies one. It is a cedar that gets to 25.6 meters wide, which is stupid big. But we can't do it. Our tractor's not strong enough. Okay. Oh, weird. So this is a cedar and planter. Huh. Okay, well then that's worth getting. And that was direct drill as well? No, it does not mention direct drill. So I could get that one and I could seed and plant, but I would need to cultivate and all that first. I'm also wondering if that's just text missing. Yeah, I can run this one as well. Yeah, so technically we can get up to 12 meter wide if we were to go up to the one for 195. This is an interesting consideration because it can do like all those crops. That would definitely be really good, but it doesn't mention it's direct drill, and I don't think it is. And if it's not direct drill, that does mean I would need to cultivate and plant and the next thing. Yeah, so it's looking like we can get up to 12. That one I can't run, the horsepower's too high. Yeah, so I got 2 that are 6. And then this one's 12. And honestly, at the price of the ones that are 6 here, it's 125, we just add 70 to get twice as wide. It's probably worth going for the twice as wide. Now these ones, like I said, some of these they weed as well. I don't think this one does. You kind of have to look at them and try and guess. So that one probably weeds as well. It's got the little tangs on the end. You have little tangs on the end, so I'd assume you weed as well. All right, so we're looking at almost 200,000 or 125, or we catch it on sale. Like I said, this one's only 4 meters wide. I don't think we buy that. I think we hold out for at least 6 meters wide. This one's unfortunately a planter, not a seeder, so it doesn't cover my needs. But it is interesting. If we get the planter seeder, the one that does both, that comes up on sale, I'll grab it and make do because of just the benefit of having something that covers all of it. It's not great for any of it. I am kind of hoping it's direct drill and it's just not labeled accordingly because the description might be just too long. I don't think it is. Yeah, so we got our harvester header and a bunch of stuff we don't care about. Let's double check, make sure that sugarcane planted fine. I've been very paranoid of sugarcane just because you just kind of do a couple processes, then ignore it. And so you genuinely just keep expecting something to not go right. But yeah, no, as far as music, like, it's also on Twitch. You won't see the music in the VODs either. And it's for the same reason. They unfortunately false positive a lot. Where even though I do only play music that's DMCA safe, it is not an unusual thing for in the past, and I've had the music on the same channel as the game. Even though, like, it was 100%, you know, it's DMCA safe and all that, it would still mute my VOD that, like, it would misflag as being some song or another. And that it would mute the VOD. And there's not a great way of dealing. You can actually go through and contest, be like, hey, that shouldn't be muted and all that. And eventually they'll be like, oh, you are right, that shouldn't be muted. And I've gone through that whole process a number of times. And, you know, by the time the process is done, the damage is done. I can't run that one. My tractor only has 360 horsepower, and that's 415. That's considerably higher. If we could, I would grab that in an instant. And that'd be perfect for us. But it's more horsepower than we got. Oh, I'm looking at the rice. It's like, don't do that. Okay, so it's still July that we have to purchase by. That's usually consistent, but I'm paranoid. And then, like, YouTube, they straight up and go, your video is demonetized. You know, it got flagged for copyright thing. You can resolve your copyright by completely deleting the audio for the segment, deleting the time segment, or whatever. But it's the same thing is, by the time you can get it all resolved, the damage is done. Like, you've already paid the consequence at that point, you just kind of accept it. So I don't put the music on the same channel that goes to YouTube or the VODs on Twitch. It's also a bummer because there's a lot of times you won't even be playing your own music. You'll be using the game music, and they won't have like a streamer mode or anything, or any warnings being like, hey, this game has copyrighted music or whatever. And then, you know, you stream the game, and afterwards it'll be like, hey, you know, here's 8 copyright flags that got flagged because apparently the licensing the game had for music did not cover streaming, and therefore, like, you don't have the rights to do it. And I don't mind games using copyrighted music where that's the case. What, you gotta let us know. Because I can easily just turn the game music off, but I gotta know I need to turn the game music off. Because for a lot of games, the music matters. Like, imagine when it comes to streaming RimWorld if I couldn't play the RimWorld music. Like, that's a very different situation. It would still be manageable and not the worst thing in the world. but it would be a bummer. Alright. Let's grab the last of the sugar here. Well, first trailer of sugar. It's time to make our money. Oh, come on. I wasn't even turning that sharp. I think it's just this hill is just the right angle for me to tip that over. Alright. We will reset the tractor. I think I've done this almost every single harvest day. To be fair, that is a very narrow trailer. So when you put any weight on it whatsoever and you take that turn with all that sugar heaped up, that is a lot of weight twisting on it. Okay. Luckily, this game doesn't have the concept of you've damaged your goods. You still get paid. Because there's so much physics stuff in this game that can get a little weird that, you know, most of the time when stuff like that goes wrong, you kind of did it to yourself. But every once in a while, it's a game just misbehaving. And if you were doing any type of sweaty challenge and then you lost like hundreds of thousands because some physics thing got mad, you'd be pissed off. And you can still have those kind of problems. Like where I reset the tractor, if I reset the trailer full of goods, those goods go away. It's not a deliberate penalty or whatever for doing that. It's just the nature of how the reset works. Is they're trying to make sure if your vehicle is in some kind of unrecoverable state that, you know, it is recoverable. So stuff like what you had on it is something they reset. I'm sure there could be mods that, like, when you reset it, it automatically sell the goods or place the goods down nearby or something like that. I could see mods doing that. But base game, once you fill something up, you do not want to reset it. Okay. Let's see, you still remember Engo, question mark? At the time you left the AI putting fertilizer on the field and tried to go back for a while later by tabbing the vehicle and it wouldn't tab. So you went to the field and it was nowhere to be seen, so you looked at the map and it was like all the way out in the water. Was that Farm Sim 22 or 25? I haven't seen that kind of thing in 25. Actually, you know what, to be fair, when 22 broke, it usually didn't do stuff like that. It usually just, you know, the AI just threw its hands in the air and said no. Or it did one of those things where it just gets stuck on a tree or something like that and just try and drive. Yeah, so I think you can't really see it too well. But there is a hill here that's got like a little groove there. And I think I'm turning in that groove. And it's just enough that I'm kind of going around tipping and then kind of tip forward as well. Because I kind of go over that groove spot. And I think it's just that combination with speed is enough to kind of get the trailer behind me tossing, which just drags the tractor down with it. That'll probably stop being an issue when we get our second, words are hard. sugar mill. When we get our second sugar mill, then we can, like, it won't be turning around in that same spot, because the sugar mill would be built on where I'm turning around right now. Because the plan is to have both the sugar drop-off, or, like, the sugar pickups in the middle. So I can just go over here, grab those. When that one's full, go to the other side, grab them. That's not where I need to turn these in. Silver Run, gotcha. It was interesting to me looking at the, so you have like your different, like Silver Run is considered a mod, even though it's an official map from the past game. I found it interesting the file size of some of those things. Like the Silver Run map, I want to say it was like 1.2 gigs. Like it was a huge map, which makes sense. Like there's the roller coaster and all the textures and models related to that, all the individual textures and models and all the buildings. Like, they put a lot of fine detail into all of their maps and all that, which is cool, but it also shows when you pull up the map and go, my god, look at that file size for you. But I mean, to be fair, you look at these map sizes, and they're not small. Like, maps like this one don't have a ton of stuff going on because it's a modded map. Like, it's mostly just the trees and all that, so this is a relatively small file size of, you know, several hundred meg or whatever. But, like, the actual official Giants maps, and then some of the ones where, you know, there's very popular maps out there where it's like, oh, this map will be Dusseldorf, or this map over here, well, that map over there is Plant City, or this map is whatever. Like, they're, like, real-world locations that people have tried to very genuinely recreate. And with that, you know, they're putting all of these high detail textures on everything, and that's where most of your file size comes from in games. It's video files, music files, textures. It's all that media. Those can add up really, really fast. I see the appeal as well for people who want to have their farm on, you know, quote-unquote real-life locations. Like, there's definitely a bunch of shenanigans that happen because for as big as the maps are, when you go to actual cities and all that, like, when you're going out in, you know, the middle of nowhere farmland, it's not like you look and you have this farm that's like, you know, a tractor and trailer once long is, you know, like doubled up is the length of the field. You end up having these fields that are, you know, 2-3 miles of straight field or more in a lot of places. And the maps aren't big enough to really accommodate, nor would that be necessarily the most fun to play. I keep going over here for some reason. I gotten into the habit of when we're doing the sugarcane drop-off, and I'm just autopiloting to there, not where I need to be selling the sugar, which is the other side of the building. So, like, there's a lot of cities, they might take what's in real life 4, 5, 6 blocks and compress that into one block. And even that, like, most of the locations that are all official are not real places. There is not they're not copying a real world place called Silver Run Forest. They kind of just take a map that's thematically like a real place, and then they call it Silver Run Forest. Like, it's like, okay, this is the Pacific Northwest vaguely kind of place. Or, you know, you've got the one map is like, hey, this is just vaguely East European. Like, what place is it actually? Shrugs. We've got the, one of the new maps that came out, Farm Sim 25. It's vaguely East Asian. You know, we've got the, River Bend, which is vaguely Southeast U.S. But, like, they're not trying to recreate a actual city called Silver Bend, right? I think, or River Bend. It's just, hey, here's kind of what that region of the world looks like broadly. But people who are trying to do like actual cities, I imagine they got to do a lot of stuff. It's the same thing like when you're playing American Truck Simulator, and it'll be like, ah, that's San Francisco, and you look down at it, And they'll have like a couple of the critical landmarks, but otherwise, like all the buildings are like vaguely themed wise correct. But because they don't want to have like the full size of San Francisco, because that'd be ridiculous and the file size would be absolutely astronomical. There's a lot of like hand waving. Well, these 10 blocks are now just one block, and we'll just kind of thematically make it fit. Okay, so let's consider. I have $264,000. The cedar we want is 190. Is this the one? Yeah, $195,000. Let's also check to make sure, because sometimes some of the ones they brought in from other stuff is better. Yeah, so actually, oh no, so you're 8 and the 190 was 12? Yeah, 190 is 12. None of those are going to be what we want. You're 6. Yeah, so most of the other ones they brought in are smaller. Yeah. So it'd be... Did you get the second sugar plant yet? No, because we've been derailed by getting the harvester. And this is what I was going to actually get into. So I got enough that we could get the second sugar plant. It doesn't do us any good until October, so I'm not going to buy it right now regardless. Otherwise, if I get the cedar and I buy a plot of land, then we already have what we need for soybean. Or not, sorry, soybean, long grain rice. And so with that, we would get a second crop we can harvest that has different days we do it, so we're not just doing the one lap again and again and again. We'd start mixing it up. And I'm leaning towards, that we go after the long grain rice instead of getting the second plant for right now. We'd still get the second plant just after the long grain rice is set up. And the reason for that is we did score that big harvester and its header and everything. So we do have all that stuff now. Because that was the main expense for getting the next crop going, was that harvester. Okay. And I keep checking the sales. Either way, we don't buy any of it now. Let's check the date. So October is the date we need to decide if I'm doing the sugar plant. For the long grain rice, the planting season is March. Sorry, April. I'm a liar. April. So October is the when we might end up doing it. We'll see. I'll waffle on it. October is when the second sugar plant comes into play and can potentially give us value. And then April is when I would need the cedar if I'm going to go and do the rice this year. Well, this coming year. And I don't think there's a wrong answer here. Both of them mean more money. So we're at August. Yeah, Silver Run is basically modeled after North California's mountainous area. It's the closest map to the area you live, though your area is a lot more cedar and a lot less redwood, i.e. none, and a lot more Madrona and alder. Yeah, no, that was my understanding with Silver Run was like vaguely Oregon, North California, maybe Washington, like that whole region. Just like Pacific Drive as a game is kind of like broadly that whole region up there. Alright. Because the bummer would be is if we actually get like the best planter we can find show up and I just spend my money. And that's going to happen sooner or later in this run. But I mean, honestly, we're doing pretty good. If we get this, like we get the planter setup or the cedar setup here, that does give me everything I need to, yeah, alright. Okay. I'm gonna go with the second sugar plant. I was kind of hoping I would see another sale, but we did not. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna grab the terrain tool. Alright. Okay, that's probably enough to get our desired effect for right now. So go down here to the sugar plant. What do you mean that land? Oh, that land isn't owned by me. Oh. Well, that's right. This pad crosses into the next tile over. So I could potentially put it here. I'm not loving the idea of that, because then I'd want to rotate it this way. That would be a doable thing. That's fine. Yeah, we'll go with it. I feel like at this point, I've already invested enough into doing it. Okay, so let's get the building itself put there first. Where'd that sugar mill go? Put a little space between them so we can de-scuff stuff a little bit. Alright. Okay, so now I grab the soften. And just trying to de-scuff this as much as we can. Okay, now go back to the soften tool. Okay, we're just cleaning up the edges as best we can. The problem is if it's too close to the building, it won't let you change it. That's okay. So they basically made like a little platform here. And all that. First one's a bit crooked. It is going to be that way for the rest of its existence. Because you cannot just move buildings. Where is gravel? Got a little bit of a road there. And no fences. But we can go ahead. Now put a light right there, it's fine. Just to dress it up a little bit. Alright. And meanwhile... Are we allowed to do more crops yet? Yeah, so we actually, if you look over there, I already have the other harvester. I was on the fence of whether I was buying the cedar or the second mill. But we already have everything but the cedar for doing the long grain rice. But we were on that fence of being like, I could do one or the other. And I was trying to hold out for the cedar. But, you know, it's harvest day, so I might as well get that to get the extra money anyways. So now we should be able to fill both the sugar mills, and any extra we just sell. And that'll be the last of anything sugarcane we're doing, because I'll be able to fill that all up. So I don't need to baby it that much. But no, this has been good. We have massively improved our profit that we can make. Actually, let's move over here. We'll catch it on this side. We got ourselves a nice little road that's going along here. I'm suddenly realizing I should not follow that road when I'm going to the field, because I do have a ledge over there. But that's okay. Over time, we'll make that nicer, too. Alright, bear with me, chat. I'm gonna put the camera on this thing. I gotta use the restroom real fast, so I'm gonna do that. I'll be back in just a moment, but thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay. I desperately needed caffeine. I was drinking this because it was sitting on my desk. It's just like a flavored water thing. And it tastes good. But it's like, oh, I need energy. Like, I need sweet, sweet caffeine, man. Alright. So let's go ahead and get you sorted. But see, it's weird hearing the Rimworld soundtrack with Farm Sim 25. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones that's kind of like, okay, that's strange. I'm probably gonna switch over to the Hard Space Shipbreaker track, which I think is a little more suited, not too long. Because we're getting ready to hit the point where I will have looped through the Rimworld track, I think twice now. Yeah, no, it's definitely good. I don't regret it at all. I think Rimworld soundtrack is an excellent soundtrack. There's one or two of like the combat tracks where like, okay, the vibe's not landing up, but like the more just your kind of, you know, the tracks that just play when nothing specific's going on, just your background stuff. I don't think it's a bad match. It's definitely not like a great match for like the music to the game, but it's definitely not terrible. But yeah, when you get to the combat music, you're like, is this what anxiety is? You're sitting there listening to the boss music as you're driving around in your tractor going, I don't understand. Like, you're ready to jump, you're ready to act, but you're like, there's nothing here. Because that was, I'm not someone who deals with a lot of anxiety personally, but I have a lot of people I know who, you know, anxiety attacks are a thing that happen. And that was the one I heard is like, imagine you're playing a permadeath game, and the boss music starts, and you look around and you can't find the boss. Like, do that for a while. That's kind of what anxiety is like. You're ramped up, you're ready, you're looking around for the threat, but it's just not showing up. Which I'm assuming that's just like their flavor of anxiety, because anxiety is not nebulous, I don't want to imply that. It's there's different kinds of anxiety. There's like social anxiety, there's just broad like anxiety there. There's anxiety where, you know, it can lean a little bit on the paranoia side. There's like whole different slices, and it's not a thing I know a lot about. I just know there's types. Okay. So the reason I filled the other one first is so I could go to my sugar mills here, and now I go to you. I'll change your output to, yeah, I'll tell you to store. Yeah, so you'll both store. We activate you, and so now I got two things making sugarcane. And I just realized you're basically out of water, so while it's doing its pass, let's go ahead and do this. I keep forgetting I've got that crown. What did we do to earn the crown? Was that from building the castle on the Highlands map? We did something to earn the crown. Maybe it was the fishing? Oh, it was the castle? Yeah, I remember we earned the crown. Which means, of course, I have to wear it. I'm pretty sure the fact that we were in the Scottish Highlands and we got ourselves a castle by building it, I'm pretty sure that genuinely makes us royalty. It's just what happens. Like, if you own a castle, then you're royalty. Let's see, try with a family history of bipolar disorder, depression, autism, on top of the anxiety. Well, that's part of the reason why, in the context of mental health, we bring up neurodivergent conditions a lot, is while there is a relationship between those, the big things, a lot of those do what's known as co-occurring. If you have ADHD, you are far more likely to have anxiety. You're far more likely to have depression. You're far more likely to have a lot of these other things. And same with like autism. And, you know, it makes a certain amount of sense. If you're dealing with ADHD and you don't realize you have it or whatever, or in a lot of ways the world can be kind of hostile to the way your brain works, you know, you are more likely to be depressed dealing with that circumstance than otherwise. which is a big part of the co-occurring, is the co-occurring is dealing with the living life situation. So to discuss those things and omit mental health, you know, kind of doesn't really help. All right. I'm wondering if we're gonna get a new RimWorld DLC. When I say soon, I'm talking like in the next 5-6 months. Because like Odyssey was very successful. Like from both the reception side of things, as well as the sales side of things. By all metrics, Odyssey definitely did very well for RimWorld. And then Anomaly is the one that's kind of the wild card there. Commercially, I suspect Anomaly was wildly successful. On the, what would I call it, reviews? On the general, like, reception, it was a little bit more mixed bag. I personally, it's my favorite, well, okay, I gotta actually think about this. So I really like Anomaly, which is funny because I actually don't like the horror-themed things of stuff very often. But for me, Anomaly was the DLC that properly changed RimWorld, like, as far as, you know, what type of encounters, combat that you run into. And I think that's still more true even with that than necessarily with Odyssey, which feels weird. Odyssey definitely added a bunch. But, like, its big thing it added was the exploration of the world. I would say Odyssey's magic is the grav ship. Like, yeah, you got the shuttle and all that, but I would say the grav ship is is truly the thing that makes Odyssey shine. It takes the world that is RimWorld that used to be this big and blows it up. Because the rest of the map kind of didn't matter beforehand. Outside very specific scenarios. I think I would still maybe say Anomaly was my favorite DLC. I think genuinely Odyssey brings way more to the table. I still think I might put Anomaly as my favorite of the DLC. And again, I'm not someone who's like, SCP, horror, all that kind of stuff. I genuinely am not that interested in that stuff. It's just, for me, RimWorld before Anomaly, like, you know, Anomaly and all that, it was very much like, all your fights could be boiled down to, they come out, like, they attacked you respecting your walls, they attack you not respecting your walls, they stand back and lob shots at you, or you have to caravan out. Those are your encounter types. With Anomaly, they do actually start doing stuff like, okay, well, this one's like a DPS check, or this one, you know, there's a hostile thing among us, or this one, you know, you've got to, like, research rush it, or that one, you know, you gotta handle it this way. Like, there's some spice to it. There's also, like, the cat and mouse of, like, you gotta find it. Like, all that kind of stuff. So it definitely changes the formula, which, to date, I would say is an exclusive Anomaly thing. Well, I would argue the Cultist kind of fits on the umbrella of, you gotta go out there and get them. It's definitely a different mechanic, but it definitely kind of falls into that same tope. But still, yes, there's a lot of Anomaly that the encounter itself, if you look at, is not that dangerous as far as, like, the amount of damage or whatever the enemy's doing, but it's you drop what you're doing and dealing with it. Like, when you're dealing with some of the raids, they stand in the edge of the map and they sit there for like a day and then they finally get to attacking you. With some of the Anomaly ones, it's like, oh yeah, they're just gonna start summoning crap or kidnapping people or whatever. And so it's kind of like, you can't wait to get yourself positioned or ready or whatever. It's like, you gotta go now. And you look at those, and a lot of the times the threats are very manageable in numbers and strength-wise, but the timing can really be a sucker. That stuff just makes Anomaly get tiring. See, that's the funny thing. It's the opposite for me. But that's, you know, that's the reason we have lots of different options. That's the reason why RimWorld's so customizable. I find the fact that, you know, Anomaly can be such a wild card as a major perk for me. Because after, you know, thousands of hours of RimWorld, the whole, like, kind of the same 3 encounter types, like, well, 4 encounter types again and again and again in the base game, and that's like, and again, the exception there being like biotech when you're playing the Mechanator and summoning the things. That's a little different, but other than that, you look at royalty and it's kind of the same thing. So far as the combat encounters, it's kind of the same thing. You look at biotech, it's kind of the same thing again, with the exception of the mech hive, or not the mech hive, the mech summoning stuff. And then you look at ideology, and it's again kind of the same thing, with the nuance of now sometimes they run in and breathe fire versus sometimes they run in and they take a lot of damage. You know, that kind of thing. And so that's kind of the thing, is like up until we got Anomaly, you had those like same 3-4 different types of encounters were the only types of combat encounters in the game. And then Anomaly added a whole bunch of them. I do think Odyssey, it's kind of like the way it used to say when Anomaly was the latest one, is to sit there and be like, Anomaly's my favorite DLC, but like Ideology and Biotech bring way more to the table, more replayability. Like, I like that Anomaly changes things, but if you were suggesting DLC to someone, it would not be the one you'd recommend first. Or second, frankly. Third before Odyssey would have been a very fair thing. I probably would have done that, because the royalty DLC to me has always been the weakest showing, but it was the first one. They were learning. But that's still mostly old true. I do think Odyssey would definitely... So honestly, like, if you had to give up one of the DLC, not counting royalty, if you had to give up one of the DLC, it becomes a more difficult situation. I think the correct answer, as much as I love Anomaly, would be the one you'd give up out of the latest DLC. Or out of the DLC in general, after, like, again, ignoring royalty, because that's the free space on the card. Because again, like, that's a thematic one that you kind of play through it and then you've seen it. There's not as much replayability, flexibility around it. You don't get as much variance compared to Biotech, Ideology, and Odyssey. But ignoring Anomaly and royalty, between Biotech, Ideology, and Odyssey, if you had to straight up get rid of one there, never allowed to play it again, it honestly becomes hard which one you give up. I think Biotech. For me, I think Biotech. While the gene stuff is really awesome, you can do some cool stuff, I feel like Ideology brings way more variance to how you run your colony. And then Odyssey makes the map matter and brings in, like, unique weapons and all that kind of stuff. I think if I had to give up one of those 3, I don't see myself giving up Odyssey. Biotech does a lot of cool things. Oh, the kids are locked behind Biotech, aren't they? I still think I'd give up Biotech before I gave up Ideology or Odyssey. The kids going away would be a real hard thing to give up, though. I do like the kids mechanic, which is surprising because when they announced me, I was like, they're doing what now? Oh no, what have you done? But I've been very happy with it. It was definitely one of those ones in the moment you had that very uncomfortable, it's like, what are you going to let us do, Tynan? Hang on. You feel like Ideology is just a much... Oh yeah, I agree. Well, it's like, without Ideology, because we think back to the days before Ideology, because it was Royalty was the DLC that came before that, and let's be honest, the only thing Royalty did is it gave us cooler Psyker powers, A+, it gave us a handful of pieces of equipment that were pretty slick, like the Zeus Hammer, cool, Not really game-changing, but neat. And then it gave us where you could do the deserter or the royalty path. Were kind of the big things you got there. I mean, well, no, because the nature path was later, right? The nature thing was ideology brought that in. But yeah, so it's basically you could side with the Empire, or you could go against them, or just ignore it and do a neutral like it doesn't exist run. So it's really just the psyker abilities and a handful of tools, and like an ending was kind of the big thing. And again, not bad-mouthing it. It was their first DLC. They, you know, they were figuring things out. They're getting it all sorted. Understandably, it was their very first one. It brings the least to the table. But, like, once you got past that, ideology was finally the point that you really mixed up your runs. Because before ideology, about the only variance you had in the game, so far as your runs, which is still enough to get thousands of hours in it, was like, are you doing, like, a tropical swamp? Are you doing a boreal forest? Are you doing the, ice sea? Are you going to do a cave, like a mountain tile that you're going to live in the caves? Like, it was mostly just, the biome was kind of the big thing, and then you could choose some of your colonist traits and how you wanted to play it. But, like, you didn't have the tools in the game to, put rule sets and stuff around that without getting into the mods. And we're not going to count mods for any of this. I felt the same way about Kids Pre-Biotech Post, but then both watch Smurf, so we are used to awful things in RimWorld chillin'. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, for me, when I first heard about, like, it's like, oh, they're gonna add kids, and you're like, oh no, because there was just a lot that could come along with the kids that were gonna be like, this is going to get real, like, you could do some messed up stuff, but the moment kids are involved, you're like, this is gonna get, I was like, it's like, Tynan, man, you trying to get your game delisted? Because it feels like you're trying to get your game delisted. But in practice, like, a lot of the worst things they don't let you do, thankfully. And even the pretty awful things you can do, like, there's enough negatives around it that it doesn't encourage that. Like, people are like, haha, gonna make my human meat farms with the children. They've made it so that's so incredibly inefficient. You're doing that just to be awful. Like, it would be an absolutely ridiculous thing to try and pull off in practice. So, like, it's definitely one of those things that they handled it very well, where they didn't lock it down to the point you couldn't do anything, but they did, set it up such that it encourages you to play the game with the kids reasonably. Don't get me wrong, it's RimWorld. Awful things happen. It's RimWorld. It's also a thing, is I think they did a good job of making him very rewarding. If you actually get a kid raised well in RimWorld, it's practically a designer character. Like, you don't get 100% creative control over it, but it's pretty rare that you're making a kid in RimWorld where they're anything but really strong. Once in a while you get unlucky and you'll be like, okay, roll the trait, you get to choose between these three and they're all awful, and you're like, thanks game. But that's definitely pretty rare. Like, even if you get 2 negatives and you don't get a positive you want, usually like, okay, fine, I'll take that positive. It's like, I don't need another character that does this, but if these are my options, it's not a bad character. Or you'll get, like, the no trait option, which is still okay. That you're neutral. So it definitely encouraged you to play the game. Like, it very, very heavily encouraged you to take care of the kids if you're going to engage with that. Because quite often those end up being your absolute best characters in your colony because you invested all the time and effort into them, got them really, really strong. It also matches the playstyles I like to do in games. Surprise, surprise, I like slow burn challenges. We're doing a slow burn challenge. The Tile Man challenge in Stardew Valley was a very slow burn challenge. I like doing the RimWorld slow burn challenge, but I like the Adam and Eve challenge. Sometimes it can be like it can be some BS RNG setting up that challenge. Because once in a while you'll go in there and you'll set up everything to be as good as you can, and then Adam and Eve will break up and you're like, well, crap. It's like, well, screw me, I guess. As you spend the next year just trying to get them to get back into a relationship so you can start your run as things are continuing to get worse. Or you'll get unlucky and you'll get the RimWorld RNG insta-kill on one of the two of them. Scuffing the run. Somebody do all the work and RNG says no? Absolutely. That's, it's never a mechanic I've turned off, but there is the one mechanic where, as the population of your colony gets higher, the odds of insta-killing one of your character in a fight, like they can't be down, they just insta-die kind of thing. Same with the enemies and all that. That's kind of one of those mechanics you're like, okay, if you take it away, it makes the game too easy. But also, it really does feel like BS sometimes. And there's a lot of stuff you can do to prevent it, mitigate it. Like, it won't fully go away hardly ever. But you can make the odds so ridiculously low, it's not... You know, when it happens, you're like, fine. And then, you know, if you've got the stuff set up mid to late game, death isn't necessarily forever. Put the body in the freezer. Start hunting for Mech Resurrection Serum. But yeah, no, the, because I mean, you get those BS random deaths, but like there's lots of BS random things that RimWorld does. Like, you know, RimWorld hitting you with a toxic fallout, and then immediately blight your crops when that's, you know, when you start recovering from that, and then hit you with malaria, and you're going, please RimWorld, you've given me like 2 years of no growing things. What do you want me to do? And then Cassandra's like, well, die, of course. I thought I made that abundantly clear. I wanted you to die. That was, this is before streaming. I did an ice sheet. This is like back in the day where ice sheet got colder, so it was harder in that regards, but then there's also some stuff that made it easier as well. But it's like, it's old ice sheet. You know, and you're playing your early game, you, you know, you acquire some food that shows up, kindly to your doorstep. But, I wasn't very far in the game before we got my first toxic fallout. Like, it's pretty early. And so, for those who haven't seen the ice sheet map in, or was it CS? I don't remember the two of them. I think it was ice sheet. Either way. I'm pretty sure it was ice sheet. But, for those who don't know that one, it's like a frigid tile. You can play it as naked brutality. So you show up there, you're naked. So, like, the first thing you do is you very quickly slap up a little box over a geothermal vent so that way you can open and close the door to avoid, one, freezing to death by being outside, but also then not overheating yourself because you put yourself in a tiny box with basically, you know, a borderline volcano in there. But then what you do is you acquire some food, put under a roof, and you basically just try and struggle until you get enough research to get hydroponics going. So it's very much in that early, I'm just trying to survive the hydroponics, and sometimes the food gets really dodgy. And like right at the beginning of the game, I got a toxic fallout, and it's like, game, I get like one animal on this map every couple of days that I immediately have to drop everything, and even if it's a very dangerous animal like a polar bear, I gotta make it work so I don't starve to death. And now you're gonna toxic fallout, so literally no animals show up for like a season. What you want me to do about this? You know, I'm sitting on enough calories for 2 days, and you've just eliminated all food possibly showing up. Knife fighting thrombos. There's, on some of those naked brutality runs, not knife fighting, but you'd have that bow, and you haven't had any food show up for a while, and a Thrumbo group shows up, and you're like, alright, how can I make this work? And I've done the thing where you shoot the Thrumbo, it gets mad, and you walk through your door, and you start repairing your door rapidly, just desperately trying to keep the door intact long enough for the Thrumbo to de-aggro, to then wait till it walks around the corner, to step out, to shoot it another time, to then go back in there and start repairing your door again. And each time you watch that door get down to like 5 health, and you're just like sweating, going, this door goes, this runs over. This Thrombo's gonna gore me, and that's gonna be the end of it. And you just get enough hits on it that it's like, okay, it's properly bleeding. I just need to not, you know, like, it will remove itself because it's already injured. We're just waiting now. I've done that with, like, polar bears and Thrumbo many a time in those early days. Because I used to do, wasn't losing as, was it losing as fun? Because it was before you could go through and customize and set up, like, 500% or whatever. I think it was losing as fun as the hard setting. And I'd do that, Naked Brutality, Ice Sheet, and I used to do that a lot. You know, again, before streaming. And then I kind of got bored of it. Like, not that it was like, oh, it's too easy, because, like, it's one of those ones that you ride or die on the RNG at the beginning of that one. The reason I got bored of it was, the same reason I don't do 500% Naked Brutality these days in RimWorld, is you find certain strategies that work, and you end up having to do those strategies like all the time. When you're at that level of difficulty, you have to take into account a certain amount of like min-maxing efficiency kind of thing. So you'd have to do like, not necessarily the super exploity kill boxes like the burn boxes or anything, you don't have to go quite that hard, but you definitely have to lean into making sure you've got a strong kill box and all that kind of stuff when you're doing those difficulties. Or other cheese shenanigans, like there was the one where you could kind of melee through a corner and they couldn't melee back. So you'd put your melee at the corner and you're ranged, and you just have them all walk up to where your person was, they'd stand there, and you could just sit there and slap them with your melee pawn. And that was just the only risk then, is your melee pawn having a mood break before wiping them all out. And then if they had that mood break, they could potentially open a door or something and kill the whole colony. But those were also the days where you could make your chicken army. Just let the chicken population explode and put them in the way of where the raiders would come, and the chickens would actually end up winning the fight. I don't even remember all the details and how that worked anymore. That's been way too long. That hasn't worked since, I think, like, Royalty. No, when did they do the rework on the animals? I know they've done like 2 of them. There was one rework that was a minor nerf on a couple of them, and then there was like another rework that was a complete overhaul, where they started making them like, you know, certain animals required a pen just to function and other animals didn't, and all that kind of stuff. If people haven't caught, I've played a lot of RimWorld. I do still play from time to time. That's a game, like, I've played, it's what, second most played game on the channel? Third most played game on the channel, I think? I haven't played in a hot minute. Like, I played a bunch of Odyssey, you know, got 2 or 3 wins. I haven't really played it since then. And that's because I've been in this weird place where the types of challenges I like don't work with Odyssey, because you can just pack up and leave. But at the same time, now that I've had a taste of being able to explore the map and see the wider world in RimWorld, going back to the days where I'm trapped in my one little tile and can't go anywhere, it just feels like I'm playing like only a small segment of the game and I want more. And I've kind of put myself in this weird spot where I want the challenges, but they don't work with the Odyssey stuff, but I'm unwilling to give up the Odyssey stuff. Which puts me at a situation where there's not really an answer to that. We've tried 1 or 2 challenges we come up that work with us, and they've been fun. But coming up with challenges in RimWorld that I wanted to do was always a tricky thing. Like, I like the pollution challenge, where we max out the pollution on the map and all that, and just have to endure it with characters who don't like pollution. You know, and slowly fix it. Which is a very slow burn challenge, but is 100% incompatible with the grab ship. Because that requires you to stay on the map and slowly fix it. As you return from painting at a backyard birthday party in the south, and you are riddled with mosquito bites. Now that I think about it, I definitely remember going out and getting chewed up by mosquitoes a lot when I was younger. I can't think of the last time I was bit by a mosquito. And it's not like I don't go outside anymore. I don't go out as much as when I was a kid. Huh. I know it's a big thing nowadays that they spray in a lot of the areas. So that could just be it, is that they've got more mosquito suppressant stuff going on here. Since I am, like, in the burbs. Whereas a bit more rural in the past. A bit more small town. I guess not rural, small town in the past. I just didn't think about that. I've been bit by horseflies, and those suck. Like, mosquitoes are annoying, but horseflies straight up suck. Those hurt. Regardless, mosquitoes also suck. Mosquitoes are terrible. I definitely know I've been chewed the crap out of by those before in the past. I'd say the worst are fire ants. Just because you usually don't get a fire ant bite. Usually if you're getting fire ant bites, it means you got into where they're at. And you usually end up with like at least 5 or 6 bites. I think the worst one I had is, I don't remember why, but we had like a pile of mulch behind the garage at my parents' house. You know, me and my brothers were outside playing, doing whatever, and I decided I was going to sit down on the mulch pile, because, you know, it was probably more comfortable than sitting on the ground, so I sat down on the mulch pile. Little to my knowledge, that thing had basically become one giant anthill, and so sat down in that, and the ants just came around. And I got bitten the crap out of. Like, it was mostly still, like, just arms and legs, because, you know, everything else is basically covered, and the moment that, you know, the moment I realized the error of my ways, the, panic and flailing ensued. But yeah, that was no fun. I think that mulch pile sat there for years. But after that time, which was when it was pretty new, like, never touch that mulch pile ever again. I got chewed up by ants a good number of times. Because where we were at, every time we had a really bad rain, the ants would move around. I will say it was really cool seeing, so when, you know, on the occasion, like, obviously having the yard flood and all that was bad, but when you have a bad storm come through and the yard would flood, it was actually pretty cool seeing the ants and how they move across water. It's pretty cool stuff. So depending on the type of ants, they'll have different strategies. The ones we had by where we were at, it was almost like watching this, like, floating ant platform, where what they would literally do is they'd get, like, the queen ant in the middle somewhere, and they just kind of walk over each other and let the other ones walk over each other and keep repeating that and slowly work their way over, using themselves as the raft. But the whole colony would just rotate and move towards the water's edge till, you know, to set up anew at a new place because their nest was underwater.
Thank you Mahan Rai for subscribing for 24 months.
And alright, Luxor, you take it easy. And thank you, Mohan Rai, for the tier 1 sub. That's 24 months you've been subbed to the channel. 2 whole years. And I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot. Yeah, no, I like the, like, it's just cool seeing, like, the ant rafting. Now, granted, you also sit there and stare and go, that's, like, you know, several hundred to several thousand fire ants just flowing across the top of the water. And when I say flowing, it'd be like a thing like that big of ants, because again, they're just walking over top of each other. And that could be like 1,000 ants pretty easily to make, you know, a spot that big. But that was always neat. It was also neat during those times because we'd have, I don't know about nowadays, but back in those days, right after the flooding was pretty heavy, in the backyard and all that, you'd have, like, all the little frogs being born and all that, because, you know, the frogs loved it when it flooded. So if it stayed flooded for a little while, you'd go out there and there'd just be, like, everywhere you'd see, like, these tiny little microscopic things hopping, and it'd just be all these itty-bitty little frogs. That, you know, it'd be just whatever the size the frog is after it came from being a tadpole or whatever. Where you'd see, like, in the waterways, you'd see all of the tadpoles. But you could just go out there and be just so many of these tiny little frogs. There's also a ton of bird out there. These two things were related. The birds also liked the endless sea of little frogs. They were quite the fan. We'd have tons of, like, egret and ibis and all that out there just having a smorgasbord. Every morning you go out there, be like 2 dozen of them in the backyard. Alright, I've been filling up the one on my side more than the other one. I still don't think we're near filling because they've been split up enough between them. How are we doing at filling these up? They're honestly both at about 2/3. I will say that RimWorld music is making me get the mood for some RimWorld. It still just comes down to the problem of not being able to decide what I want to do in it. And people do try to, like, give me a bunch of suggestions, and it's appreciated. I haven't... Like, honestly, I think the next time I play RimWorld, I might just straight up just do another straight up Odyssey run. Probably not the version where the mech hive chases you, because that forces you to travel around a whole lot. And that just means not staying anywhere very long. I mean, maybe. We'll see. I could definitely go for an Odyssey run of some kind. Because they always wanted to put time in and, like, try and get the best unique weapons and all that stuff. I've done the Adam and Eve Odyssey version. I haven't won that one yet. Because something, like, the few times I've attempted it, you know, you get pretty far and it's RimWorld. Sometimes bad things happen. I still am happy with myself that the very first Anomaly run I did, I won. I'm trying to remember, did we win the very first Odyssey attempt, or was it the second one that we won? Or... oh, it might have been the third. I want to say I got it done pretty quick, because I know we had the one that I had gotten really close to the mech hive, and I went to land to get, it was another one of the cores, and just dealing with it, I had like a really bad infestation I had to deal with, and I moved over to deal with the infestation, so I was like, here's the ship, and I was way down in that corner, and it just so happened that at that time, I had the zombies show up, or the shamblers, or whatever, and, like, they were coming from a different angle, and it was just kind of one of those things that I was just too far out of position, and I couldn't get myself to any kind of defensible position on a shambler assault. So they just, it was 100%, I was in a bad spot, and I got just wrecked. And that kind of stuff happens in RimWorld. Sometimes you just get the wrong event at the wrong time, and that's all she wrote. So you need a mod called Constant War, where we'll add additional attacks on a schedule more frequent, plus need an AI to figure out burn boxes, kill boxes, etc. To be smart enough to go around those. Yeah, I mean, well, you've got siege, you've got siege raiders and all that already kind of achieves that last goal. Like, that's the thing. For me with RimWorld, I'm not looking to just make RimWorld harder. RimWorld actually has, when you turn it up to like 500% naked brutality and all, yeah, you can get to the point where you can start cheesing stuff, but usually by then, you've already pushed pretty far. I was making so when AI is attacking walls that the AI set up defense layouts while burrowing through the wall. Yeah, I don't need all that. That's fine. I don't need games to go out of their way to be as hard as possible. I like a good challenge, and I definitely play some pretty unforgiving, unreasonable games. But I definitely remember back in the days with Dark Rain, there was a project, I can't remember what it was, but basically this group who was into like artificial intelligence in regards to like in games and all that, trying to make the most challenging AI they could. And they did that whole thing to create that stupid AI in there. And we got a bunch of like the better players for Dark Rain together, which it's like, let's say a bunch, it's like 3. And it was just a matter of trying to beat the AI. And yeah, it wasn't fun. Because it basically meant you had to break out every cheese strat you could and all that. And ultimately the way that one worked is you basically had to just build this solid, like, the beginning game was just an absolute rush of trying to do everything as fast as you can to get a defensive position. And then you just kept reinforcing defensive position, effectively making a line where neither side could really do much to each other. There was just way too much invested on the defense. And then once the water supply started slowing down a lot so that you couldn't build very fast, you know, no one had the resources to push through the other. And then you do a thing where you could drop an enemy underground, pop it up on the area, and smash with the seismic and use, like, basically your super weapons. That was, like, the only way to beat the A. That was not fun. Like, it was a challenge. It was hard. But it was, dear God, tedious. Because the AI was very aggressive in building and all that. So even when you got there and you snuck up your extremely expensive units to just destroy buildings and all that, you know, by the time you could get your next couple of rounds of those up and out and start doing stuff, you know, it had recovered a great deal. And you had to be careful because it would watch out for scouts. So you couldn't just sneak in and keep an eye on their base. So you had to use, like, different things to try and very carefully, like, scout out the base little by little. If you tried to artillery them, they'd just find your scout and kill it immediately. And so it's just like the only way to make any real progress was to use the underground units they couldn't hit that didn't do any damage. They were to pop units out underneath the enemy and just use that for effectively targeting you. The Rift super weapon, like, you'd have one of your teammates do the underground thing and the other teammate, was the other faction or whatever, would use the Rift to just drop a black hole on an important building. Or you just pop out some of the things that would do like a big seismic wave and destroy everything in a cone for like half a screen or whatever. But yeah, no, that was tedious. It's definitely one of those things that you can do challenge in games where it's fun and interesting, and you can do challenge in games where it's like there's a whole thing about like developers who want the game to beat the player. That's like their goal. And a lot of times the things they do to make those games hard is just not fun. Because those are also ones that you usually have to get like real exploity to start getting those where you want them to be. Because it's also a thing that as you get the games harder, you do force the player into doing more and more min-max. So like if you think about like RimWorld, for example, you can kind of be a bit more creative in your base design and all that when you're playing in, say, like Strive to Survive. But if you jump up to losing is fun, now you got to be a little bit more strategic that, you know, where you were just building those kind of silly rooms and all that, maybe you can't do that because you can't really give up that resource and time and hope to win. Okay, well now you start ramping up to the next higher thing with 500% and all that. Okay, well now you have to put a lot more consideration in your defenses. You can't have like as much variance. You got to be a lot more on the ball about like having a proper set of defense. And I know you'll be like, but Adam versus everything, or Warren or whatever. They did that run where they didn't do the other thing. Most of the time, if they're like, okay, well, I'm not going to use, you know, kill box, or I'm not going to use this, you replace that thing with another strategy that's a differently strong strategy. And even if you're not, it is one of those things that it requires you to play at like the absolute maximum capability. And that can be fun as like a challenge from time to time to just see what you can pull off. But definitely for a game with extended gameplay like RimWorld can be, very rapidly that gets stale. Because like I mentioned earlier, I used to play 500% Naked Brutality Ice Sheet as my go-to before streaming for a good long while. And I got bored with it, not because it was like too hard or whatever. I just got tired of building bases in similar ways that I found with 500% Naked Brutality. Sorry, it wasn't 500%. It was losing is fun. There wasn't 500% at that time. At least I don't think there was. Whatever the hardest was, that's what I was playing. That's what matters. But it was just one of those things. I found all my bases, there would be parts of it that were kind of the same, or it'd be one or two variations, because that was what was kind of needed to win, or needed to kind of hold out to potentially win. And it was one of those things I realized, you're like, no, I'd much rather bring the difficulty down and have a lot more flexibility of play to keep things interesting than, you know, feeling like I always have to, like, how can I do a little bit better in this thing? Like, how can I take this kill box I made and maybe perform a little bit better? You know, like, if I position a person up here with the EMPs as opposed to over there with the EMPs, you know, that'll give me a little bit more chance to stun this thing, you know, in the right position where I can get hits on it more effectively, or whatever the issues are. And there can be fun there to, like, min-max those things. I don't really enjoy that gameplay as much. It can be interesting to figure out, but I'd rather have a lot more variance. So yeah, no, if the next RimWorld DLC dropped, they're like, by the way, we've amped up the AI, it now avoids your traps or whatever, and you're like, okay, so traps are utterly useless now. Oh, by the way, it's smart enough to know your other doors and weaknesses in your defense to know where the holes are, and it'll circumvent any type of defensive position you have. You're like, okay. Oh, by the way, they also can now animation cancel to make sure they get extra hits in. By the way, they're now aware of, like, the aim time on weapons, and will use fast reflex weapons so they get to shoot at you and then duck behind cover before you get to shoot back. There's definitely be a point where you'd be like, you know what? Screw this game. Like, I don't want to micro that hard. It's honestly, in a lot of games, the micro is what gets me. That's actually, for the longest time, one of my biggest grievances with RimWorld was, you know, Blight was a mechanic, and that's fine. But, like, when you go, okay, get rid of the Blight, you had to micro it so hard. Like, you used to have to sit there and, like, zone it down to just the area of the Blight and assign the people there and make a max priority plant cut and all that stuff. Like, oh, by the way, it can now see in the same view as a player, and therefore has God view. Good luck. Yeah, NPCs have perfect situational awareness, so if you attempt to outflank them, they immediately react fully aware of your flank maneuver, so that you can't actually flank them. By the way, they all carry the flares from Anomaly. Yeah, by the way, the AI now has access to dev menu. Yeah, you can make the game harder, but it's like if you actually look at a lot of game development is actually making the game easier in subtle ways. We've talked about this a number of times. When you're playing games, usually it's not going to be games like RimWorld or whatever. There'll be more in your games like your Half-Life, your Dooms, your Duke Nukems, you know, these first-person shooters. Sometimes RPGs will do it, sometimes action RPGs. But we have what we refer to as the magic hit point. And for those who don't know what the magic hit point is, a lot of games, having you get just one-shotted by the enemy, unless it's like for story reasons or whatever, is usually a feels bad man. Unless, like, specifically, you know, a player is level 5 and they're tangling with a level 50, you know, just utterly trash them. But in an actual, like, you're fighting a appropriate level whatever thing, you'll have what's called the magic hit point. And the way to look at it is if you have a life bar that's got 100 hit points, those last 5 hit points or that last hit point might actually be worth, like, 25 hit points. And so while it's reporting the number 100, the reality is you have like 125 or 150 or something like that. And what it is when you get down to those last hit points are worth way more, and they'll do that, or it'll be a thing that like if damage would have killed you, it drops you down to 1 hit point, and it keeps you there if you didn't get overkilled by a certain amount. And it can create those really intense moments where you're like, oh man, did you see that? Like I was fighting that boss and he knocked me down to 1 hit point and I barely made it through. And a lot of those moments happen because a lot of those games, again, have the magic hit point. The hit point that is worth more than the other hit points. And it is a very common feature. And it's a way the game kind of cheats in favor of the player to make the game more fun. Because when you have those situations that you very narrowly beat the boss, it's a very fulfilling thing. Versus if the boss walks up, hits you once, and just dumpsters you, it's not a very feel-good thing, usually. That could be a very frustrating thing. You still have to play and perform, but the game did give you, like, a 1 extra hit that you shouldn't have gotten to make that moment happen. There's also a lot of our hand-holding that games do, especially if you're, like, doing precision maneuvers in a game. So, Portal. Portal's got some very famous buffoonery and shenanigans it does to help the player. There's a lot of places in Portal where you have to do stuff like launch yourself across an area into like a window or into like another portal farther up. What a lot of people don't realize that Portal does is when you're doing a lot of those, if you are within a very wide range of where that portal covers, it kind of nudges you into the portal in the correct direction, so it's not actually that precise. So you're launching yourself across the room and the portal's in the middle here and you're going to hit like up here where you would hit the wall, fall, and die. It'll kind of just bend your jump to get you to go through the portal anyways. Because mechanically a game like Portal, the player control's not fine enough for you to do those like minor course corrections and reliably hit those precise jumps. So it does a lot of hand wavy, nudging the player into the things as long as they're close enough and giving you the thumbs up and saying you did good. So it does cheat in favor of the player. But, you know, again, the alternative is an incredibly frustrating game where it expects you to be like perfectly lining up your shot at an incredibly long distances, which is very hard and very frustrating. But games constantly cheat for you. A lot of stuff, it could just be rounding in favor of the player. Like, you know, you should lose this by 1 point, but because of how we round the enemy's damage down always and your damage up always to give you just a little bit of an edge. Those kind of things. And that's all very common stuff. It's ultimately the point of the game is to be fun. You can make games entirely too punishing for fun if it doesn't feel fair. Sometimes it could be hitbox calculations as well. There's a lot of games when it comes to your hitbox calculations, like, did you collide with this or not? They will actually, you know, in those areas where, like, on that border, it'll take it in favor of you did not take the damage. So you'll have those instances where you're playing a game and, you know, there's the spike on the wall or whatever, and you'll see that you can make your character overlap the spike just a little, which you shouldn't be able to do, and it's because they've made your hitbox a bit smaller than you are, again, to give you just that little extra help. And a lot of that isn't by mistake, it's by design. Holding hands. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're not rated for that. Hang on. What do you think this is? NC-17 holding hands? Okay. But no, it's cool. It's cool, like, if you ever get the chance to go into some of the games where they have, like, the dev interview as you're playing through the game, some of those can be really fun. I know Portal 2 did that. That you can get the dev commentary as you play through the game. And they'll talk about, like, all sorts of wild things they did. Like, I want to say... I think it was Portal 2 that one of the things they said is there's only one impossible space in the entire game. For those who don't know what an impossible space is, imagine, for example, I walk into this building here, the sugar mill here. Now, if you left it that size, where I just walked in that size, it'd be very restrictive of what they could put in there. So quite often when you're playing a game, they'll transition you into a room, and the room will actually be larger than the building was, as far as like physics and everything going in. So you'll actually go into the room, and you know, you have that, wait a second, you know, this is bigger. And that's very common in games like Stardew Valley, and those kind of things, where you have the house that if you look at it, it's only like 100 pixels wide or whatever, and then you go inside, and it's like 3 times that size once you go inside the building. But Portal 2, they had only one impossible space in the whole game, which, considering a lot of the reveals and all that kind of stuff they did in that game, is actually pretty impressive. Because a lot of those games, like the old Half-Life and Doom and all that, had tons of impossible. Sorry, actually, Doom might not have, but a lot of those old games used to use impossible spaces a lot. But yeah, that was like, because they had a whole bunch of stuff. Like, it's cool hearing all the commentary from the Portal devs, where you, like, because the way that one works is you'd walk through and there'd be, I think it's like a little microphone icon or telephone icon, and it would be like in this area of the commentary. But the Doom era didn't have good teleporting. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was like, wait a second, I don't think Doom had. I think I'm going there. I think I'm going too far back. But that's where you had a bunch of, like, weird rooms, because they wanted to set up a room to look a certain way, so you had, like, this weird hallway room. You can now summon Thrumbo as a pet in Assess. Yeah, no, I had a dare drop to getting the Thrumbo, but we were pretty far into it, and I hadn't seen it. So I actually dropped the dare drop. I actually need to go back. I've got some keys from dare drop I need to give out, and I haven't done it yet, because I keep forgetting about it. We've got enough of them that I want to do it where I start the stream, I give out a key after like an hour, and then, you know, throughout the stream I give them out. And I always forget till I'm most of the way through. And I do it that way people are only there for the beginning of the stream, have a chance. People there at the end of the stream can have a chance. It may not be the key they want, but that I am giving out keys. Because, like, for the ones I have, is like one for Roadcraft, one for SnowRunner, and one for Mudrunner Expeditions, I believe. I have a couple others I don't remember off the top of my head. I don't have a ton, it's a couple. The Dispatch game devs talked about how they made the hero in Dispatch part of the game auto-succeed under certain certain situations, and then at one point in the game they removed the auto-help features and used the actual percentages, which made the game feel harder. Just to get a sense of desperation during that part of the game. But how they made the hero in Dispatch part of the game auto-succeed under certain situations, and then at one point of the game they removed the auto-help features and used that to actually help percentages. So you're saying, like, mechanically, to be clear, like, mechanically in the game, there was just a random percent chance, or, like, it's not random, a set percent chance that, or, like, sorry, I take that back. If you did certain things, you would automatically win what should be, like, a dice roll or whatever. But, then after getting a bunch of data, then they made it a percent chance based on, like, how many people accomplish that thing? Is that my understanding? Or is it like it was very formally telling you it was doing that during the game, and after a certain point it's like, you're on your own, put on your big pants. This is on you now. That's, I do appreciate, there's been not many of them, but the games that do the fourth wall break. Let's see, so auto succeed for a bit, ignoring the numbers they showed. I see. So, like, you would play the game, and, like, early on, it would be like, oh, you've got a 70% chance of success. But if you had the right conditions, it would just automatically roll that you won. Even though, like, it didn't do the 30% consideration. It just automatically assumed to win. But then later on, it took it away. So, the 70% chance you'd have a much higher success rate because you'd probably meet those conditions or whatever. And then when they put them on the actual conditions, even though they truly were the, you know, percentages now being presented, it was you as the player had a higher fail rate because your old percentages were a lie. I can get behind that. There's definitely games that manipulate that as well, that they'll present things in one way but the reality is something else. What I was gonna say is I do like games for, like, creating those desperate situations where they fourth wall break, where they actually mess with the game. The one that comes to mind is Undertale, where you have certain bosses that attack the user interface itself. And I won't spoil that farther. Granted, at this stage, if you haven't played Undertale, I don't imagine you're going to. It is worth playing, even if you're someone who's, like, not into retro stuff, and it kind of presents it that way. It is very much its own unique animal. But I do like games that do that kind of stuff where you're playing the game and there's certain rules the game has always had. And then, you know, you face, like, the big bad, or there's whatever. And, like, you know, they make the comments like, oh, you've gotten too strong, I won't be able to beat you. And then, like, kind of turns the player but you, and then they, like, start attacking the user interface and ignoring your character in the game or whatever. I do like a good fourth wall break. There's not been too many who have done it well. There's definitely been some who have done it that's kind of poorly done, cringy. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Undertale definitely does it well. Which is one of the things that really sells Undertale. Is not only that, there's a lot of stuff that game does that is just not the kind of stuff you see in games half the time. So it was really, truly a unique experience. Now, it's also a game that's 100% not for everyone. There's just definitely going to be people that it's not their jam. Actually, the XCOM devs talked about how they actually fudge the numbers in the player's favor, but the players only remember the failures. So we feel like we got messed with. Oh yeah, no, that's I forget. There's a psychological phenomena. Usually they use it in the reference of money, but there's a whole thing like you can earn $100, but you'll forget about it. But if you lose, like if someone steals $1 for you, you will remember that dollar. Like even though objectively, if those happened at like the same time, is that you won $100, and then someone stole $1. That $1 you are going to remember far more vividly than the other $99 you got. It's just, It's just kind of how the brain is wired. We worry more about, because you can imagine that there's, not even again with the money thing, but there's like an evolutionary pressure, you know, things that hurt you, things that cause loss, whether it's, you know, food or whatever, you know, you want to avoid repeating those. Obviously, those gains matter more, but a lot of times those gains are, you know, you have lots of opportunities for those, but a loss at the wrong time is more punishing. So it is definitely, like, wired into the human brain to have a predisposition towards weighing on stuff like failures and loss and that at a higher degree. To be honest, XCOM is great. Probably something about how randomized numbers is not good. I think there's also, as being mentioned, there is the psychological component. I've talked about before, I had the friend I'd play Warhammer 40k with sometimes. And even when we could sit there and do the math and be like, no, you literally rolled exactly in statistical probability. Like, you literally lined with the statistical stuff. He would get all pissed off being like, you know, this roll was terrible. Like, it's like, this shouldn't happen. Like, this is way outside anything reasonable probability. How can I win, like, if I just roll like crap? And then you look at it like, no, actually, for the game, you have rolled very close to what would be expected statistically, but it doesn't feel that way because just the nature of how psychology works. You don't balance it out. You see the bad rolls, and they stick in your mind way more than the good ones, or the rolls you lost versus the rolls you won. Let's see. Online discussions of XCOM RNG are infuriating. There's just a constant circle of people trying to explain the psychology of chance, and the people who insist the RNG was broken, while ignoring the first people. Yep, absolutely. The original didn't just in your favor. The shown odds were more drastic than the actual math. The 95 hit chance is actually like an 80 hit chance, but 10% be hit was more like 30. I have no idea on that one. I know it's a meme that'll be like, a 1% chance that you got hit gets crit. Or, you know, a 95% chance you hit the enemy misses. Yeah, now I know one of the things that happened, and I can't remember if this was XCOM, but there's definitely some of those games, the way they present their UI isn't right, in the sense that it'll say like, hey, there's a 95% hit chance, but then separately the, you know, enemies have a dodge statistic or whatever, but it still just shows as miss. And so it's kind of one of those things, it's like, technically, yes, you rolled to hit, but then the enemy rolled to not get hit. And I don't know if that's an XCOM thing, but there's a lot of games where that kind of stuff happened, especially if we go back a little ways. That you run into a lot of kind of stuff where there's those layers of statistics, and what you're presenting the UI is only one of the layers, which again makes it unclear. Like, misleading is too strong, but it makes it confusing. It's not presented accurately. But I don't know if XCOM did anything like that. Because that's the thing, unless you dig into the code kind of thing, to like actually look what's happening under the hood, you can definitely see false patterns. And then sometimes it is a thing that you had a 95% chance, and if you went through all the other people had 95% chance and they all rolled, that statistically you were within the average, but you individually just unfortunately rolled a whole lot of ones. That does happen. That's one of the things about randomization that the human brain is also really bad at. You can go, you know, give me a completely randomized number, roll the dice 100 times, and it can come back with like 90-something ones, and you'd be like, this is garbage, this randomization is terrible, but in reality it was actually good. It just happened to be a statistical outlier. But if you continued that process, the more times you continued it, the more it would align with what you'd expect. That's the catch with random. It's the reason a lot of games use pseudo-random. That they will fudge numbers, like, if you miss too many times, they'll kind of wink, nudge, shove the number slightly in your favor so you get that hit. Let's see, by the way, Kerbal Space Chrome has a new all-time play record of 22,000. It was 16,000 in the past, you remember correctly. Oh yeah, no, I believe it. Like, it's, like, before the Artemis missions, very genuinely, Kerbal Space Program was averaging in the course of a day something like 5-10 viewers or something like that. And then now you're looking at it, and it's only a couple hundred. Like, it's less than, like, Farm Sim and, Rimworld and that, but not by that much. So we've definitely seen, like, a massive increase on people viewing it on the content creator side. And that only tells part of the story, but that still just shows that there is a bump. You made a character in Skyrim that lines up with the D&D stat specialization of a paladin, with them focused around heavy armor, one-hand, two-hand block, destruction, restoration. Okay. I hope you have fun with that. I haven't played Skyrim in a real long time. Hey, Randall Thor, thank you for the 5 gifty subs. I really appreciate it. I hope you're having yourself a good day and all good stuff, but thank you so much for that support. Alright, so this is where we're getting these last little bits of sugarcane laying around here that the AI misses. And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a sub to Ben Lee directly. Sniping the unsubbed. Thank you so much for that support. Again, I appreciate it. Alright. We got this corner over here. Your Skyrim character is overpowered. You just breathe on a dragon and it dies like a swatted mosquito. Yeah, no, we've actually, I've had a bunch of discussions on different channels in the last couple of days that, you know, people end up talking about this or that in a game about, like, you know, oh, I appreciate the devs let us do this or whatever. And it's kind of one of those things that, like, just contextually, it's been around the lines of, like, I appreciate that there are games that are like, yeah, we'll let you be as overpowered as crap. I'm like, good. It's weird to you that look at game category numbers. Some games occasionally just have a circular minor comebacks because people see it, choose to play it, then choose to play it without even an update, but most often caused by minor hotfixes that remind people, even if they changed a little. Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, it's like you look at a lot of games. There are games that are kind of these cult classics. They haven't had an update in 10 years. But it is one of those things that every once in a while, you know, someone does something cool in the game, and that, you know, gets a bunch of people excited for it, and a bunch of people jump back into the game, you know, kind of partially on the nostalgia, partially because the game is still good and all that kind of stuff. Oh, I should repair. Do I have the money to repair you? Like, there's a lot to it. But yeah, no, that's a normal thing. The kind of one of the ways I usually will talk about with a lot of games that it comes to, again, popularity on content. So not like people playing it, but on content. Kind of the flow most games have is thing happens that builds interest. And while certainly like releases and major updates in that build interest, you can also have like, let's say Project Zomboid just doesn't have an update for years. Obviously people be upset about that, but let's just say you know, devs like, you know what, 1.0, it's done. Like all this AI stuff, like all these NPCs, we checked it out, it's bad time. 1.0, it's done. No more updates. We're working on our next title. Usually what happened in that case is you'd have the game would like have it spike from whatever the event is, and it just kind of goes down. And then the question is, from the content creator, does it go down like this, like straight free fall, or does it kind of bleed down? If it's a game that bleeds down slowly, that means you get a lot more time that you can kind of stay in that game before people start losing interest and moving on, broadly speaking. Like, the number of net new viewers you get from it, you have more opportunity there versus... There's, like, a lot of Tycoon games, you watch the line, it goes like this. Straight up for release, and then straight back down. Like, it's not quite that extreme. It'll be like this, and then, like, a really, really tiny bump up. Tycoon games have a very short shelf life most of the time in content creation, unfortunately. Which is what it is. It's nothing wrong with them. It's as games that people tune into. That's just kind of a short life and all that. But sometimes the things that generate stuff is, again, with the Project Zomboid reference, imagine, 2-3 years go by, Project Zomboid's, like, not really got much viewership, no updates are happening, and suddenly, Ambiguous Amphibian goes, well, there's this mod here, and I've done this new challenge run, and posts a video about their new challenge run. And now there's suddenly a whole lot of people are like, you know what? Project Zomboid's a good game. I haven't played that in a while, let me go back. And so you kind of had this little kind of mini resurgence for Project Zomboid because someone posted a video or did a stream or there was some, article in some gaming journal or whatever. But it gets people thinking about it and it brings back. So we like to often think about the things that boost the hype around a game, like you give it that resurgence, typically around like game releases, updates and all that. But it can very genuinely be just someone playing the game, and then people seeing it being like, oh yeah, I remember that game, that was a lot of fun, I should play that. Or they like, a lot of times they come up with a new challenge, and even if people aren't playing the new challenge, it was still the catalyst that got people excited for it. Like even within like the circle of content creators that, are associated with me, 100%, we have absolutely fed off of each other where one of us will go and play, one of us will play a game, and then another one's like, oh, you know what? I enjoy that game. We could turn that 90 degrees. There we go. Alright, if you're wondering why I'm doing this, Kenji's a good example. That absolutely happens with Kenji. Kenji is 100% a game that on any given day, it's a pretty dead category. Nothing wrong with the game. It's just, when was the last time that Kenji had an update that was anything of substance? It's been freaking forever. Yeah, there's mods, but people don't pay attention to that as much. And so, it's definitely one of those games that will end up happening is, again, someone will pop out, whoever it is, Ambiguous Amphibian, the Spiffing Brit, anyone who's got, it doesn't even have to be someone that big. Like, it could even be, like, someone like me pops out, we play some Kenshi, and then, maybe because I play Kenshi, then turns around, then, Disnoff plays Kenshi, because it's like, oh yeah, Kenshi. I'm not saying that Disnoff looks at my channel and uses that as a reference or whatever, by the way. But it's like, oh yeah, Kenshi, like, I like Kenshi. And then that causes Ziggy D to play Kenshi. And then you have this, like, kind of bump up. And it's not everyone trying to, like, cash in on the hype or whatever. It's just, you're like, oh yeah, Kenshi, that's a good game. I should play Kenshi. And it does absolutely happen to be one of those things that, like, you'll have that kind of thing create growth. Because, like, that's, like, for an example, that's kind of what happened with Among Us. Like, Among Us had been out for a long time before it had, like, any meaningful audience. And then it was just, some content creators found it and were like, oh yeah, Among Us. This is a fun little game. We can play this game. And, blew the game up in a big way. And now you can watch that game kind of go up or down depending on if any like, bigger creators are doing anything in that space. It'll cause it to spike. And again, that's primarily on like content creator things. Usually the player numbers is like the more consistent whatever. Like, it's one of the difficult things as a content creator is very much people seeking out content is short-lived. Like, it goes from up to down to none, like, that so often. There's some games that stick around long-term, but there's just a lot of games that they got their 30 seconds in the light, and then they're done on the content creation side. Not because creators don't want to play those games, but if the viewership's not there, we can't. I made the comment in the past of, you know, you vote with your eyeballs. If I'm playing a game, even if I'm enjoying it, if like, you know, if I'm playing the game and there's just no turnout, you know, this is how I pay my bills. I can't keep playing. If people don't show up, it means I have to stop that thing. And fortunately, that doesn't happen super often. Like, I definitely get to the point when I start seeing the viewership dip on something, I will tend to switch. But again, that's just the nature of the beast. You have to do that. You have to ride or die, or ultimately, you'll just not be able to survive in content creation. And it's tough. This is actually a conversation I've had with a number of creators, that like one of the hardest things as a content creator is when you're going to be playing a game and you're like, this is one, my community's gonna love it, this is great, I'm excited to play it, and then you play it on your channel and the numbers are terrible and you don't know why. Or even if you do know why, but like you got all excited and you're thinking like, this game will be perfectly up their alley, and whatever reason it just does not land. It can be that, like, you know, it's got something in the game that people don't care for. It came out at a time that something else came out that, or whatever. You just misread things. Because that could be a thing, is you just misread your audience on that one. Or whatever. It can just absolutely just suck the wind out of your sails when that happens. Let's see, News Day, okay, you're doing that stuff. So do you see a difference in contributions per viewer based on the category? Or is it mainly audience size? Do you see a difference in contributions pure viewer based on category? Are you, when you're saying contributions, are you saying like subs, bits, donos, those kind of things? Like what is contributions in this context, I guess is the thing. Because you're talking like people doing subs and bits. It is a thing that there are definitely some game categories that people tend to be more generous than others. I don't really factor that in because honestly it's too hard to quantify. Like there isn't an easy way for me to go in and be like, this game category I get 30% more subs. That's 100% going to be a thing, but actually being able to measure that, like, I don't have a data set large enough to make any type of meaningful anything out of that. That would require like lots of content creators being able to submit large volumes of data with normalization and everything going on to get any type of meaningful anything out of it. But yeah, no, there's definitely, especially if a game has like Twitch integration stuff and all that, you can see massive differences. There are some games that have a reputation of just getting you lots of contributions. Most of them are not the kind of games I play. That's games like your Fortnites and all that. A lot of competitive games have that. Like your League of Legends, your Path of Exile. Well, I mean, Path of Exile is not competitive that same, right? A lot of those games will kind of tend to have more... I mean, Path of Exile I can't actually say. I don't know that one for sure. But like your League of Legends that generally have a more generous audience so far as, like, again, subs, bits, donos. But even then, I don't think it makes sense to target that. I don't think it's that substantial. And even then, if there were a game that, like, that is the game that people are more giving money-wise, you'd likely have more creators in that space, which means you're now diluting the number of people in that space and yada yada. That would kind of take away the benefit of it. Let's see, LoL's one of the worst games to play. Like, really bad for mental health, but watching is fun. Yeah, no, some of those games that are, like, hyper-competitive and all that kind of stuff can be really difficult. And then also, like, games that you're trying to do whatever's in the game. Like, honestly, games that are competitive are also awful because your audience can be awful. Like when you're playing those really competitive games and you flub a play, your audience can be ruthless. Like, you know, people saying all sorts of nasty things about like how bad you're at. And I do find competitive games tend to have far more toxicity, not only in the game, but in their communities. Like, they're a lot cooler with being a lot more... belligerent's probably too strong a word, but a lot meaner and, like, more hostile about stuff and a lot less forgiving about a lot of things. Like, if I go and I roll a tractor, we're gonna have a good chuckle about it. But, like, if this is, like, some hyper-competitive game and I rolled the tractor, you'd have someone be like, you idiot, how could you do that? You threw the game and yada yada, and you're just like... why am I here? Like, where I accidentally didn't weed this field, you would have someone who would just be beside themselves. Being like, how dare you? Like, no wonder you're no good. You'll never be pro. It's tough. And then especially, another thing that's really tough is most of those competitive games, they're not the kind of games that are easy to pay attention to chat at all. Like, you're just completely not able to pay attention to chat. Once the match starts, like, you just have to hyper-focus, or you'll just kind of get wrecked. Now, it can be a thing. There are definitely people who play competitive games, and their gimmick is they're bad at them. You know, or whatever. And so it's kind of a satire on the pro thing, like, you know, making fun of pro behavior, but also like being in that sphere. You'll have some of that kind of stuff. People who play games, and it's not to like, when I say make fun of, not like in a hostile way, but like they're kind of doing a caricature of that. But the esports games are type best hosted at the team level, in your opinion? So have a manager running the stream and cutting between a few players. Yeah, no, I definitely feel like when you're getting to competitive games, it makes a lot more sense to have a structure behind it. That you, as the person who is doing the esports, you know, competition, you're focused on your competition and not all the other stuff. Because, like, very genuinely, doing content creation does take a lot of focus. It's one of the reasons why there's, people have, like, all sorts of different names for it, like, insert name of streamer site, streamer vision, like that kind of stuff, where, like, you miss absolutely obvious details, because, again, you know, you've got chat over here. If you're doing, like, multi-stream, you might have 2 chats over there. You've got, like... the game itself, you've got your activity feed, you might have mod chat especially if you're a channel that is dealing with more moderation stuff to keep track of, like, you know, your mods being like, hey, you know, this person, we're noticing this thing about them, you know, they've said this thing, it's kind of borderline, okay, well, we can see in the past they've said these things, let's go ahead and, you know, time them out. Like, you know, all that kind of discussion happens in the background. We don't end up having much of that in this channel just because, while it's not that we don't deal with moderation stuff, certainly stuff happens. I don't think you can exist on the platform and not have moderation things happen. There's definitely channels where moderation is a relatively minor thing, and then there's stuff that, like, the mods need to be on top of it because of just how aggressive it gets. And that can be partly channel size, that can be partly the person doing the stream. For no fault of their own, they're just in a demographic that tends to be targeted with harassment more often, and therefore they end up needing more mod resources. This channel's more behaved? Yeah, no, I'd say we have a generally well-behaved channel. Like, the vast majority of bans that happen on this channel are bots. And even that's pretty tame these days. Like, it definitely felt like right around that 25-30 average viewers is like where the bots really came out of the woodwork, really trying to push to be like, you wanna get, you know, you wanna get their emotes, you wanna buy follows, you wanna do this, because they know you got just enough of taste of success that you think, you know, like, this could go somewhere. but you're not there. And so you're desperate to get that, like, next line in the sand, and they just kind of give you that promise, like, hey, we can help you get that next thing. Because a lot of people, that's around the point where they kind of stall. A lot, like, on Twitch, it's definitely one of those things, like, the hardest part is getting those first viewers. Like, getting to be, like, non-zero outside of yourself viewers on any consistency is kind of the hardest part. Once you get there, it's around, like, 25, 30-ish viewers, you tend to stall again. And there's kind of these thresholds you hit. And I don't think it's like some deliberate, conscious anything that people are doing. Like, it's not Twitch algorithm. It's not generally, you know, viewers being like, oh no, I only watch a 30 stream, like a 30 viewer stream. I don't watch a 40. Like, it's nothing like that. I think it's naturally you kind of hit these like kind of thresholds and all that. That stuff you were doing before might not work at that increased audience size, and it's kind of figuring out how to reach that next spot in a way that you can be authentic and engaging to your audience, but also make sure whatever you're doing is both like sustainable and all that, but also not disruptive in its own self. Like, that's the complications, but it definitely feels like there's these rough thresholds you get to that you kind of stall at as you're trying to figure out how to get to that next one, and all that kind of stuff. There were a lot of years of careful moderation to create behaved small channels, are too scared to tell anybody no, and it pushes a lot of audience out silent, please, self-reinforcing. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, there's it's kind of one of those things when you get into moderation, you're like, oh, well, I don't want to tell these people to go away, and it's like, here's the reality. If you have someone who's saying something rude or mean or hateful or whatever about another group of people, you've got a choice you make. You make the choice of, you can accept the person who's saying those rude and hateful things, or the people they're talking about. You can't have both. That's not a reality that's real. Because if you tell the person who's being rude and hateful that they can't say those things, they're gonna leave. But if you don't tell them that, the people they're subjecting that to are gonna leave. And so you make that decision, conscious or otherwise, on which audience you're gonna do. There's a saying, you choose your audience, and that's through moderation or lack of moderation and stuff like that. But yeah, no, setting boundaries is a very hard thing as a content creator, because like you don't ever want to push away people, especially if like, because there's times where someone's just being rude and they're kind of being creepy and those kind of things, and you're like, okay, well, I've already forgotten what machine I just ran. I did the rollers. Yeah, I did the hoe. That's what I was doing. Right. I had done the fertilizer yesterday and I forgot to do it, so I did that. But there's definitely more times where people are just out of line and you're like, yeah, banning that person's easy, you know. If someone tells you to go F yourself and then calls you a bunch of slurs, it's really easy to be like, you know, banned, they're gone. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. But then you have people who, they're going through something and they're genuinely not doing anything wrong, but it makes you uncomfortable. It's hurting the vibe of the stream, and it's causing problems. And it is making your channel a worse experience for people. And there's definitely a line with being, okay, but like, is that their fault? What is okay? And like, it can be tricky sometimes when you're like, well, this person does this, you know, they're dealing with whatever. You know, this is understood, like, this is not something they intend, but it is detrimental as well. And, you know, what this person's dealing with, like, if I don't police this, you know, I'm being more fair to them, but at the expense of everybody else. And there's definitely a line you wanna do that, because you don't want to be like, oh, this person, you know, like, especially we advocate for people with neurodivergent conditions, and sometimes that creates socially awkward situations where people don't pick up on tone and people don't pick up on patterns and all that, and they can say things that are taken not as intended, and that can create problems. But, you know, as part of the advocacy is being accepting of those things and being like, hey, this was received in a way I don't think you intended, and they're like, oh, I'm so sorry, and that's fine. But there's also the other side of, like, when it gets too far. And it's a very tricky place when you're in that there's no ill intent meant. And if it's like a one-off, who cares? But like, if it becomes this pattern that you're like, this is hurting, like, this is making the channel a worse experience for everyone because I have this person do it. It can be very tricky to figure out, like, where that line in the sand of being like, hey, man, like, I know you're dealing with stuff, but also, there's a point here where it is a problem. And I've been fortunate that I've not run into that. I've had to once or twice go to people where I know it's whatever they're dealing with in their frame, be like, hey man, I need you to sit on your hands. Like, I know you don't mean to do this, which is why you're not getting like banned or timed out or whatever. But like, you gotta sit on your hands. That's honestly usually more people like someone's had a few too many drinks and then hops on, or is high and hops on, and their filter's gone. And you gotta be like, hey man, like, you know, we're normally cool, but if you don't stop, I'm gonna have to time you out for the night till you're sorted, because this is not okay. But yeah, I know it takes a lot of work and constant work to keep like a channel in a good place. You definitely start letting, like, it's not like you have to be like, you know, put the axe down or anything, but there's definitely a point when people say stuff that borderline to like reestablish being like, hey man, here's the boundaries. Like, you've probably heard me say like my rule on what I let slide and all that is, you know, if you're looking for like a PG rating, it'd be like PG-13. Usually the way I phrase it is, I don't mind if you get some side eye from the boss who overhears the stream, or hears what's being said in the stream. I do mind if the boss feels like they got to get out of their chair and say something. That's when we've gone too far. And you're pretty bad for becoming every chat message. I mean, you have to remind yourself, there is 2 rooms of 100 people. It shouldn't be like more than 10% of you. I mean, so that can just be down to like how active chat is. There's definitely times where, like, Path of Exile League launch is a perfect example. When Path of Exile League launch happens, leading into League launch, your chat's just blowing up and everything, and then the League launch starts, and it is dead silent. No one is posting, because everyone is going sweaty try hard to run through. And it's totally fine if there's someone there who's like, you know, I'm down to vibe, but I don't play Path. And you can have those situations where you'll have 120, 130, or whatever people sitting there, and not a peep is being said. And there's just like the one person having a conversation with the content creator, and nothing else is being said. You can also have those games where you only have like 20, 30 people in there, and chat is just blowing up, because it's just that kind of game that grabs attention. It's gonna be a lot of money in July. I'm looking forward to getting that payout from all that sugar. You're also this person? Yeah, no, and it happens. And you'll, like, and as a content creator, you'll start noticing different people, like, you know, there's people you notice that they tend to be, they're more verbose, so they want to make sure they put out a complete thought. It can get a little wall of texty sometimes. But, like, as long as it's not too big of a problem, that's fine. But you see that, you'll have some people who like to, you know, post a bunch of messages, and that's all fine. They're more active chatters. Just the same, you have people who tend to lurk more. So we currently have a tornado going on. Yeah, so for those who haven't seen Tornado, this could be a little on the loud side. Shocker. But, there are tornadoes in Farm Sim 25. Now, to be clear, the tornadoes don't hurt you, the player. If we stand back here, and if it hits a tree... Which way are you moving? You're moving away from me. Sadly, there's, like, nothing for it to hit. But if you see the tornado going through, if it hits trees, it'll, like, break off the top of the trees and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, when it hits your fields, it will damage some of your crops. Jump in it. Yeah, the tornadoes don't do much to you, the player. They're just a bit on the loud side. I don't want to go into it, it's too loud. You just go into it. It doesn't really do anything. It doesn't, like, catapult you through the sky or anything exciting. It's mostly there to trash your crops. It's just too loud. I can actually go in here and lower the volume if we want. Here, I'm just going to do it in OBS. So we're going to drop the volume on system to not nothing, but pretty low. There is a mod that gives you them physics and stuff for your tractor. Yeah, that's not surprising. But yeah, so for me, this is going to be obnoxiously loud. You'll probably barely hear it. Oh my god. Wee! Tornado. Wee! Tornado. Okay, I put that volume back on. But yeah, so tornadoes don't do a whole lot. Like I said, the coolest thing they kind of do is if they go through like forest and all that, the trees they pass over, they'll like snap the top off the tree, so you just have this broken tree in the middle there. If they go over your fields, you'll just kind of have these like little swirl patterns in your fields where it's destroyed the crops. It's actually what some of this might be. Some of these like patches of dead grass might be where a tornado hit me at some point. And you can go and fix that by plowing the field. Like I said, I kind of usually wait. I kind of usually wait to deal with that until I've got like quite a few separate instances of damage, because even when the tornado's like torn through your field, it's usually only like a fraction of a percentage of your crop is lost. And so it does take a good couple of tornadoes going through before you start being able to notice anything. Yeah, no, we have a lot of people who lurk. But yeah, no, absolutely. It's one of the reasons I've had the conversation about there was a viewer on the channel for a while, and it was when we were getting close to partner, was like they were like, you know, it's gonna be really sad when I can't watch you anymore. And I was like, what do you mean? It's like, you know, like you're getting a new job or something, your schedule changing? I'm like, oh no, I don't watch anyone who has more than 50 average viewers. And it was just, you know, it was an arbitrary line they drew in the sand, which is fine. Like, it's, they gotta do what makes sense for them. And I've definitely, and it wasn't like, the thing that threw me wasn't the fact that it's like, hey, they wanted to watch a small channel. That's fair. That's actually a completely reasonable thing, to be like, hey, you know what, I prefer smaller channels. Fair enough. I don't even disagree. Like, I generally, 50 is a bit on the small side for, like, me being like, hey, that's kind of the point where it's getting a bit too busy. Like me, I don't have a number. It's kind of like how fast chat's going. It can definitely hit a point where it's hard to... It's kind of hard to get, you know, a word in or feel like you're actually part of the community or whatever. Like, it'd be a couple hundred is where it starts to get to the point where it's like, okay, this is getting a little too busy for us to have much interaction. But it was the fact that it was this, like, hardline number just really threw me. And it's fine, you can have those stances. But yeah. Surprisingly, no. Yeah, no, that's, I don't think we'll get hunting for the same reason I don't think we're gonna ever get, like, butchery or anything like that in the game. And again, that just gets into game ratings. I believe Farm Sim has a rating of E for everyone, or whatever the equivalent is in the various areas. And I can't remember what country it was, but there was definitely one of the countries that if you include, I can't remember if it was a harmony of the animals that was the problem, but it bumps the rating up a whole threshold to like their equivalent of teen. I know it was in Europe, I just don't remember which country it was, or if it was broadly there. A lot of those decisions, like why can't we butcher the pigs? Why can't we, you know, make wine? You know, why can't we brew beer and all that stuff? The vast majority of them, the reason is because ratings. And unfortunately, the reality is, if they get the higher rating, that reduces the amount of places they're allowed to sell the audience they can sell for, it has a lot of implications. It's the same rate, and like this isn't even a thing like that. It comes up with like Project Zomboid as well. People bring up all sorts of ideas and like, well, you can't do that because it increases the the age rating of the game. And like with that one, no, it wasn't India for cows. It was not about butchering a specific animal. It was just the even for food purposes, the harm of an animal had an age rating associated with it. So it would bump them up one. And this is going by memory, so grain of salt and all that. And thank you, Dragon Rose, for the 55 stream streak. I do appreciate that. I'm going to take a minute real fast to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. And then we'll get on to selling all of our sugar, which keep in mind that'll be one sugar mill's a full year's worth of sugar, and the other sugar mill about 6 months. So the total we get there, next year we're going to get like 25% more. All right, I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and we are back. I don't know why I'm pushing more buttons than I need to and ending up on other things. Alright, so we got our sugar mills going. Oh man, we have not quite 200, like 180,000.
Thank you Randall Thor 1812 for subscribing for 52 months. 52 months, time flies.
Yeah, it does. Thank you, Randall Thor, so much for the tier 3 sub. That is incredibly generous of you to do the big old tier 3. Incredibly supportive. And have been sub for 52 months. We are fast approaching 5 years. What is time? Why does it hurt? Why have I discovered new aches since we have first been encountered? I actually can't think of any new aches that I've discovered in the last 5 years, so it's not actually true. Dang, that bloom. Yeah, no, it's been a while. It's also a weird thing to think I've been doing this that long. Like, it's one of those things you can look at the dates and all that and be like, yeah, no, I've definitely been doing this for like 5 years. Like, whatever the actual amount is now, it's like 5 years and some number of months. You're like, it's really been that long. But also, if I don't stop and think, well, it's like, you know, TwitchCon happens once a year and I've done like 3 of them and I didn't do them the first 2 years, them's the maths. Like, it just doesn't feel like it's been that long. I mean, part of it's because I'm staying busy, which is good. I like staying busy. Like, there's definitely time you need to take time for yourself to, like, not be doing things. But there's also definitely me not busy is me frustrated. And again, I don't know if that's an ADHD thing or whatever, but like, oh, I would argue it's probably in the ADHD window. Like when I don't have something going on that I'm working on, whether important or otherwise, your brain is just not cool with you just kind of not doing things. It kind of gets in that we could be doing a thing right now. Why aren't you being productive? Something, you're a failure. Be toxic to yourself. Don't do those. Absolutely bad neurodivergent kind of things. Where the brain is like, I don't want to focus, also you're not being productive. You know. You're like, thanks, brain. You're like, what if I torpedo the thing you need to be doing, but also make you feel bad about not getting the thing you should be doing done? You're welcome. Aren't I the greatest? Like, screw you, brain chemistry. That's, I really like, it's not a fresh meme anymore, but I really like the meme where it's, you know, it's the girl and she's trying to go to bed and it's got like the little thing of her brain up in the air. It's like, hey, you know, like now you're trying to go to sleep. It'll always be something, it's like, now you're trying to go to sleep. You remember that thing we said like 10 years ago to that kid? I think we were wrong. Or, you know, the like, hey, you remember like last month how Peter came to visit? I think he was flirting with you. You know, just that thing that like now your brain is locked as like, well, no sleep's happening tonight because you're going to spend the entire night analyzing this. Thanks, brain. You're the greatest. And sometimes it'll be something like so inconsequential. Like way back, I was helping coach, they call it Lego League. It's a competition where you build Legos and they have like programming and robotics to them to do like various stuff. And there was, I don't know why, like I was like 16, 17, 18 or whatever it was, like still teenager, not even out of high school or whatever. And I ran into a kid who looked exactly like another kid I knew. And I was like, oh, hey, I don't remember the name. I'm going to say Chad. Like, oh, hey, Chad, it's good to see you here. And the person's like, I'm not Chad. And I thought I was being punked. Because, again, this is the 90s. And do you know what happens in the 90s? People got punked. So I thought this kid was punking me and pretending to be someone else, and was kind of arguing with them about who they were. Again, I was a dumb teenager. But it was definitely one of those things that, like, you know, eventually it was like, you came to the realization that I was wrong. Like, it didn't be like, it wasn't like this big half-hour thing. It was only like 1 or 2 exchanges back and forth. Before I was like, oh, no, this isn't who I thought it was. But it was definitely one of those things that, like, 10 years later, the brain is like, hey, man, let's remind you of that time that you argued with a kid what their own name was. Do you think that had a negative effect on their well-being? You're like, no. It's like, the reality is, probably not. That kid probably doesn't remember that exchange, or if they do, is like, yeah, it was weird. Why are you being weird? But of course, your brain is like, we probably scarred that kid for life. That kid definitely never got over that. And certainly remembers that to this day. They're writing their epitaph with consideration of that exchange. Why they're writing their epitaph when they're like 10 years younger than you, that's something we don't need to dig into. Because that's not part of making you feel guilty about that. Or maybe it is. Who knows? Okay, so there's like 3 more boxes of sugar in there, and then the first of the sugar mills will be fully emptied. Making all the sugar. Like, I would be 99% sure if, like, I ran into that same kid. One, we wouldn't recognize each other at all. Like, maybe they would recognize me because I was a bit older. I don't think they would. I have definitely changed up. No, actually, they would almost certainly not recognize me. They're probably not a subscriber because of it. That's probably fair. I think that's justified. But it'd be one of those things if I ran into them now and they ran into me now. Like, you know, they'd probably be 30-something. Trying to compare what someone looked like when they're, you know, 8 or 10 or whatever it was, versus how they end up looking at 30, there's like 0 chance I'd recognize them. And then they would have known me when I was like 16 versus my age now. I was a entirely different build at that point in my life. Me, like, teenager me was a stick. I was a very, very, very fit kid, but I was a stick. It was like the leanest muscle. I think I was like 18 or 19. I was like 86 pounds and 6'2" So I was tall boy. I was like pushing on the edge of being like, hey man, you're emaciated. Not literally that bad, but like I was definitely very underweight. "86 pounds and 39 kilograms. I appreciate it. But yeah, so I wasn't a tower, but I was a tall guy. I mean, I'm still like 6'2". But definitely not 86 pounds anymore. Let's see. One day in the Oscars speech, and I'd like to thank the strange kid in my childhood who made me want to be someone else and inspired me to become an actor. That would be... So low-key, obviously, like, that wouldn't be a thing to happen in this situation or whatever. That would actually be kind of an interesting story type deal. It's like, you know, met this person and they argued about me on who I was. And, you know, they just have like that growth moment. It's like, I realized I could be anyone I wanted to be. I didn't have to be Chad. And quite frankly, I didn't want to be Chad. I wanted to be who I wanted to be. And that's what led me to becoming, you know, who I am now. By the way, what they did was not cool and you should absolutely not do it, but this is the silver lining on the story. It's also why our entire culture in the 90s shouldn't have been around punking people as young people. It wasn't that bad. Like, it wasn't that, like, that extreme. But 90 was definitely a lot of punking people. That was a very common sense of humor. I wasn't one who tended to punk people, but there was certainly enough of it going around. Just look at that money go up. I'm sure there's stories out there like that, you know, about those kind of things that, like, again on paper was not cool. But again, dumb teenager things. But, you know, you blame Rick Astley. This is gonna hurt. But, this all predates Rickrolling. It doesn't predate Rick Astley, but it predates the meme of Rickrolling. We were still doing AIM at this stage. If that. MSN Messenger was still relevant. Pigeon had not yet shown up on the scene. ICQ? Yeah, ICQ would have been around. This is on that fence where most of your friends probably had dial-up, but there was that one kid you knew who had cable, and it was amazing. Just the one. Only the one. This is that time frame. Where you could go to their house and you could pull up an image and it didn't take 30 seconds. Or like you wouldn't see the image load in like stripes. You can't remember your license plate, barely remember your phone number, but 202-9046 was your ICQ number. So like I definitely used ICQ, but I didn't use it a lot. Cause like I ended up using like the one I used the most was AOL Instant Messenger, AIM, because that's just what I had the most friends on. And of course, you always had the one or two friends who didn't use AIM. So you'd have to have like the one or two who were on MSN and the one or two who were on Yahoo. And I think I only had one friend who used, you know, preferred ICQ. But it wasn't one I ended up talking to too much, just not even because of that kind of thing, but just broadly in general. Which is why I didn't end up using it more. And by the time, like, you know, I got broadband and was doing a lot more of the internet gaming and all that, like, by that point, like, TeamSpeak and Ventrilo and those had started properly getting on the scene and all that. It was amazing when your mate got ISDN. Oh, yeah. No, I remember, I was on the robotics team in high school after doing, like, soccer, all that, you know, before all of the other years. And I remember I was doing the animation team, so we were doing lots of stuff. And we had to submit our animation, and we were doing it over the internet. And I remember coming to the realization that the school, I'm going to get this wrong. I can't remember if it had a T1, like, you know, T1 connection or whatever. But, you know, this is, again, a time when most of us were still on dial-up. And I remember it was a whole thing where we were trying to find a file large enough to download to see how fast it was. Because the downloads were finishing too fast. Or we'd go to download it, and on the other end, we were hitting the bottleneck on the connection speed. I don't think we ever achieved it. But, like, that was mind-boggling. It was like, did you see that? We just downloaded 50 megabytes. And it took, like, seconds. 50 megabytes. That is insane. Back in the days when everyone knew your relation status because Facebook. Were you dating someone? You could find out on Facebook. There was a certain convenience to that, by the way. Like, making fun of that now, with the social awkwardness that was high school, when you're like, you know, I'm kind of interested in this person, you know, you wouldn't have to do the awkward thing where you go to their friend and be like, hey, is that person seeing someone or whatever? Like, you know, before you put, you know, shot your shot or whatever, you didn't have to have that whole awkward thing where you ask someone and they're like, oh, I'm sorry, like, I'm seeing someone or whatever. You could just pull up their Facebook and be like, cool, I can shoot my shot, and it's not gonna be weird, or, I mean, it's still probably gonna be weird, let's be honest, but at least you don't put them in that awkward spot where they're in a relationship and then you're asking them out, and there's not gonna be a good time at the end of this. Like, just getting that little bit of information. And granted, you know, nowadays we have, like, the whole, it can get very creepy on the privacy side of things and yada yada. But there was definitely something about that, you know, as, again, socially awkward teenager, about being like, okay, cool, like, you know, I don't have to worry about making a butt out of myself. Of course, then you had the other side of it, when you had someone who has a relationship and decided they were no longer, you know, you come to the decision, you're like, you know what, I don't want to be in this relationship anymore. And then, you know, sometime later you have the opportunity to go talk to the person and be like, you know what, I don't want to be in this anymore. And that became a way that some people would break up, is they'd go on their Facebook and they'd switch it to, like, it's complicated, or they'd switch it to single. And there was a lot of people who found out their relationships were over that way, which is pretty uncool. Don't blame people for doing it, but that was definitely not the way to find out. I'm fortunate that I never had that situation, but I definitely had people I knew who did, and it was just like, because especially when you're in school and you're going to see that person in class tomorrow anyways, I don't think there's a way you tackle that where it's not super uncomfortable for everyone involved. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones, because when that happens, it's always like the buddy who's like, hey man, did you see that Susan changed her status to single? And then, you know, you didn't have cell phones, so you'd be dreading the whole day or whatever to then, you know, talk to who is your girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, knowing that they had already made the decision. And usually the person in there 100% knew that it was not by accident or whatever. Like, usually by the time you reach that, most people know when a breakup's coming in that regard. Not always, but like in that kind of thing, usually you got a pretty strong feeling, and so things aren't in a good place. But they honestly shoot your shot anyways. You know, several couples that have been married for decades that moved to the last relationship directly rather than being single for a while. Yeah, no, I've known that one as well. No, and I definitely had one person I knew that I dated for a while, that, like, you know, I was just like her friend at the time, and she was just going through a lot of stuff, and, you know, I was that ear that she would talk to her, whatever, just listen to her, like, be supported or whatever, and then she asked me out and broke up with her boyfriend the same day. Not in that order, just to be clear. Like, she kind of felt things out, thought, like, okay, he might be interested, broke up with her boyfriend, and immediately asked me out. And it's like, the dude was an absolute awful person, so I didn't feel any guilt about it. It was definitely awkward. But at least I wasn't the one, like, you know, messing with things. it's a little different when you kind of insert yourself into a relationship and whatever. That gets eek. If you said no, goodness, that's a 3-ring circus. I mean, that would have been pretty devastating. I imagine that would have been a real morale kick, you know, for her in the moment. Mostly because you could tell she had kind of felt things out and was like, okay, this is something that can happen. Which means she would have misjudged it. I don't think it would have been like devastating or anything like that. I don't think that highly of myself being like, oh yeah, I would have ruined her. No, it'd been like, no, that would have definitely not been a happy time. But yeah. Not that I think she would have stayed in the relationship if it was clear it was going to be a no either. I think she had come to terms that she wasn't happy in that relationship and needed something to change, but at the same time was kind of sitting there being like, you know, what do I want in a relationship? Hey, here's this person who's been like a very supportive friend who's been here this whole time. Clearly didn't have an ulterior motive or whatever, was just being a friend. And then, you know, was like, okay, well, I think that's what I want. You know, and that ended on good terms as well. I've only had one relationship I wouldn't say ended on good terms, and that's because she was a pretty awful person. Usually most of the time, like, you know, it's just growing up, you realize, oh, hey, like, the direction I want my life to go in is different than the direction you want to go, like, your life to go in. You know, there's still feelings there, but, like, what we want in life is not really workable, that kind of stuff. Or, you know, someone just, like, you know, doesn't have the feelings, like, that's just, you know, you're a teenager, early 20s, you're still figuring out what you need in a partner and all that, and you're like, yeah, this isn't, you know, this is solid friend room, but this isn't really what you need. And that can be a very difficult thing of, like, you've got someone you care about, you've got the feelings there, but you also know you're not going to be happy long-term doing that. Then that could be a rough one. It's much easier when someone's awful and you'd be like, screw that person, and move on. That's way easier to deal with. It's amazing how often you're like, life gave this person a hard time, then you try to live with them, and it's like, no, this person just makes life hard for everyone around them. I have known those people as well. I haven't dated anyone like that, but I have had friends like that. Where you're like, oh man, this person just keeps, like, everything just goes wrong with this person. Like, oh no, this person 100% makes themselves the victim. Like, this person makes stuff hard for everyone around them, and then 100% makes themselves the victim. I've known a few of those. I have friends that, or have had friends that were that way. Which usually, once you get to the point, like, you're like good friends, you're like, hey man, come on. Like, you aren't the wronged person here. Like, this you brought on yourself. Those never end up being particularly close friends. Surprise, surprise. The guilty party is the one looking at you in the mirror. I'm also finding it interesting with this field. So this is a thing that the AI will do when you hand it over, is they'll make that little corner round spot so you can turn around and not leave the field, really. And I'm finding it interesting only because on this field, it's only doing it to this corner. For whatever reason, the other corners, it just doesn't seem to need it. And it's because I think the field isn't, you know, because it's not rectangular, it's a little trapezoidal, and it's got a little bit of a curve on one of the sides. I think just for whatever reason, because it's not square, it's not doing, or rectangular, it's not doing that. I keep saying square. Square means all sides are the same size. Rectangular just means they're flat and at 90-degree angles. Especially don't own the land in the corner, but you do own the overhangs of the arches. That could be as well. That's fair. But yeah, so the good news, and I should probably check this before we get too far, is we'll check the finances for last month. I think we made about $145,000 with our sugar. And keeping in mind, that was one of the sugar mills running the year round, and one of them only running half the year. If we look here, go to finances. 127,000 is what we got from the sugar itself, and then we got an extra almost 10,000 from the like environmental bonus or whatever for taking care of it. So yeah, that implies just a little bit shy of the 140 something thousand. Let's see, you put your newest ICQ number on a uniform once because you mistook it for your metric calculation number. It was just so much more present in your mind. Those times it was like an important number to have handy. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I'm just happy with my past usernames. Like, in the early 2000s, it was a whole thing to have, like, if you were a teenager in the 2000s or whatever, or like 2000, 2002, that time frame, to have, like, you know, Super Saiyan X, you know, 420, 20, 360 no scope, Vegeta, whatever, boy. Like, all these, like, super cringy usernames, you're like, oh my god. They're the kind of names that, like, at the time, people were like, oh man, my name's so cool. And then it's definitely a name that dates you very heavily. That when you see one of those usernames, like, in the wild, you're just like, oh, I'm so sorry. It's like, yeah, man, it's attached to everything. I just can't. Like, nowadays, you'll see people have the usernames that are the ironic version of it. Like, we'll have people have, you know, they'll be like Super Saiyan Cringe Boy or whatever. And you're like, I see, they're making fun of it. But yeah, no, there's definitely names. And I'm sure there's other ones like that that aren't even, like, in that area. Like, I'm sure there's, you know, people have, like, you know, Fluffy Power Girl Princess or something like that. That, again, being one of those names that, you know, you came up with as, like, a kid for your email or whatever. And then it's stuck and now it's associated with everything, so you just don't feel comfortable trying to change it. And again, whenever it comes up, you're just like, I know. I was 8. Please. I was 18, please. I pat myself on the back that I didn't have a name like that. I wasn't that creative. Let's see, automatic collection of information between accounts as groups by each other, make old names or image randomly resurface too. Your CNC supplier randomly popped up on a call once with a photo we hadn't seen in 20 years. Oh, man. Please don't be weak and apologize. Send me emails. I'm the Grand Admiral. Yeah, the thing is I'm not comfortable saying what my old screen name was on just because it's probably tied to things that have my full, like, real name associated with them. Like, it's just not a thing I've looked into in detail. So I'm not doing there. But it was just kind of like, it was a cool word kind of thing, and that was about it. Like, not meaningful, not whatever, not, like, it wasn't tied to, like, any IP or whatever. It was just, like, you know, whatever word at gmail.com kind of thing. I had a Hotmail before that because I used to do comics on a website back in the day of GeoCities and all that. So I had an email that was like the comic's name. I must have had an email account before that, but man, I do not remember what it was. I probably just didn't use it for anything. Because that would have been around the time that email started being used for like account logins or whatever. I'm willing to bet that's why I created the email, because I'm willing to bet I created that comic email because it was probably a requirement to use GeoCities, so I had to make the email. And then I probably, well... Ooh, what was my screen name on AIM? Did I do Ultima Online before I had an instant messenger? That can't be right. You did webcomics? And thank you, Randall Thor, for the tier 1 sub gifted to Sandalish. So Sandalish, you got yourself some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not. And thank you, Randall Thor. You did webcomics? You were obsessed with webcomics for a while. You wonder if you read yours. You keep wondering since you don't want to tell which one it is. Oh, it's long gone by now. I got into... Disagreement would be too strong. I ran a comic that was dangerously close to one that Penny Arcade ran, but I ran mine first. And there was someone in the people who watched my comics who kind of accused them of ripping me off, and I kind of did a response being like I didn't rip them off. And they unleashed their fans, and I was on a little GeoCities website. And it absolutely just destroyed my comic to make it completely unusable. And then ultimately what I did is I just covered the whole thing up with a bunch of like ads and everything, because like the website, because you know, for those who don't know GeoCities and back, you had a bandwidth limit and everything, and it wasn't paying for it, it was just a stupid comic that I did as a teenager or whatever. So I put up a bunch of ads all over the website. I made like 20-30 bucks off of it, which is, you know, there was zero pennies came to that website before then. Because the website would come up and then max out its bandwidth within like 30 seconds because everyone trying to check it. Because of this Penny Arcade thing. But yeah, that website's long gone. Yeah, and to be fair, the comic was just okay. The guy, like, for the record, I don't think they ripped me off. Like, it was... There's a reason I came up with the idea, is it was topical. So it's not surprising that something topical got picked up by someone else, too. And where there's similarities in the comics, it's not like they were the exact same idea or anything. Oh, yeah. No, that's the thing. 100%. It was probably good that I wasn't spending all the time working on it, because this is back in the old tooling and, again, GeoCities and all that. That was a bunch of time put into that. Utter, like, when I say it's a waste of time, it was a good hobby, so it wasn't really a waste of time. But, like, there was much better things I'd be doing with my time, both from a fulfilling and from a pragmatic standpoint. But, yeah. Yep, nope. And I'd say my comics were only okay. Like, if we're being real, like, some of them had a fun art style. I liked the art style I did for them. Like, that I liked about it. But, you know, there's one or two good comics out there, and the rest were, like, looking back as, like, it was fine. It wasn't a good comic, it was just whatever. To be fair, you might not have known if you hadn't given it a decent... Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like I said, I don't regret doing it or anything. It was a fun hobby. Because I had been doing that, and I was also buddy with a... And part of what got me into it is I had a buddy who was also... did web comics. If you ever heard of Swap Trick. I had a buddy who did Swap Trick. He found a lot more success than I did. Still not a thing he could have ever lived off or anything like that. I don't think he ever made any real money on it, but he had a lot more viewership, a lot more readers. But he was a lot more consistent. I was not. Because I was working multiple jobs at the same time. But that was way back. I wonder if he's still making those comics. I know he ended up making those comics for a long time after he fell out of touch, really. I missed. Technically, they wanted it. You could turn off availability for target subs. To be fair, you could turn off gifty subs on the platform wide. I actually don't know if you can turn off gift subs to an individual channel or not. I don't think you can. Yeah, no, I know there's individuals who getting gift subs bothers them. There's a lot of stuff that, as well as things that's not my place to understand or whatever. Platform wide, that's the thing. Well, I think that's the thing. I think you can turn off being gifted subs. I believe. Or I think it's you can turn off getting gifted subs to channels you don't follow or something like that. I don't remember the details. Like there's a setting for it. It's one of those settings that, like, it exists, but, I don't... The channels you don't follow, yeah, you have that on? Gotcha. Like, to me, it's kind of a whatever. I mean, the one and only negative I can think about being gifted subs to channels you don't follow, I mean, it could be just noise, that's fair. You know, you might have that channel that has, like, all sorts of controversial takes, and then you're subbed to them, and, you know, someone sees that you're on their, like, subbed list because they show that they're sub list or whatever. I could see that being a thing. I don't think that'd really be a problem. With how much, like, gifted subs are given around, you're like, yeah, it's a gifted sub, I didn't get paid for it. Sometimes you gift a sub to some random, really random streamer. You wonder if you're being part of money laundering. Well, I mean, no, if you're gifting a sub, then by that nature, that's your money. You're not money laundering at all. For it to be money laundering, you'd have to be bringing in, you'd either have to be the legitimate exchange of nefarious funds, or the nefarious funds that will be legitimately exchanged. Oh, no, you're getting a gifted sub. Oh, yeah, no, you're definitely money laundering. No, I'm teasing. Yeah, no, it's a thing. You felt horrible for giving gift subs for the first 6 months they introduced it. And then from then on, at least the channels you barely are on, a part of, you immediately turned it off when you found it. I mean, that's fair. The way I look at it is, with a lot of the gifted subs, people give gifted subs primarily to support the content creator. There's definitely times where someone will gift a sub to a specific individual for that specific individual as the intent. But a lot of gifted subs are, you know, just random people happen to be in the channel, will be, like, sniped to be gifted subs, or, you know, someone will just kind of, like, shotgun out 10, 20, 30, whatever subs. But it's primarily usually around supporting the content creator. Obviously, you'd want more of those to go to people who do tune into the channel. But just the same, we've definitely gotten a non-zero number of long-term viewers because someone randomly gifted out subs. It landed on that person who then was like, who did I just get this sub for? Went to the channel and like, oh, I like what I'm seeing. I don't know if it's a significant number. I don't think so. But it's at least a couple. You know, you had somebody who had to turn them off because of username that was a joke? Oh, so it's just one of those things that they had a common username no, or like a common like joke username, so they were just getting tons of gifty subs to everywhere. Like the username something like "Know You're Wrong," and then someone gifting "Know You're Wrong" again and again. Someone on Drongo's channel always gives gift subs to deranged usernames yet? Oh, absolutely. The funniest thing is you can't gift a sub to a non-existent username. So a lot of times when people are gifting those subs to like a completely unhinged username, most of the time it's that person takes 2 seconds to create that username to then gift the sub to that ridiculous username. Sometimes though, those usernames do just exist out in the wild. There's certainly been a number of names I've seen I'm like, what in the absolute hell? And thank you, Randall Thor, for sniping non-existent. So non-existent, you tried to remain non-existent, but you got yourself a gifty sub. This was that you're horrible at remembering names you truly don't know. See, there are a few, there's certainly a few usernames that even you're like, no way Twitch lets you own that. Oh yeah, well I mean a big part of it is if the Twitch is, you know, auto mod that doesn't catch the name when it's created, it basically depends on someone reporting it. They don't just like randomly do a pass and be like, hey, did I find this word? Okay, go ban them. At least I'm not aware of them doing that. But you'll absolutely have, you know, someone who pops in and they'll have like a truly it can sometimes be awful name as in like actually bad, and it can also be an awful name that you're like really cringy, but you know, potentially like not really TOS or whatever. And yeah, you'll every once in a while see someone pop into chat and they'll have like a truly cursed name, and you know, a lot of times they'll stick around for at least a good couple of times, but sooner or later someone will see the name and be like, yeah, I'm reporting that. And sometimes the names that get reported are definitely, like there was someone who had the name, I can't remember, something Underboob or whatever, and they got their name reported and forced to change. It's like, okay. Like, don't get me wrong, if someone's like really showing a bunch, and like that's content they're at, I could see that breaking TOS. But the word underboob, like in a joke, it's like, it's not really a TOS name. You know, that's a chuckler, like, oh, you know, cringe name, but not TOS really. You have someone in channel who changes their name regularly. We don't want to post those here? Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. I think you can only change your username once per 30 days, or 60 days or something. Because I remember that happened to, I think it was Bonds, so content creator and Product Zomboid was doing a joke, and, oh man, was it, I think that it was like Mr. Lamprey UK, and I did like a parody account on Mr. Lamprey's account. Like, again, as a joke with Mr. Lamprey, not doing it as a bad thing to them. But it was one of those things that changed their name, and I was like, you know what? I kind of regret this. Because I'm stuck being Mr. Lamprey for the next month. Yeah, no, I think that was the first one I remember seeing, was the one where flipped from just Bonzi or whatever the first version was, to then, you know, doing the Mr. Lamprey one. You know, and once that can of worms had gotten opened, then, my understanding has changed it quite a few times since then. You always wondered if you could get a username like Cheer100, custom Cheer100, but they're blocked them by now. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. If they block some of the, like, a lot of commands they probably blocked as usernames for practicality. Especially, like, if you had, like, a name like Ban or something, I could see them deliberately not doing that, because I could see situations where you'd accidentally trigger the command when you mean to talk to a person. Or, you know, it'd be like bot kind of things that you'd do something and you'd like stuff the variable, and unfortunately because they're not that smart when you're doing the bots, it could trigger a command or something. Yeah. But no, I remember that one. That's actually one of the things that, there's been a couple of times over the years I've debated rebranding. Like, if I had a name, I was like, that's the one I want to use. I could potentially see rebranding kind of thing. Mostly because Rual Storge is just like a random name I came up with. Like, if I had a name that I was like, ah, that's the one I want to use, it'd be a thing I would do with intent and effort. But it's kind of a scary thing, because when you do change your username on Twitch, especially if you also change your graphic at the same time. Like, I can't even come up with a username I'd want to use. But, like, I wouldn't use this because I wouldn't want to tie a location to my name, but, like, say it was, like, Florida Farm or whatever. That would be a terrible one. Like, Florida Programmer, I don't know. Well, let's just pretend. If I just randomly changed my username to, like, Florida Programmer and then did, like, the little backslash or something as my icon, for people in this channel who know this channel, if they didn't read, like, the Discord to see that it changed or whatever, they would literally have no idea. Like, through the Twitch user interface, that would literally look like no one they had ever seen before, and they'd be like, how the hell did I end up following this account? They would genuinely have nothing until they clicked on that channel and actually watched it to be able to tell it was me. So it can be a real scary thing, rebranding, that, like, it's worth doing at times. Like, there's definitely things to consider. Like, if you're just, like, not happy with your brand, you want to change kind of the impression it gives, it can do all that. But it is one of those things that you gotta do it with intent. You'd recommend doing it in steps. You become Rual whatever, with any other word, and a few people would really care. Well, I feel like with the username kind of thing, like, for if I were to rebrand, what I would probably do is I would probably change the icon that represents the channel first. Because that's one, if you're not happy with your change, you can back out really easy, all that stuff. Nice and easy. So we put like the new icon, maybe some of the assets on the stream, those kind of things would change. But, like, the username stays the same. And so you could do all that kind of stuff and kind of hold on that for a while. And so everyone gets adjusted to the new icon, the new animations, like, whatever. And they get comfortable with it, they recognize it. And then after that, because it's the username that's a tricky one, because the username would change our link, the username would mean what I show up on the column over there would change. When you're in the recommended sections, it would change. The games page, it would change. That's the name that people recognize. Now, if I've already kind of reset all the assets and everything, so you're used to seeing this icon, like my channel's icon, like if it's distinct with a rebrand and all that, and you see that, and then you see a username you don't recognize with my icon, you're probably going to click on it. And that's assuming you're not reading the Discord and be like, by the way, we're doing the whole thing on Tuesday or whatever. And so I feel like you'd still have some people who would lose you, but I do feel like it would be a far smaller number in that case. I do think Twitch for a little while, if not for... I think Twitch for a while will take your old username and point it at your new one. So far as, like, if you did, like, Twitch TV / Rual Storge and, like, switch to the new name, it would redirect over. I think they do that. I'm not 100% on that. Because it's not a thing I've done. Like, it's a thing I've thought about once or twice, but like I said, I've never come up and be like, that's a name I want to do. Because mostly, a lot of people don't know how to spell Rual Storge, because it's a made-up name and it's spelled dumbly because I came up with it when I was a teenager. They do, maybe for partners? I don't know. It's not a thing I've had to worry about. Or maybe they do upon request, or maybe they do, like, if there's a certain active viewership. I have no idea. because it's not a thing I've looked into, so I don't know the details on it. But that would be one thing I could see that'd be a mitigating factor. Like, if when you change the username that there was some cushion or whatever. You never seen it, you meant? But, asking wouldn't hurt. Guess if it came up. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that, as a creator, changing your UI, changing your username very specifically, that's something you want to be careful and commit to. It's, again, it can be worth doing. 100% it can be worth doing, especially like if your username doesn't really mean anything, or like, let's say you had your username was like Joe Minecraft, because when you started streaming you were doing Minecraft, so you called yourself Joe Minecraft, and then, you know, early on that was appropriate because you were doing Minecraft content, but like, you know, eventually you moved on to other things, your full variety or whatever, and now your new username Joe Minecraft really doesn't fit what you do, and it really sets an expectation that you're going to play Minecraft, and maybe you don't play Minecraft at all anymore. That's definitely a good reason to be like, I should rebrand. Or in, like, for example, Mr. Lamprey, his old username used to be Mr. Lamprey UK. And then he was no longer in the UK. And he's like, okay, well, I kind of don't want to have the UK in the name because, one, it's inaccurate, and then two, like, that is associating with something and all that. So, just wanted to make it Mr. Lamprey. Let's see, one guy who regrets his username, the Soviet Wombat. He has Soviet in the name, or Womble. And Womble is copyrighted British Muppets. He can't really do merch or anything, but he can't get out of it now. Yeah, no, that's kind of the thing. It's difficult, and it can be worth, like I said, it can be worth rebranding, but yeah, definitely as you get bigger and all that, it gets to be way harder to do a rebrand. Like, cause think of it as like a certain percentage of your viewers is likely to lose you between the name change and not being aware it's happening. So yeah, no, if you're a bigger content creator or whatever, that could be a pretty rough one. That is one thing that does make me thankful. While my name doesn't mean anything and it's totally made up and all that kind of stuff, let you upload a funny video with a throwaway username and account. Wait, why did this take off? Yup. Well, that's honestly a lot of content creators, that's kind of the beginning of their journey, is they just kind of do a thing, and then, you know, it starts to, like, go someplace, or like, oh crap, I did not plan this through. And then circling back. And that gets really dangerous if, you know, you don't plan on doing anything, it's a hobby, and you're an affiliate or whatever. And, you know, you're signing sponsorships, you're just ignoring the terms and all that, not realizing you signed away the rights to your name and everything. You can get yourself in a lot of trouble with contracts. And, like, even if down the road a lot of them end up being unenforceable, that's still, like, one, it's a gamble you don't know, and then two, even if that is the case, it's going to be very delayed that it's sorted out. And it'd be very difficult if you accidentally, like, kind of did that. Well, he makes it work. Not a huge guy, but it's enough to do it full time. Buy a small house. Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of Soviet Womble. I haven't seen a lot of his content because I'm just not, like, I've seen a few of his streams just because of, you know, different circles that overlap, but just schedule wise, I don't end up catching his content. Like, I don't think we've had any direct interactions, like at, like, TwitchCon or on the platform. I think he may have raided me at one point. I think that may have occurred. I don't remember what game it would have been. Like, I doubt he remembers me. I feel like that's a thing that happened. But it's really hard to remember because, you know, just, while on one side, Twitch can be a very small place in regards to, like, you know, very small world, like, everybody knows somebody kind of thing. and that you end up seeing a lot of the same people in different places and all that. It doesn't really do the streamer thing. He has his friend group and makes money on Patreon subs, but no cons or no collabs or anything. Yeah, and that's totally fair. Yeah, like I recognize the name. Maybe it's like on the YouTube side, but I've definitely seen the name a number of times. Like I said, I'm aware of his name. I don't think he'd be aware of my name. Not, at least not that I think of. That said, it does surprise me sometimes. Like, there has been content creators who are far bigger than I am that I kind of think this person has no reason to know who I am. And then, you know, at some point I end up rating them just by happenstance. They happen to be like the only other person in the category. I'm like, I know they make good content, so whatever. And they'd be like, oh, you're the guy who had that record. You're like, holy crap, you're actually aware of this name? What? That's happened once or twice. But I mean, that's again Project Zomboid because of the world record. Or like, I've also had it where, not RimWorld, but like Unelite Dangerous or whatever back in the day is like, oh hey, you know, I've seen your username on the subreddit a good couple times. But again, that's, content creation can be a weirdly small world. The number of times I have bumped into people being like, oh, I should definitely follow this person. And like, I should definitely follow this person. Like, oh, I absolutely follow. That's it. I ain't the guy, but the name wasn't only questionable choice, which always erodes your empathy. Always erodes your empathy for things like, why can't I turn this into a big brand? Not hating on the guy. The name wasn't the only questionable choice. Yeah, I'm not gonna that. We don't need to dig into that too much for it, because definitely I try not to disparage other content creators. Now, don't get me wrong. There's definitely content creators who I think are very problematic, and like even then I won't trash talk them. But there's definitely been times that, like, when a very problematic person comes up and someone wants to talk about it, it's like, one, I'll shut down the conversation, and every once in a while I'll be like, but, you know, that person's a jerk or whatever. But usually I try to not say anything negative about other people. Everyone's doing their own thing, even if I very much disagree with some people and what they do. It's just best not to disparage other content creators. Like, not even for that, like, people have heard me, like, once in a while, like, a big-name content creator who's very problematic comes up. I'm not gonna say the name, and don't bring it up if you can think of what it is. That when someone is like, this individual said this, like, who gives a crap? The dude doesn't even clean his own room. He's disgusting. And I don't have to say, and don't say the name. I don't even have to say the name, and you could probably already figure out who I'm mentioning, just by the fact that they have bad hygiene, they don't clean their own room. And they're a big content creator. Don't say the name. I'm saying this like 5 times. Don't say the name. But I'm sure a whole lot of you are like, yep, pretty sure I know he's talking about. You hate that you know exactly who because you don't even watch them. I don't watch them either. But I've had more than once I've had people pop in, well, insert name of content creator said, it's like, who gives a crap? Yeah, no, that's the thing. I don't really follow the drama either. It's one of those things with, like, the downside of content creation being a small world is you end up overlapping with some, you know, both people good and bad. And then you end up learning about people who you end up with a shared, viewership with and being like, oh, yeah, this is a person I don't want to interact with. Yeah, and that's, for me, it's like, because of stuff going on that does affect me, so far as like decisions that Twitch it makes and how they handle certain things, that sometimes there's content creators that I would never see or care about whatsoever because they're neither the content I am interested in, the stuff they do I don't like, yada yada. And I don't think there should be like, you know, people not allowed the platform because of different types of content, unless it's like deliberately malicious misinformation, hateful, whatever. Get them out of here. But yeah. The problem with all the ad targeting and all collection data off, you get some wild recommendations, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, Twitch will ban large content creators, but it's always a temporary ban. And it sucks that it very much feels like, you know, I mean, it doesn't just feel like, there is definitely an inconsistency in approach. That, like, when you get big enough, it definitely feels like you've got to be a lot... And they have absolutely banned people for stuff that isn't straight up against, you know, super illegal. They have banned people for behavioral things, but usually it has to be pretty bad. Yeah, they're banned. The streamer, they stream weekly, be banned on Friday for 5 days. Yeah, no, you have that kind of stuff. A lot of times, though, it's like, oh, this should be a 7-day ban. They'll give them a 2-day ban, then they'll lift it. And sometimes Twitch will stick to it, where they'll be like, oh yeah, that was a 7-day ban. It's a 7-day ban. But it is definitely one of those things that when... Like, when you're big enough, a lot of times you'll get a slap on the wrist when you really should get more. And that for smaller creators, they don't get that same leniency and all that stuff. And there's the, like, there is the conflict of interest on the money side. They do earn the website money and all that stuff. And, you know, there's that. It's still not right. It is potentially the correct business decision, which I'm not even sure I agree on that front. But it is frustrating that I've seen people get a permanent ban on the platform that was entirely not right and justified. And then I've seen individuals who really, really should be catching a long-term ban, and then they just get like a day or two. How's that any difference than real-life people in law? It's not. But the difference is I have a little bit more voice when it comes to something like Twitch versus, you know, the laws of a country. Even if it can feel like you're not heard, like, it's far easier to force issues with an individual company than it is to force issues with an entire country. But it is kind of the same problem. That's it, vote for Rual for governor of Florida? My immediate response is like, I can't be worse than what we already got, which I do believe. I also don't think I'd be good at it. I don't think it'd be a net win. I mean, it'd be a net win compared to what we have, but not a net win we need. Like, you should actually get someone genuinely competent doing the job, who isn't going to run their entire operation by accusing things of being woke and then screwing up our economics. We can jump off that bandwagon immediately. I regret... I shouldn't have said that. Not because it's not true, but because that's going to open a can of worms that best be left closed. Our governor sucks. That's the answer you need. That's all you need to know. Not why. He just sucks. But luckily, he's at his term limit, so he's out regardless of anything going on. Let's distract ourselves from real life with a stupid real life with more farming. Yep, let's just keep making sugar. Lots of sugar. And the better sugar. It's not that corn syrup garbage. It's sugarcane sugar. I miss, for a little while there, I could get Mountain Dew made with sugarcane sugar for a little while for the same price as like your regular old Mountain Dew. And dear goodness, is sugarcane sugar better. I wonder how many more streams will be at the sugarcane. Well, the sugarcane's sticking around. This isn't going away. Like, I'm not gonna randomly rip up the field and chuck all my machines. I've got hundreds of thousands of dollars tied up in equipment here. Hey, Ginger Tap. Thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Ginger Tap? I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that from the iceberg. Oh, I see. We're holding a penguin. I was trying to make out what the emote was being kind of small on my screen. And I was like, what am I looking at? Does she have a bow tie in her mouth? Right. We are huggling the penguin. That makes sense. Small emotes are tough sometimes. I've got some pretty rough ones. It's an adorable emote. It just took me a moment to like figure it out. It's well made. To be clear, it is actually well made. Let me go ahead and try to do this while we're... So, shout out for Ginger Tap, who's another fantastic content creator on the platform playing some Sid Meier's Civilization 6. So if you like your turn-based strategy games that are like, you know, your 4X strategy, you can find it over there. Hope you had yourself a good stream, and that may the nukes only be yours, and the science be... I was going to say lucrative, but I'm actually trying to say plentiful? I don't know. Oh, the stream went well. That's the whole point. Again, thank you so much for the raid, and I hope you had yourself a good stream and all good stuff. That's a friend of Sui's, and a mod. Gotcha. I didn't realize the connection with you and Sui. Maybe I did and I forgot, because very, very genuinely, my memory's crap. The science will be done, and you will make a need come to the people still alive. Oh. It was super fun, though you had the worst Civ luck ever. It took you around, turn 67 to make your second city. I used to play tons of Civ back in the day. Admittedly, I haven't been able to play as much. Content creator things, like, it's tough for me to do like the 4X kind of stuff on the channel. But no, I'm glad you had a good time with it and all that. Absolutely fantastic time and all that good stuff. Oh, I messed with the yes and no around sugarcane sugar. Yeah, you've known Sui in real life since she was little, and her sister were in the same grade. Oh, gotcha. I think, ah man, maybe I knew that already. Like, not that you had been friends for that whole time. Maybe I knew that before. What was the thing that was being said about the sugarcane? Because I'm genuinely curious. Let's see, in Germany you have a lot more sugar than sugarcane, because sugarcane won't grow here. But still sugar, not corn syrup. Yeah, because you have like sugar beets. You got no money for that? Correct. That's my building. I own it. I don't pay myself very much. I put the sugar cane in there for no money, and then it gives me sugar later, and I sell the sugar for a lot more money than the sugar cane's worth. It's delayed gratification. I know. The nightmare in these trying times. Getting gratification later? Gross. Could you imagine? That's like going to a restaurant, ordering food, and then having to wait for like 10 minutes. Ew. Obviously, that's all being sarcastic. Let's say those that crop you had that you were selling straight off. Rual, are you making rum with your sugarcane? Why not? Why not? Because being able to make alcohol in game would increase the age rating. Also, I would be down. Got unlucky, oh, that I remember. Where you're like moving to do the doing the settlement stuff, and like some random raider group snags your person on the way there. Like, the worst thing is you'll have just like walked your I forget what the initial soldiers were, like spearmen or whatever. You'll like you'll even like have done a round of like a walk around the block, like cool, like nobody's here, we're in the clear, and your spearmen go to explore the next couple tiles away, and then just raiders just slip in underneath and get them. And then you go back and kill them. It's like, all right, well, we're fine. And like 20 turns go by or whatever it is to get your next group of settlers. And it happens again. You thought was that crop you had you were selling straight up? Yeah, no, so basically what we're doing is I am growing enough sugarcane right now, which is what we're harvesting at the moment. I'm growing so much sugarcane I can fill up 2 sugar mills and have them run for an entire year before they need a refill, and then having a little extra. So most of our sugarcane is going into the sugar mills, and I got a little bit extra beyond the capacity of those sugar mills that I then sell off as just raw sugarcane. There was a thing in the past in McDonald's, used to have the most common burgers in the warmer, so you could pay instantly get food. You haven't seen that for a long while, though. You don't know if the menu got too diverse, or if it was the health regs. I'm surprised that they don't still do that. It might just be it's not obvious that they're on the warmers, because I still know, like... Because I don't eat fast food burgers very often, so I don't really know about McDonald's. But I do know when you go to places like, you know, Kentucky Fried Chicken and Popeyes and a bunch of these other ones, that they will pre-prepare a lot of stuff, the common stuff, and they'll usually have the warmers just like a little bit behind the counter and all that. But a lot of time you don't see them as much. It could also be corporate pinching pennies, reducing waste. I mean, the reducing waste is fair. And the corporate pinching pennies is fair. The catch is, if corporate is pinching pennies doing that, you run into the situation where you're going to need more people working the kitchen side. Because if you don't have the more people working the kitchen side, they can't keep the orders up. And McDonald's isn't, like, those fast food restaurants. It's definitely one of those things that, if you don't deliver fast enough, people get mad. And it's going to be a whole thing, so... I would assume if it is like cutting costs, there's some workaround there. Like it could also be instead of keeping the entire burger warm, they would keep the patty warm and then just assemble it to have less waste. I could see something like that. Because the patties, whether you're making like, you know, a Whopper, a junior cheeseburger, or regular big plain burger, you know, you're still gonna grab those patties and do that. Versus like wrapping them all up ahead of time. It's probably also, it's become way more prevalent for people to be like, I want this but no of that, and yes of this and no of that. That there's probably enough one-off orders that it just made sense to just have the things prepared separately and then just put them all together and wrap them real quick. They still keep things in warmers when you go to A&W and McDonald's with more open view kitchens. You can see it at lunch and supper. Yeah, just not at night. That could definitely be a thing. Plain, dry, add cheese. Yeah, that's the whole thing. I could see a thing. Like I said, I can't speak for McDonald's or Burger King or any of them because I haven't been into a McDonald's or Burger King in a pretty long time. But I do know of the few fast food places I end up, they definitely keep common items on the menu, at least for part of the day. I could also see, as people are mentioning, like, different times of day, so I could see, like, the 2 a.m. Taco Bell run that maybe they don't have anything in the warmer, because there's not enough customers. It's better for them to just make it at that time, because otherwise they'll just sit there all night and get gross. Because they do have rules around, like, how long food's allowed to sit before you, like, you know, before you have to chuck it and all that. You know, and when you're, like, a 24/7 place, then there's definitely the possibility of something sitting on the shelf for multiple days. Unlikely, but multiple days if it's not being monitored and all that. And I got horror stories, not from like proper fast food, but from quick service and the tourism of stuff that was not okay. Not illegal, just not okay. Yeah, you may not have any customers that do, but the ones you will have will order try something because they're high. Yeah, but I also find like the people who are like super high, like not that they're patient, they just keep forgetting. And so usually you can take some time to get it done. I definitely remember one of my first jobs was doing like a bag boy at the local grocery store. And I definitely remember a group of guys coming into the store, walking up to like the end cap where the potato chips are at, and they were stoned off their butt and just laughing at that shelf for what must have been a half hour. There wasn't a cartoon or anything interesting on that shelf either, and it wasn't like there was like a cool package. It was just regular old potato chips. And I distinctly remember walking by when they finally like stopped laughing. They're like, dude, we're on a mission. Gotta get some munchies. And then wandered off and you could hear them laughing somewhere else in the store. They were high as could be. I didn't run into too many people who were like particularly high while I was working at the grocery store. There was a couple of times where someone would walk in, you're like, I don't know. This person seems like they're on something. But that was like the only time I can think off the top of my head. I was like, oh no, these people were stoned off their rocker. So new Street Grub run to show us how it's done properly. Oh man, Street Grub. I hadn't thought about that game in a minute. That was a fun game. I'm glad that actually came out, because there was a middle time there that was honestly looking like it was going to be gone. That was, for those who don't know Street Grub, it's effectively like a Lemonade Tycoon spiritual successor, where you run like burger stands. And we had played the demo for a sponsored stream, and had a really good time with it, and I was like, oh man, I'm looking forward to this coming out. Like, I don't think it's going to be a game that's particularly streamable, but like, you know, it's, yeah, Business Hero Street Grub, correct. But, like, this has been a lot of fun, and, you know, like, a week later, they got back with me, you know, as we're, you know, dealing with invoicing and all that, and they're like, yeah, you know, unfortunately, we didn't really get the reception we needed to kind of justify, you know, finishing the game, so we're gonna pivot to the edutainment side, because I guess that's their background is edutainment. And I was like, oh, that's a real bummer, like, I really like the game, I'm sorry to hear that. And that's, you know, I thought that was the end of it. And then a little while later, they came back, and they're like, yeah, you know, we're gonna be coming out, you know, with the game on Steam at a certain point. And my assumption was it was, like, at the moment that happened, the numbers weren't where they're at, and the individual I was talking to was kind of like, oh yeah, no, it sounds like we're not going to go forward. And either the numbers, you know, improved over time as like rumblings went around, or, you know, some other business decisions came into play that they decided to move forward with it, because they had put a lot of effort into it at that point. That was kind of thing. It's like, oh yeah, we're not going to move forward. It's just like, what? It's like, I understand, like, if you didn't get the reception, but it feels like at this stage, even if you just polished off what was there, you're probably going to do better than if you just abandoned it. Which, it could have been that they got underwhelming numbers, but, you know, kind of the cooler heads after they had time to process, like, no, this is probably still worth doing. But, you know, it came out, and I think they did a solid job of kind of wrapping it up and doing all that good stuff. Still getting updates now? Yeah, no, I've noticed that. That's had a good couple of updates. But yeah, when it came out for its 1.0 release, we streamed it for, I think it was a day or two. And I had fun with it. I think we got to like the 3rd or 4th area. That said, those tycoon style games can be pretty tough to stream. Like that style especially, where it's kind of like you go through the day and you adjust your menu and you get it set, and then just kind of work through your days and ant farm it a little bit. Those can be a lot of fun to play, but from a content creation standpoint, it's, what am I doing today? Well, I'm going to start my day, and I'm going to fast forward, and I'm going to stop my day, and what else? That's the list. And what are you going to do tomorrow? Well, I'm going to start my day, I'm going to fast forward, and then it's going to finish the day. And I'm going to do that until I have this amount of money in the bank, and when I have that amount of money in the bank, I'm going to buy the bigger truck, and I'm going to do it again. Which, again, from the gameplay standpoint, can be a lot of fun. To see, like, okay, well, where can I get a little bit more money out of this and all that stuff. For me, for, like, when I'm watching a stream, like, if I'm enjoying the rest of the game and all that, I'll probably stick around and give it a shot. But if it's not a game that I'm, like, kind of invested in, or a content creator that I just, like, really enjoy their stuff, I'm probably going someplace else. Like, you know, again, like, if I'm tuning in, like, hanging out with Drongo or Ultra or someone who I really like their content, I'll probably hang out for that, because it'll be fun to hang out regardless of the game. But like if I'm in a channel that isn't one of those channels that like I'm really kind of invested in the creator or whatever, even though I personally like that game a lot, watching it is definitely not gonna hold my attention. Which amusingly enough, like, Farm Sim can certainly be a repetitive game. Zero question about that. Farm Sim is absolutely a repetitive game. Okay, so you're about to be full. But, it's definitely one of those things that, with Farm Sim, I actually can really enjoy Farm Sim, like, just watching it. Which it's weird. If we're being objective with Farm Sim, I'm doing laps on a field. Like, right now, we've been doing the same field. Objectively, I have been doing the same field, and, like, every 2 or 3 times I do this field, a new building or a new piece of equipment appears. Yeah, you're not here for the gameplay right now. And that's fair, and I appreciate you being here, because it's definitely one of those things. When you play games, like, it's one of the reasons I don't like having just one game going on the channel at a time. And what I mean by that, like, in the course of a week, I want to play more than one game, is because there's definitely times where you'll be playing a game, and there's going to be some number of people who think the game's great, and there's going to be some number of people who are pretty indifferent about the game, and there's definitely going to be some people who they cannot stand the game. Now, realistically, people who cannot stand the game are probably going to leave. And maybe they'll be back, like, in the future if they like your content, hopefully. And I got the people who are kind of neutral. It's not really their jam. They're not actively hating it or whatever. But, like, you know, it's not really why they're here. And fair enough. And it's kind of one of those things, when you play games that just are simply the person cannot stand the game, yeah, they're going to leave. Hopefully they come back, they may not. But when you're playing a game that's kind of in that middle area where they're like, well, I'm not into the game, I'm not hating on it, it's just not my thing or whatever, you can do a couple of streams like that, but eventually there is a point where you're just not making the content the person's looking for, and, you know, they'll eventually churn. They'll eventually be like, alright, well, I'm gonna go find someone who's playing something I actually want to see. And a lot of that kind of depends on how much they're into your stream. Like, if someone is, like, really, really into your content, then they might be willing to put up with a lot of, you know, not really their game kind of thing. If they like your content, but it's not, like, super duper, like, big on them, their tolerance for games that they're not interested in might not be as high. But it is one of those things I found, like, if I play, like, a couple of days of one game and switch to a couple of days of, like, another game, or do, like, the back and forth, it means if I have a game that I play that's really not your thing, there's a good chance the next game will be. And getting the game you are interested in, like, every other day seems to be enough that it tends not to have that kind of compounding effect of, like, oh, they're just playing this game I don't care about anymore. I'm gonna go find someone else to watch. And it's not strictly why I do it. It's also the fear of, like, if I were to just go on a complete binger of Farm Sim for, like, a month, then I would build up an audience that's primarily Farm Sim, which is fine. But it means I might drive away my viewership that's not strictly Farm Sim. Which means I'm slowly turning myself into, effectively, a Farm Sim exclusive content creator, which terrifies me. I never want to be a one-game channel. Speaking of which, there was a known game for the next stream, or is it still to be determined? Most time it's a TBA. Unless I got, like, a sponsored thing coming up, or a game is about to release that's, like, kind of like, oh, I'm hyped about it. A lot of times it's a TBA. Sometimes, like, if I'm doing, like, Factorio and wrapping it up, I might be locked in on that one. Right now, we've got a lot of games that are releasing in May. Especially, like, mid-May. There's a lot of games coming out around mid-May. That's when most of the games I'm kind of in the holding pattern are dropping in, kind of thing. And so with, like, that's kind of the next set of games, like, know off the top of my head. I'm like, oh, okay, there's gonna be definitely games there. We have some games that are getting an update very soon, like Go-Go Town. We know sometime this quarter Go-Go Town is going 1.0 unless they delay it. But we don't know when. At least not that I've seen. Let's see, it depends on the game loop, if it's fun for you or not. There's some very nice thing about going back and forth parts of. Yeah, no, this is definitely like chill vibe. Like that's it's like American Truck Simulator as well. Like when you're watching it, like you're watching someone drive on the road, and there's not like a whole bunch of craziness going on most of the time. Once in a while, you have something happen, like a car veers out and causes a crash or whatever. You roll it or whatever, creates a little excitement. But then there's that kind of thing. Let's see, more games used to push to just be the start of school holidays, and it feels like that's less of a thing. No, that's absolutely, and I'll get to you in Instant Lash in just a second. There's definitely a thing that this year especially, it was like November last year, there's usually a ramp up for the holidays that November is kind of like the absolute busiest it gets, because you're trying to get those holiday sales before like Christmas or whatever. And it'll usually kind of ramp up, peak at November, it'll start coming back down, and then it's around, like, Christmas, just after Christmas, that it kind of goes into free fall. And then normally it goes into free fall and stays down all the way until, like, the end of February, early March, that it slowly starts to climb up from stuff like Steam Next Fest, but it doesn't properly ramp up until, like, leading into the summer sale time, which is usually just a little bit before Steam Summer Sales, when you see all the games trying to ramp up to get themselves known before the sale. But this past year, it's been like, we ramped up to November and just stayed there. And it's just been releases. I did the count the other stream that I have played over, it was like 47 different games in the last 90 days. We have played 47 different games on this channel in the last 90 days. That is an S-ton of games, considering I didn't stream all 90 of those days. That is a abnormally high number of games, not only for this channel, but like just in general. And it's just because the releases have not stopped. Like, we're in a spell right now where there has been releases. Windrose came out this past week. There's definitely been more releases. But it's kind of just I need kind of a break from new games for 5 minutes. And of the games coming out, like, Windrose looks interesting. I think I'd enjoy it. I didn't happen to get a hold of a key. I didn't particularly go out of my way to pursue it either, admittedly. But, you know, like, some of the games, like, this has been the first week. It's like, okay, there's games coming out, but none of these games have been ones that I've, like, super duper grabbed on. Are you already, both of you, full? You can't both be full, right? They are both full. Okay. Alright, so it heavily depends on the game too. With Farm Sim, we can chat on the side, and the game can be background. If you're playing something story heavy, like Persona 5, you don't know the context, the focus of the stream, you'll be lost, you can't really watch. That's one of the reasons, like, and this is the thing I brought up before, if it's a story heavy game I'm playing, it usually has to be something I can kind of put a bow on in like 2-3 streams. There's a reason why I don't play games like Baldur's Gate 3. And it's not that they're not good games. Baldur's Gate 3 is an amazing game. But it's that exact kind of thing of when the story is that much of the game, once you fall a stream or two behind what's going on in the story, and with the hours I stream, that's almost a guarantee going to happen to the majority of people, it can be very not fun to try and watch, because the whole time you're like, who's that guy? Why is he mad at us? He was our friend. What's this going on? What's with the dog? That there's no catching up. And it'd be very, very, very rough from the side of the viewer to do that. Some factory automation games can be that way, and like Factorio can be that way. I think the DLC for Factorio has both been good and bad from that standpoint. It's bad because now a run takes so long. If you're not speedrunning, you're guaranteeing people are going to miss a lot of it. So people are going to lose context. But it is kind of good in the sense that when you go to one of the other planets, that individual planet's kind of like a new start point. So people have fallen behind on what's going on can now jump in at that planet. So even if they don't know what the hell's going on in the rest of the system, you know, for that planet, they can kind of keep up what's going on there. But yeah, no, that's there's a reason I do not play very many story games and like invest in them. Lorraine one is part of their own IP? Yeah. Just accepted the DLC contract, then made a bunch of one-shots? Yeah. But there's so many people have started Baldur's Gate 3 like 4 times and never finished it, or finished it several times, but still want to try new characters. Doing like 8-hour adventures would be cheap to make, mostly existing assets. Yeah, no, I could definitely see like a Baldur's Gate 3 like mini scenario kind of things or whatever, or like side stories that you could just do in like a nice bite-sized thing, both from like the gameplay, like playing the game and all that. But yeah, it's very hard to do story games if that's not your thing. And there are content creators that's what they do, that they play like Fallout and they play Baldur's Gate and they play Starfield and they play these like very story-heavy games, and that's just what they do. You'll notice a lot of those channels, as part of what they do to make that work, is they'll tend to have streams that are like 4 or 5 hours or so, a lot of them, because that does make it a thing, so they can start and finish the entirety of the game. Like basically your chances of being able to catch it and go back and watch the VOD are far higher. But then for me, who does, like 9 hours a day, 5 to 7 days a week, the chances that any individual viewer will see all of it is not great. We do have some who will be here for all of it, but most likely you'll have missed at least a number of hours of a stream or a stream in completion based on your schedules. Because it's tough. Like, in some games you can get away with it. Like, I feel there's a story to games like Coral Island and Stardew Valley, and there's the different characters, and people will miss, like, what's going on with Emily, and you'll fall behind in that, and that kind of thing, and that's fine. But, the overarching story is not particularly in-depth in either of those. You look at Stardew Valley's main story, and it's basically, there's a community center, there's JojaMart. JojaMart showed up into town, the community server went bad, you can now choose to repair the community center, or, pay JojaMart a bunch of money to then, build the town. And otherwise, there's kind of only 2 main story beats of, like, finishing the main story of the community center JojaMart. There is the extra content that comes after that, and then there's also Ginger Island. Those are kind of the beats. So you can miss like 2 or 3 entire streams, and you've only missed 1 or 2 main story beats in games like Stardew Valley. And Coral Island's the same way. Coral Island, I'd say, has more touch, like a lot more touch points on the main story. It does a lot more for its main story, but even then, a lot of it's like the fact that they see you looking around the underwater area. That adds to the main story. But if you miss that scene, it doesn't hurt your understanding of the story or the interpretation. It's again kind of one of those things where there's like 2 or 3 main pieces that, like, hey, you got the community center, like you got the main narrative, what happened, you got the stuff up to A rank, you got the stuff to S rank, the end game content. Or actually, I'd say the merfolk. The merfolk interaction would be a main story thing that missing that would leave you confused as well. But yeah. As we do all have certain whose eyes will pretty much follow all 65 or 45, 60 streams. Oh, even people like, I imagine, Cookie, definitely watches a lot and catches every stream. I don't think Cookie like catches every hour of every stream. So he'd still be left that. This basically sees less viewers each successive episode until the next reset. Yep, no, that's exactly it. Because even with that, like, you'll have, when you're doing a story-driven game, you don't typically have new viewers jump in the middle very often. Not never, but jump in the middle of a series, where you will have people fall off. Whether it's they're no longer interested, they fell behind the story and they don't want to catch up, or they can't catch up, or whatever. But yeah, that's the reason why there's not as many content creators who do story-heavy stuff. They do exist, and usually most of the ones that they exist, Like, it is a thing that's kind of usually their main thing. Not always. There's definitely exceptions. Pretty much everything in content creation, there's exceptions. Like, you'll have someone show conventional wisdom that's true, like, 90% of the time, and there will be 10% of content creators who do the exact opposite of that conventional wisdom and also find success. Or they'll do the thing that's conventional wisdom and find zero success. There's a lot of feeling things out. There's certainly anti-patterns in content creation. Things that you recognize that, hey, you do this, it will have a bad impact on your community. Doing streams that are like 30 minutes long as a thing would be an anti-pattern. You're not going to ever grow doing that, because by the time the people realize you're live, you're not live already. But broadly speaking, there's no right answers, there's just a handful of wrong ones. Oh yeah, no, Bentley, there's a lot of people who like multi-watch. Like, usually when I rap stream, depending on who's on a given night, I might be tuned into Drongo, Ultra, you know, maybe Sim. Like, it won't be usually more than, like, 2 or 3, because I can't keep up with that many. But I'll usually have 2 or 3 up, and then it'll be like, you know, I'll hop into one, and I'll be focused on that one. I'll still have, like, a little bit of volume, and if, like, I hear the conversation on another one that, like, grabs my interest, I'll switch over to theirs, and that kind of thing. See, now that you think about it, the company that made D&D games in the late 1980s, early 1990s, I think it was Goldbox Games, couldn't prolong their license. So they actually released their own dev tools as an RPG game kit. That's neat. Hey, Lex, how's it going? You enjoy your lurk and all that, not trying to call you out, just acknowledging that you're here. Also, there are many issues with counting if you have too many, even if you have the monitor and the brain space. Yeah, no, that's absolutely a thing. That's where a lot of people are like, oh no, lurkers don't count, you know, they don't count more than 2 tabs. And there's a lot of argument back and forth where it's 2 or 3 or whatever. I personally believe it is much higher than that. Not like 20 or anything like that. I do believe it is higher than 2 or 3. The things that I was told when I went to TwitchCon, which none of them gave exact numbers, because they were like, we don't give exact numbers because once we do, then you've just given the formula to the people trying to circumvent those things, the number. And I also believe it's not a static number either. I believe there's a variability around it depending on certain conditions. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate that. Just gonna finish my thought real fast and I'll go through like the whole thing. But never mind. You're good. You're good, Treacle. So check out Italics, absolutely fantastic. Doing some Hearts of Iron 4. Absolutely. And all that stuff, but good to see you and all that stuff. I hope you had a good time with it. Yeah, no, I figured you've been lurking. No finishing thoughts here. It happens. But yeah, no, it's just, like, you know, a lot of people watch multiple tabs on Twitch at the same time, and they'll, like, kind of focus in and out of tabs based on what's going on and all that stuff, and that's very normal behavior. But where people be like, only 2 tabs count, it's like, no, it's higher than that. We don't know the exact number. 2 is what gets thrown around, but it's definitely higher than 2. I've at least done my test, which granted, you know, sample size 1. But everything I've been told from TwitchCon is it is higher than that. We don't know what it is, and they won't tell us. But yeah, absolutely is the thing. We'll have 2 thrown around and all that, and some people swear by it. It's a safe number. That's part of the reason why people use it. It's a safe number. Telling people, hey, if you got more than 2 tabs, you know, maybe don't open too many more. Because for those who don't know, once you open a certain number of tabs, it stops counting any of them because Twitch is like, you can't watch that many. So you're feeling that the time of day matters in some way. Often you'll get a watch streak from 2 at the same time. Yeah, no, it could be. Like, that's the thing. I think part of the reason they don't give us a hard number is it's not something that, like, hard-coded, you know, you hit 2 tabs and it says no. Let's see, I mean, to be honest, more than 3 tabs, you're not watching them all. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, 3 is kind of my hard cutoff for me personally, even before all of that. Because with, like, 3, I can have a little bit of volume on 2 of them while I'm focused on 1. And then if I hear something that grabs my attention in another tab, you know, which ones, the higher volume ones, switches and I pop over. Or, you know, if someone goes on break for a while, I might pop on to the other one. You get the idea. Like, you pop around. I tend to have the ones most likely I'll be focused on, like, 90% of the time. And then the ones I'll spend a little bit more unless it's, like, a game I'm just not jamming with. But yeah, no, I definitely agree. Once you got, like, 4, 5, 6, 7 tabs, you're not watching them. Let's see, the average attention span for chatter is barely sufficient to watch one, let alone 3. Agreed. Like, and that's kind of the point, is the limitation was put there. And again, it's more than 2. We don't know the number, and it could have some variability to it. Will the roulette of the next crop do? Yes, we did. We actually already rolled it, and it is long grain rice is the next one. Which we actually are really, like, that's what we're working on right now. I already got my harvester over there. And all that. But anyways, let me, before I forget, go check out Italic's. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly recommend. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. So if you like the games here, go check out Italic's. Absolutely fantastic. Plays a lot of the same kind of stuff. Which, of course, means the inverse is also true. If, you know, if people who like my content likely to like their content, certainly it doesn't go the other way around. It's definitely one-sided. No, it's definitely, you know, you'll find on Twitch there's circles where a lot of us will play similar games. It's not a planned or any kind of thing like that, but you know, you end up running into people who play similar games to you, and if content creator A isn't live, well, content creator there B is there to fill in that gap, and then if both of them are not live, you sit in your chair rocking forward, back and forth, trapped with your thoughts, and going, why am I here with my thoughts? This isn't safe. What now? But, nah, you just get the idea. You end up finding a bunch of content creators in the same circle. Ready to come for you? Yeah, no, it's, the music service I was using, you know, decided they wanted to go all in on the Gen AI, so I ended my subscription, and it runs out in 2 days. I'm trying to, like, switch over to other music. Never sleeps. Randy never sleeps. Absolutely. Lies, it's a conspiracy to get us all to play specific games so the government can train us into city builders and farmers. Well, someone's got to do the city building. Where's the human hat factory? Hey, you don't know what's going on inside those buildings. They're labeled sugar. The labels don't need to be what's actually on them. Legally, they do. Reality, they don't. Alright. So we got our sugar cane. Our pH is bad. Our nitrogen is bad. As happens after you just do a fresh harvest. So let's go and get our sugarcane fields done. So the good news here is we're getting pretty close. That's probably enough fertilizer. Okay. Not only do we like sugarcane, we have two sugar processing plants. Because not only did I plant sugarcane, and like, okay, by my rules, I have to actually like do it. I can't be like, oh, I rolled sugarcane, put like the one reed of sugarcane in the corner of the property and be like, there, I did a sugarcane. I have to actually do it. And so I planted enough that I could literally fill up in the course of a year both sugarcane sugar plants to capacity and have them run for the full year. And have a little bit of sugarcane left over. Because why achieve when you can overachieve? And honestly, Ultra, with the mod that adds capacity to the sugarcane harvester, I've actually found sugarcane to not be that bad with that. Without having an internal storage of any kind, oh my god, make the suffering stop. It's basically the exact same experience. It's basically the exact same experience as doing carrots and that. But all that. But once you have the internal storage on there, like it's still got the, you know, the width on the header of like, what is it, like 2 meters or some nonsense? So it's still slow. It's still slow. That is definitely still a big old negative. Did you want the offset? Last season we went up and down. The last harvest we went up and down. But yeah, otherwise I would have wanted to do the offset. 2 meters is still 3 meters wider than potatoes. I've done potatoes, and I remember they were awful. I don't remember the details, like the header width and all that stuff. Go. You gotta keep in mind... the first time I did the Survivor Man Challenge, I was relatively new to the game and didn't know the tricks to make better money and all that kind of stuff. And I had a field, it wasn't this big, it was maybe 3/4 the size of this. And I was desperate for money, and I had the bare minimum I could do the field. So I was plowing the field with the 1.3 meter wide plow each harvest, because I couldn't afford a better cultivator or plow or anything. So genuinely plowing the field took me well over an hour of real life time. It was like an hour and a half to plow this stupid field with this plow that was like this big, just going up the little line. And that was without us having GPS, and I didn't have the GPS mod. And that was hard economy in Farm Sim 22, which is much harder than hard economy in Farm Sim 25. So if I handed over to the AI, I would lose money each harvest because I was losing all of my money to salary. So I had to do that stupid field manually with this tiny, tiny little plow. And then I'd have like the 3 meter wide, I think, was it 2 or 3 meter wide was the smallest planter in 22. I think it was it 3 meter? It doesn't matter. It was like, it also was a tiny little seeder. I couldn't afford fertilizer, so I wasn't fertilizing the field because I couldn't afford that. That was outside our budget. It was awful. And I did it again and again and again until I could afford something not horrible. You know, and then you start ramping up and making the money and going. Now, granted, there was so many things I could have done better. I could have had better crop selection that would have given me better money. I could have done a lot of things to improve that situation, which would have gone faster, but I didn't know those things because I was new to the game. When is a good month to sell sugar? In the game, July. July is sugar month. It was also a thing in Farm Sim 22, the AI couldn't handle like half the tasks. Like, if you had a rectangular field and you wanted them to cultivate, you're good to go. If you wanted to spray the field, good luck. Plowing the field, that could get interesting to watch sometimes. Sometimes that was its own entertainment, is watching the AI try and, you know, plow a field. Because they would be everywhere. They would tip up the plow and put the tractor on 2 wheels because they couldn't figure out how to, you know, turn without all this stuff going on. Looks like I missed this corner. Or not. Fine. Okay. Are you lime in this box? Yes. Yeah, so we sell... So basically the order of operations we have is October we harvest and then do like a little bit of maintenance on the field. March and April I kind of just verify that like nothing is going wrong with the sugarcane. Not that I expect things to go wrong, but you know, I'm paranoid because if I don't catch it and something goes wrong, then I go a whole year without getting paid. And this fills my heart with sadness. We need to go here. Lime. Give me lime. But yeah, no, that was... I'm happy I did that run, even though, like, the beginning was so rough in that run. But, yeah, no, that run got pretty far. We were doing, I think it was like 8 different crops by the end. I had 3 of the animals. Actually, you know what? I ended up taking that map and finishing all the achievements on it. I forgot about that. Other than, like, the collectibles or whatever that are map-specific. But, like, you know, eventually I got the horse in the map and then just ran around in circles with the horse, jumping constantly, because that's what achievements required. I did the grapes and olives. I deserve an award for that, because the grapes and olives were very rough achievements. They were the last two I got because they took forever. And they don't pay you hardly anything. That is the one thing. If I could just sneak in there and tweak a number on the game side, buff the crap out of the grapes and olives pay. Buff the crap out of it. They are very laborious. They should pay at least decently. They should not be the two lowest paying crops in the game. Why are two of the most laborious crops, well, I mean, not most laborious, that's not fair, fairly laborious crops the worst paying in the game? Come on, man. Jump those numbers. We're talking, you can jump them by, like, a factor of, like, 10, and they would still be only, like, moderately good crops. When I say they're the worst paying, they are awful. You plant those because you want to experience it, or you want the Steam achievement. That is the only reason you plant grapes and olives in this game. Oh, right, I forgot. You got detach and detach. Because for whatever reason, when you switch between the lime and the fertilizer, it does change the width on the vehicle, but the GPS doesn't catch on to that. But when you detach, it fixes it. But yeah, so all we're doing right now is fixing the acidity of the soil. We put fertilizer down in the soil, and then the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to drive around with a hoe behind me for a little while. And that'll fix the weeds, because that definitely is how that works in real life. Is before you plant everything, you just drive with a hoe behind your vehicle, and weeds don't happen at all, ever. And I keep accidentally hitting the open the back when I mean to turn it on. But yeah, I noticed this game. Our field's getting a little trashed. Our field's getting a little trashed over the years between tornadoes and hail and all that. It's probably not far off from when it's going to be likely time for me to plow the field and do it over again. Because each one of those is probably only representing like 1/4% or 0.5%, if that, of my yield lost. But as we get more and more of those on there, eventually it will add up to an amount I care about. But yeah, we'll have to plow to fix those. Weeds in your garden don't happen because you don't look. It's a great strategy. My poor garden is weeds. There's no not weeds right now. Because I used to be really good about the garden. And then Bambi showed up and ate everything. And after having dealt with like raccoons and leaf miners and many other pests that one by one I managed to like get to stay away from the garden, it was definitely the time where the entire garden vanished overnight to Bambi. That I was like, you know what? Screw this. Screw all this. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm putting in all this work, and gardening is not exactly economical for getting your produce. Produce is much, much cheaper just buy in the store. Not as good, but just much cheaper to buy in the store. And I'm not even getting my joy and fulfillment out of this because all the animals are eating my stuff. The thing that catches me is, like, the one they ate that really stuck out to me was it was a blackberry bush. You know, thorns and everything. So this blackberry bush that got to be, like, 3 feet tall. It wasn't very, like, puffy, wide, whatever you want to go with. Like, it was still a scrawny little thing because it's pretty early on. But, like, it had a good couple reeds going up. And this thing had some wicked thorns on it. And the deer just like, yeah, I can eat that. That's fine. Reed thorns and everything. Whole way down. Little nub sticking out of the ground like that tall. Whole thing, you're like, yeah, and the deer's just like, oh yeah, thorns. Those are delicious. Flips down the sunglasses, glares at you directly, and then walks into the distance without looking back. gives a really cringy one-liner. You know, which definitely gets in the wisdom. Man, it was so stupid. Do you hear that? That was such a terrible one-liner. This other one would have been so much better. You think I could do it again? The animals are getting joy and fulfillment? Yes, the animals are being enriched. Yeah, to be fair, eating blackberries and that kind of thing, that is normal food for the deer and all that here. The raccoon getting the pineapple, that's not normal food for the raccoons here. That's an exception. Mostly our stuff would be fairly normal stuff. We could do a cutting at the old line out. Nod. Yeah, we'll just do a cut and edit where we'll just shift the frame slightly higher so we don't see your mouth clearly. That way when the lips don't line up, you don't notice. Nah, the ones that irked me for creatures eating my things, like one, the deer, because it was just devastating the whole thing. That was pretty bad. The raccoons are the ones that pissed me off the most otherwise, because there was two things that they would do that really just kind of got under my skin. The first one was I had tomatoes growing there, so like beefsteak tomatoes, like the big tomatoes. And the raccoon would go to tomato, take a big old bite out of the side and go, that one's not good yet. And it'd spit it out. I actually don't think it's bad, but it wouldn't finish. It would take one big chomp out of the tomato, and it wasn't ready yet. And so it'd go to the next tomato and take one big chomp out of it, and it wasn't ready yet either. And it would go through every single tomato on that bush and just take one big bite out of it. Not like eat half of it, not eat a bunch of it, just one bite. And you're like, dude, come on, man. It's bad enough if you ate like one or two of my tomatoes, at least I'd get something. But by biting each one of these, neither of us is getting a complete tomato at any point in these things' history. And that one was pretty annoying. That's probably the one that irked me the most, because there's just no reason for it. The next one that was really frustrating was with pineapple. For those who don't know, when you grow pineapple, you get one pineapple per plant per year. One, uno, singular. And these raccoons went over, and I'm seeing this pineapple, like, cool, the pineapple's not ready yet. We're getting close. It's almost time that I can go and, you know, bring that in and finish it ripening at the end of the year or whatever. And I go out there, it's like, okay, like, the pineapple is, like, just about to go. Let me go out there. I'm going to get ahead of these raccoons. I'm going to get this pineapple before it's fully ripened. It's close enough it'll finish ripening in the house. It's already got its nutrients. It just needs a little more time. And I go out there, this pineapple has looked great, only to find when I walked to the other side, they had gone into the side of the pineapple, eaten all of it out but the core, and the skin on the side facing the house. So I was looking at what was effectively an empty stick with a piece of, like, fluff on the top. Because the raccoons at some non-specific time prior ate the whole thing. I don't think it was like a deliberate, like, they knew which side to eat or whatever. It was just they happened to eat the side facing the woods. But it was definitely one of those things that, you know, I'm all excited. I think I'm going to get in there, get this pineapple. And you walk out there, it's like, there's no pineapple here. I got a core and I got, like, the top. Now, granted, that did mean I could take the top and I planted it to get in our pineapple plant. But I didn't get my pineapple. I think the entire time I grew pineapple here at the house, I got, like, 2 of them. And I had a good, like, 8 or 9 pineapple plants before just everything got, you know, like, the garden got completely messed up and I kind of gave up, and then when the weeds took over, the pineapples got ruined. I eventually did get the raccoons to stop coming back. That was, I had a habanero bush that would overproduce habanero to a point, like, if you ate that much habanero, you would not have a stomach to speak of. You wouldn't be going, where are the holes in my stomach? You'd be like, where's the stomach left at all? So I was taking all the extras, grinding it up in a coffee grinder, and I started, like, putting it around the edges of the garden. And for some reason, the raccoon stopped coming. I wish I caught them, like, going out there sniffing at it, because that would have been probably fun to see. Um, you know, some Schadenfreude. But once I started putting a little bit of the habanero around the edges, the cats and the raccoon stopped tearing up my garden. But yeah, that was definitely a thing. The leaf miners weren't bad. You just trimmed off some of the leaves that had the because leaf miners are they're just a fly or whatever. And they just dig tunnels through your leaves, and they're hard to deal with because pesticides don't really work because they're inside the leaf. And I didn't really use a lot of pesticides. But what you could do is you took off the leaves that had the leaf miners in it and just got rid of them. And then you could just get, like, I think it was vinegar and oil, and you just spray the leaves once in a while, and they couldn't put their eggs in it or whatever. And so you just did that for a little bit and they went away. Recently learned that you can top a pineapple to grow a new one. You're this years old. Oh yeah, no, literally, if you want to grow pineapple, you just go to the store, you buy a pineapple, and you go where, like, that green bushy part is, cut just a little ways into the fruit, like half an inch or so, and you just stick it in the ground. Maybe put water down one time, and then the order of business past there is neglect, and then you get a pineapple next year. Assuming you're in a place they grow, or can grow. So, like, that's the beauty. If you don't have critters eating all your pineapple, it's kind of a multiplicative thing where you have your first year, you put your pineapple down. Next year you get a pineapple, you cut the top off. Now you got 2 pineapple plants. Next year you got 2 pineapples, you cut the tops off. Now you got 4 pineapple. You get the idea. And I'm jealous because my parents, they had, like, a big pool area that had, like, a fence around it, so it's not that they never got critters, but there was no, like, green belt nearby, no nature preserve or whatever, so broadly speaking, there wasn't many critters going in the garden. So, like, my mom had something like 20-something pineapple plants back there, and so, you know, a couple of pineapples wouldn't make it for this or that reason, like, you know, it wouldn't fully ripen and something would happen to it, or whatever. But we still got a good number of pineapples out of that every year. Used to make a sprayer or similar and put it around to stop cats, using under our house, the litter tray. Chili is pretty effective. Yeah. Yep. The deer, I got them to go away for a while, but it was high maintenance. I had these little sticks, and they had 2 wires I'd cross over them, and a little cotton ball. And what you'd do is you'd go to that cotton ball, and you had a couple different scents, but you had one that smelled like, you know, some type of nut or whatever. There's a couple different things that deer happen to like. And so you'd spray it, and the deer would go over there and sniff it, and then poke their nose on it, and give them a little zap, and then it'd scurry off. And then they wouldn't come back for a while. And then once you did that, you kind of trained the deer to stay away from there. And because, like, I'm like, I don't want to hurt these animals or whatever, like, they're doing their thing, you know, whatever. I, of course, tested the zapping on myself first. And that is actually a thing I did. And if you ever taken, like, a 9-volt battery, and you're not supposed to do this, ask how many kids in the 90s did it. And if you ever want to know if a 9-volt battery, you could do the whole thing where you take your tongue and go, and, like, touch the prongs, like, make your tongue tingle. That's about all the more it was. I was actually surprised that was it. The deer didn't like it. Apparently the deer have sensitive noses, and that is, I mean, also not knowing it's coming definitely startled the deer, and they were not a fan. I only had the one time I heard one just go crashing through the brush behind the house. But yeah. Let's see, your recent, yeah, sorry, we already got that. We got spare. When Rual got more pineapples than atoms in the known universe, you know he's won the exponential growth. The bottom part of the pineapple plant doesn't die after a year. You thought the top part would grow again. The number of plants would stay the same. Yeah, no, so it's, basically you take the pineapple plant, the bushy part, you cut the fruit off, so you get your pineapple, which you buy in the store. Then you cut the green part off the pineapple at the top. And like I said, a little bit of the pineapple flesh. You don't need much, like a half an inch. That's just to help, like, planting it, let it get its root systems in. But, like, the fruit part, that yellow part, yeah, you still eat that. I mean, that's the whole point. But yeah, that green bushy part you go, and then the bottom green part, if you're in an area that can support pineapple, that stays year after year. They only produce pineapples so many times before you kind of want to replace them. It's kind of like your first pineapple is your good one, your second one, maybe cut that one up. Third one, do you want to make something cooking pineapple? Maybe at 4 it might be time to replant. For a home person though, you just keep putting them down there. And if you notice one's not producing anything or what it's producing is garbage, maybe you yoink that one out and replace it. Commercially, I want to say they, like, every third, fourth year they swap the plants. Because they're getting a lot of pineapple. And there's a lot of that kind of thing. Like, we talked about it when you grow stuff like pecan trees and all that. It's something like the first, I can't remember how many, I'm going to have the number wrong, but like 7 years they don't produce crap. It's like you'll technically get some pecans on it, but it's an insignificant number for a commercial purpose. But then once you get past that threshold, they start producing, and then somewhere like 15 years is kind of their peak year for production. And then over time, the production starts coming back down until they start producing poorly. And then there's, you know, that point where you're like, okay, I hoed the field already, right? Yeah, I hoed the field. If not, we'll find out next month when it's not hoed, and then I have weeds to get rid of. And we're watching on here for a seeder that auto-drills. If I can catch it on sale, that's great. If not, that's fine too. We should have enough money. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, sheep grassland fence are the worst shocks because they're designed to burn away grass instead of short out. Oh yeah, no, I've gotten myself with the electric fences. I've gotten myself an electric fence before. Like, it doesn't hurt you, but it gives you a good jump. It is a pretty solid zap. It's definitely not one of those ones you touch and be like, oh, that was uncomfortable. That's definitely, you're jumping away from it going, ow. Like, they'll give you a good pop. Alright, so the next months we care about is, I like to check in March/April to look at the sugarcane, be like, hey, did yourself, because the sugarcane replants. So we're just being like, hey, everything good? And any problems? It's never had a problem. I'm just very paranoid. But so then we'll go and we do that. Then July we sell the sugar. I'm honestly, this will be our first year we'll have a truly full volume of sugar. So we'll see. Well, that's the whole point of electric fence. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. The whole point of the electric fence is, you know, your cow, sheep, insert animal gets up by your fence and you give it a good zap. And it knows to leave it alone. You know, there's all that kind of stuff. There's risk with those because, you know, you can actually start fires if you have problems like this, you know, fence shorts out or all that. But it is a reasonable solution for a problem. And, like, you know, if people are like, animal cruelty or whatever, it's like, no, like, the animal will zap itself once or twice and it'll stay away from the fence. It's not enough. It's not going to injure the animal. I've gotten zapped by electric fence. It's not a good time. You're not happy about it. But, like, you know, it's one of those things that the animals will typically learn in one go, maybe two or whatever. Maybe if it's a particularly stubborn animal, it might take 3 or 4. But you're not injuring the animal versus it wandering out into the highway or something. I still think my favorite, I've told this fact a number of times, I still think my favorite thing about, like, pest deterrence, yeah, it is snowing because it was January. I think my favorite pest deterrent kind of thing I've seen, I mean, not seen, heard, I haven't physically seen it in person, I've seen video, is in a lot of areas where there's elephants in the area. Elephants properly destroy a farm. Like, you get elephants into the farmland, they just tear it up and absolutely ruin it. They rut it up with their tusks, they dig into the clay because they want to eat it, because that's where they get their minerals from. They'll tear up certain types of crops and eat those crops. It's farmers and elephants are not the best of friends in those areas. So they want to keep the elephants out, but they also don't want to kill the elephants. Because also, the elephants can be kind of a problem, but they're also, like, in danger in a lot of places and a lot of that. So they want to try and keep the elephants away without having to, just go kill a bunch of elephants. And what they figured out is elephants really, really don't like bees. Like, very, very don't like bees. To such a point that recording elephant vocalizations, they have found elephants have a word for bees. Like, super not a fan of bees. So what they discovered they can do is they can either put beehives around their farms, and the elephants hear the bees and are like, hell no, I want no part of this. Or, if they don't have bees in the area, they can put up speakers playing the sounds of bees, and that also gets the elephants to be like, hell no, I want no part of this. And so it's kind of a cool thing that just this idea that you can just put bees around your farm, and the elephants are like, absolutely not. Let's see, there was a time elephants broke into some alcohol-producing village and drunk produce to the village. Got drunk. Oh yeah, and that doesn't surprise me. Let's see, got a bull that uses the electric fence to scratch his butt. Let's see, most places it's illegal to stop elephant migrations. You can't fence them. That's actually why some people, some of the original very hot chilies were developed. Gotcha. Yeah, no, and the bees would be another thing. Like, and so instead of fencing it in, it would persuade them to go around the bee area. It's also the idea that, like, we now know a word in elephant, which is bees. We don't know the rest of language of elephant, but we do know the word for bees, or their equivalent. Not getting lucky on the planter. I love that some of those quotes that I do not remember the context to at all. So we've got hail going on. So the sugarcane is growing nicely. We are at between 121% yield and 123% yield out of a maximum 125% yield, which is pretty good. Because every little imperfection does count against it. Alright, so the next day we care about is July. July, we sell sugar. Yeah, and all the older quotes are like things about nature. Did you buy the second mill? We did buy the second mill. We also have our harvester and our header for our harvester for our long grain rice. Which you'll look at this. Don't mind, it might look mildly cursed. It might look like one of these parts does not go with the other part. That'd be correct, but it does work. It definitely gives the vibes of like one farmer had a used harvester and not enough money for a header, and another farmer had a header, but they had no harvester, and they kind of gave it a look. They got out some welding tools and some hammers, and with enough motivation, they made it work. Was it meant to work? No. Is it going to work? Probably. It'll be enough to actually get the harvest? That's all that matters. Look, budget's tight, and combines are expensive. Combines are very expensive. Combines are absurdly expensive. But the beauty is it does actually work. So in this game, unlike real life, you can mix and match your combine headers, brands, and all that kind of stuff. The thing you have to watch is the horsepower. So luckily, that much, much, much bigger header than that combine's designed to use, it does work with a combine that has, on its low end, about the same horsepower as the one we're using, but can be upgraded to have a much higher horsepower. So I did have to do a test to make sure it worked, because there was a little, I don't know if I'm going to get away with this. That's definitely on the very high-end limit of what I can get away with. In real life, you can do that too, if you have a hammer and the right motivation and some scrap metal. I assume, between the different brands, they're probably very, very different hookups and linkages and all that stuff. So you can't just, grab a New Holland combine and then just, adjust a bracket and put a John Deere header on it. I would assume they're very, very different connections. Not saying with enough gumption, welding, and know-how you couldn't get it to work, but it's probably not one of those things you're gonna, you know, just cut here and weld there, and thumbs up, you're good to go. I would assume it would be a whole ordeal that would be almost more impressive that you got it to work than, you know, anyone being like, come on, man. There's got to be a better way. Okay, just double checking our prices on our sugar. Also, I realized you might be out of water. Oh no, you got a little bit. We did top off. It worked for 18. Yeah, so we got our sweet, sweet sugar. We're going to be selling that for 528 per go. Per 1,000 liter, I believe it is. And if we check our sugar mills here, I have, what is it? 86, about 87 in both of those. So 176 or so inside of there. And plus another about 36 on the outside. We got some sugar. We got a lot of sugar. We got a whole lot of sugar. Oh, that's gonna upset me if I sit there and get like one less than a full go. Now, you probably noticed I did switch to where we're no longer using the forklift. With needing to move what's getting close to 200 things of sugar in a day, 200 individual pallets, I do have my limits for my willingness to deal with tedium. And while Forklift Simulator is probably a fun game, I'm playing Farming Simulator, and would definitely like to not do that. Now, to be fair, I do have the alternatives of what I could do, is I could tell those both to go to just immediately selling. The pro and con there is, the pro is I don't have to deal with it. The con is it will sell it continuously throughout the year, which means I'm getting a steady income, but part of the year it sells for way less than the other part of the year. It's not that much less, it's like 10-20% less or whatever. But also, the other con has to deal with, they do take a little bit of a cut when you have it sell directly as opposed to selling it yourself. It's not that bad. It means I'd probably be ranging somewhere from getting 10% less to 30% less, depending on what time of year, between that cut and the reduced sell price of not selling at the top of the market. But right now, we're early game. Well, actually, we're probably mid-game. But right now, we're like mid-game. So it's definitely one of those things where it's like, I don't need to get every dollar I need out of it, but I would definitely like to get most of the money I can. But the beauty here is the cedar I would be going after if I don't get anything on sale is about $195,000, I believe. And so we would have that money, and the field I want is about 140. So if we sell all the sugar, I don't know why I went around this way, but if we sold all the sugar for here, and the amount I'm expecting to get for that, plus what I already had, I should have enough money to start the rice. Because I'll have the harvester, I'll have the header, I'll have all that good stuff. That deeply upsets me. I need to get better about pulling along there. What I need to do is stop going around and driving up the side of the hill and use the little gravel road I made, complete with a street light, that goes down there and actually follow it down there. That is kind of the point. That is kind of why it exists at all. Is to be driven down. And I should actually use it for that purpose. You're not empty. I was gonna say, there's like 200 of these and I'm grabbing 32 around. You're not empty yet. I've only done 2, well this is the second or third round? We played a 1970s setting tabletop RPG once or twice, and went full blast with A-Team storyline role-playing. but hilariously awkward and failing, of course. Because what could go wrong? Let's see, speaking of using your Prime account to sub the streamer, you just found out today that someone usurped your account and is stealing your Twitch Prime to use for their own purpose. You're unable to even change your password. If you can log in, you should be able to change your password. I mean, maybe if there's a two-factor authentication issue or whatever, that's something you would definitely be able to reach out to Twitch support to get that sorted. That kind of account issue, is definitely one of those things. Because the only way I could see that you wouldn't be able to change is if it's got two-factor authentication. Oh no, you're good. You can change your password. Change your password on your email ASP. Yeah, no, absolutely. Definitely change anything that would potentially have a shared password. You change. This is your reminder, chat. Do not reuse your passwords, even on stuff you feel that's inconsequential. If you are like, but it's too many passwords to remember, get a password manager. I highly recommend it. There's many, 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 many good ones. Many good ones. Get a password manager. Let it handle it. Yeah, I did earlier tonight, reaching out to Twitch. You did have the problem getting your 6-digit codes. Yeah. I mean, changing your password usually requires access to email. So if that doesn't work, your email is compromised. You found that your account had been used like that before you started streaming, being active Twitch a year ago? Yeah, no, that's definitely have your two-factor authentication. Definitely have your two-factor authentication. That, like, you'll have the whole thing is like, oh no, two-factor authentication by SMS, that can be compromised. Sure, if the person knows the message is coming through and is in position to compromise it, absolutely. What are the odds that you, as a random person on the internet, this person might have scraped the password from something, or there was a data breach or whatever, is going to be able to do that to you individually? Pretty low. Pretty low. And even if they can, that's still an entire extra layer of security that they would have to compromise and all that stuff. See, there are companies that claim to be legitimate, that sell streamers Prime subs. You get emails offering 100 subs in exchange for 50% of their revenue. That's like no other accounts. Obviously, they're not legitimate. Well, and plus, a lot of those ones that like, hey, we'll give you 100 Prime subs and yada yada, and you have to like split the revenue and all that. Definitely don't do that for a whole mess of reasons. Obviously, there's the one where, you're going to get caught, first of all, and then you're going to get suspended because you deserve to be suspended if you're doing that. Most likely if they get those will be something like stolen credit card accounts or stolen accounts and all that kind of stuff. And if you do make the mistake of like giving any money to anyone as part of that, you're most likely helping with embezzlement. Not embezzlement, that's not the right word. Money laundering. You're most likely unwittingly contributing to money laundering. And also, you're just being dumb. Because if it is going through your account, which does have it where if someone buys a sub, or one sub wouldn't be relevant. If someone buys 100 subs and then immediately goes to their bank or to their card and refutes the charge, Twitch does take that money back. You can actually have a negative amount of money on your account. Now, it's not like they charge your bank or something when that happens. It just means you won't get any more money until that balance is met. So you do have the occasion where, like, someone's like, oh my god, this person gifted me 200 subs, this is ridiculous. And then that person, whether it was, a stolen credit card, or, they, the next day they went, oh my god, I bought 200 accounts on this, I just spent thousands of dollars, what am I doing? And refutes the charge on their credit card or whatever. And you can have it where you spend that money on that payment, it gets reversed, and it gets taken back. and now you're not getting your income you're expecting because you have this giant negative amount on there. That is a thing that occurs. It can also be harmful to creators because Twitch does not refund like the transaction fee kind of stuff, because they did pay it. For the record, they did pay that money and they're out that money too. Now, you'd want them to be good to the creator and be like, hey man, you know, you also got scammed. We'll eat that, but they don't. So even though with like the refund and all that, you still end up behind. It's real awful when that happens. And not to say like if something happens and you didn't mean to buy a sub, like still refund it. Like one sub's not gonna do anything to that. Even if it's like a tier 3 or 6 months, that's still a bummer as a content creator when it's something like that. Especially if you're like a really little creator where that, you know, a sub is a big deal. Like an individual sub is like a very significant measurable percent of the money you get, especially a tier 3. But yeah, like, you know, still protect yourself. But yeah, I know it's kind of one of those things, like, if you can avoid depending on like the month to month, which is hard when you're in content creation because it doesn't exactly, it's not known for being particularly lucrative unless you're on that top of the pile, and even then, depends. But yeah, like if you have a random person you've never seen before drop 100 subs or whatever on you, it's definitely one of those ones, like whatever amount of money that ends up being based on stuff going on there, it's like, just assume that money's not real until it's been like 60 days or whatever. You know, where you're outside the window, they could refund it in any capacity. I've not had a problem, but I've definitely known a couple of creators who had big sub bombs that did ultimately get refunded. Which is a very feels bad man in a lot of ways. Yeah, no, I've definitely known a few. The worst one I saw, I think it was like 500 subs. Like, it was an absolutely ludicrous amount. Like, and you know, someone having 500 subs dropped on them, that is like, you know, I don't want to say the word life-changing amount or anything. It's like not that extreme, but like for the normal amount of subs, like a channel this size sees per month, 500 gifty subs would be a tremendous thing. Like, that is a tremendous thing. So having that hit your account, and then you turn around and like it vanishes. Like, if you didn't spend it in that time, that's bad enough. But again, like, it's one of those things, like, if you're like, oh man, my car's broken, it's really been a rough week, and someone's like, hey man, let me help you out, and just drops like 500 subs, and you're like, oh my god, I can get my car fixed. And then you go out and you fix your car, and then suddenly that money's not happening because it got refunded. And you're going, crap, that was my rent money. Now I can't make rent. Like that, it can be a bad thing. Luckily, like I said, it's not super common. Like, it's every once in a while, like, I'll go and I'll see, like, you know, the little minus, or like one or, you know, a couple subs got refunded in some capacity. Most of the time, what I assume that is on my end is usually when you see that kind of thing, it's usually it was someone's account got stolen, they used the Prime sub or whatever here, and then, you know, the account got banned or suspended or whatever because it was illegitimate, and because it was, you know, a stolen account, it was a non, you know, valid transaction, yada yada. I've never had a significant number of refunds. I've had a couple here and there, but, you know, it's whatever. It's never been a thing I'd lose sleep over. And how much more do you got in there? Was that oh, I'm looking at the same one. Yeah, so you should have like 10 more in there. Okay. So, next lap is the last one for all the sales. And we got a pretty good chunk of money. Like, that's the thing. For as laborious as sugarcane is, at least it pays. All things considered, at least it makes good money. Having effectively one reasonably large field, getting me well over 100,000, almost 200,000 by itself, is not shabby. Because a lot of times when you do like a field of wheat in the game, for example, a field like this side of wheat, you're probably talking like 40,000, and then by the time you make it into flour and then the bread, maybe 70 or 80,000. And that's with like 2 different production lines deep. They changed your email password about a month and a half ago after you learned Coinbase account was hacked. You're trading thousands of dollars from you. Coinbase didn't care. You're sorry for that. Sucks. Broadly speaking, if I ever lose access to any account, I'm doing a password up, like refresh on anything that has any type of connection with it. I've been fortunate that I've not had many accounts get compromised because I usually tend to use pretty strong passwords and 2-factor and everything I can along those lines. Not that it's never. They're like, before 2-factor is as spread out, there was definitely a couple of cases where there's websites that didn't offer 2-factor that got compromised and all that stuff. That's also one reason not to buy game keys in gray market sites. The keys may have been gotten through illegitimate credit cards in the first place, and they get charged back. The devs and publishers pay the chargeback, and you lose the actual money from the keys. Yep. Oh yeah, no, that's there's been a number of devs who come out, like indie devs who are like, hey, if you're going to like get our game like illegitimately, we would rather you pirate it than, you know, gray market. And for those who don't know what gray market is, that's a key reseller. So when you go to those websites, it's the ones where you can get like game keys most of the time considerably cheaper than they would normally run, but there's a pretty significant risk that you'll get the key and it won't work, or when you get the key, like it'll work for a little while and then suddenly the key gets revoked, because a lot of developers will do that. If someone gets a key through a stolen credit card, they will revoke the key, which means you spent money on the game and then you don't even get the game in the end. But also, as Infinity Simplex is talking about there, it's far more harmful to get it from the gray market than it is to just pirate it. Because if the game is acquired through, for example, a stolen credit card and it gets refunded, those credit card transaction fees don't get refunded. So if they got their $20 and the $20 gets taken back and there was like a $2 fee on either side, I have no idea what the credit card fee is, by the way. I'm just making up a number there. That $2, they're out of that. So you've actively cost the devs money in that exchange, and may or may not get the key in the end. Yeah, no, for me personally, I actually don't have much. When I say stock in Coinbase, I don't mean stock as in stock market, I mean trust. There's a lot of publicly traded companies that are basically just a straight up scam. I'm not saying Coinbase is, but yeah, that's I don't know. A lot of stuff Coinbase has done over the years I find pretty sketch. But you know, you do your own research. No, it's okay to be speaking about a company. Just, the only thing I'd ask, like, obviously if it's something that is a problem, like, if you start talking about, like, litigation or anything in there, that might get into kind of a weird spot kind of thing. Yeah, publicly traded usually means you hit a certain amount of money and then you went through the entire process, which there is some security stuff in the process to try and show legitimacy and all that. So a lot of scams don't survive to that stage, but it's not foolproof. I've personally worked at a company that became publicly traded and then very quickly became no longer publicly traded during an acquisition that was super dodgy. Like, the company I worked for was fine, but the acquisition was dodgy. Taking your mod at them, you're not going to speak well of their customer service. That is fair and reasonable. Honestly, customer service is a thing that a lot of companies are pretty crap at right now. Like, that is... It's not ubiquitous, but it's not rare. And our sugarcane is looking all good. Okay, so... We do have enough money, I believe, at this stage. We do have enough money that we're looking at buying plot 38, because we wanted to get 39 because it's next to us. But if you look at where it's kind of got this brown circle here, that brown circle's a forest. Yeah, Enron was publicly traded. Exactly. It's being publicly traded gives you a tiny amount of security. It ain't much though. It's better than nothing, just. But yeah, so this brown circle here, all of that down there is forest, which means if we look at this tile, I get about a third of it that's usable, and it's not a good shape. So meanwhile, field 38 here, that whole thing is good. There's like no trees in there at all, so we can use all of that for farmland. So we're gonna want to get that. I'm gonna wait to buy it for a minute here. I'm going to wait till it is the month to plant the rice. And if I remember correctly, the long grain rice, you were what, like April? Yeah, long grain rice is April. So we're not going to get to plant it this year, but when we get to this coming April, if I haven't managed to snag a seeder on sale, we get a seeder. And then we're doing some heckin' long grain rice. A lot of publicly traded companies cashing out as the exit for the original founders. Same with acquisitions. There is a lot of startups. There is a lot of startups who their goal is to get acquired. That's their only objective. They get the company as good as it needs to be to get acquired. They take that money and they fill out whatever legal obligations or contractual obligations, because sometimes as part of an acquisition they'll say that the founders must stay on board for a certain period of time. But they're basically a showpiece at that point. They're not really doing the same thing. Like, they might work there. That all depends on case to case. But a lot of times they'll meet that obligation, and quite often, the moment that's over, they've got their money, they're out. Alright. See, to be fair, Enron's lies, while obviously bad, were not the problem. The problem was the auditing agency was complicit, which led to its own dissolution. Yeah. Yep. Well, that's a lot of the stuff when you hear, like, the businesses that go through a horrible thing, and it'll be like, there was the obviously, like, super awful thing, that scummy thing that they did, and quite often that's not what they actually get in trouble for. Usually it's something a lot more procedural. It's kind of like with the, was it Capone who what they ultimately got in trouble for was, tax evasion? So the big mobster, they weren't able to get him, like, on all the stuff they really wanted to get him on. But, you know, because of all his illegitimate money, he wasn't reporting it on his taxes. And so they got him on his taxes. Like, they wanted him for all the other stuff they knew he was doing. But try as they may, they just couldn't pin it on him. Just couldn't get the evidence. Al Capone was done on a massive number of small cases. Taxes being famous, but it was a lot of, like, loan sharking, racketeering, not just, like, murders. Right, they wanted to get him on the big stuff. And when they couldn't do that, they just got him on, like, the day-to-day minutia that goes into running a criminal syndicate. Because you get enough little stuff, it does add up. Batman, TSA Joker plays on that too. I'm not going against our IRS. I'm not even that crazy. I love some of the, like, for the record, like, as far as superhero goes, Batman's not really one of the ones I'm like, I mean, I'm not actually big on superheroes in general, but like, of the superheroes, Batman's kind of the one that's like, eh. I do very much enjoy the universe, and I do enjoy, like, some of the iterations of the Joker and some of, like, the satire and humor he's got and all that. Like, you know, he's doing all this, like, completely ridiculous stuff, and there's something that, you know, might be considered relatively benign. It's like, no, I wouldn't even do that. Are you joking? I think it was what is like the Harley Quinn show or whatever it was, that he throws a tirade because Wayne Enterprises doesn't deliver his electric car, and he put a down payment on it. So he's just a pissed customer at that point, not even like any of his like super villainy kind of stuff. He's just like, dude, I put a down payment on that car. Where's my dang car? Your favorite superhero is Doctor Strange? Doctor Strange is a good one. An interesting one. Oh yeah, no, when you look, especially during like the World War I, World War II era, and like how many cartoons and comics and all that were being, if they, you know, they're basically being like supplemented in funds with that or had buy-ins on that. Like, it's weird going back to like old Disney stuff and seeing like Donald Duck like going to war and all that. And like Looney Tunes with the Gremlin and all that, like sabotaging the battleships and all that, and you're just like, it's not even a little propaganda. You're like, holy crap. Times are wild. I mean, there's a reason there's like a lot of the modern takes on stuff like Captain America, and you know, Captain America like posing and being like buy war bonds is like, you know, background story for him and everything. And it's like, yeah, that was the thing they did with superheroes and all that kind of stuff. It works because it happened. I mean, obviously there wasn't a real Captain America, but wonder who I would consider my favorite superhero, like of proper superheroes, not someone's like, they got powers, they're kind of a superhero. Wonder who I'd actually put in there as like my favorite. I know young me would have been like Wolverine, because I mean, the dude had claws and super healing powers. I don't know, I'd still go for Wolverine as the favorite anymore though. Still a fun one. I do know Morph. Morph would have been a lot of fun to be around. I could imagine like poker night with Morph would be a blast. That dude would be like straight up 24/7 comedy. A favorite superhero. And for those who don't know Morph, X-Men, basically shapeshifter, but like unlike Mystique, who is quite often like super serious, Morph was the kind who would like the first introduction you get to him on the show was there's like the president's on there saying there, and like he changes his face to be the president, like, my fellow Americans, I'm an idiot, and just, you know, and he has this like nasally laugh and all that. Superman would be banned from every poker tournament in existence due to X-ray vision. Spoiler, he actually just sees through the cards entirely, so it doesn't help him. He puts on his X-ray vision and the cards just disappear. Because they never show Superman, like, you know, X-ray visioning someone and seeing that they've actually got a gun. They never show him, like, X-ray visioning and then seeing, like, the inline of their jacket or something. Like, the insulation on their layered clothes. They never elaborate how exactly he controls the depth of his X-ray vision. Okay. Yeah, I don't know who I'd say. Because, like, it wouldn't be Deadpool. Deadpool's a fun one, but, like, low key, I didn't grow up with Deadpool around. Like, he existed, it was just not one I was exposed to. And while he's certainly a fun character, I don't tend to go to see very many superhero movies, especially with how hard they went on Marvel. Like, I kind of was just like, these are all kind of the same, which is very unfair on my part, but also definitely one of those things that I was not looking for more of that kind of thing. Granted, I did enjoy, like, the Avengers and all that, but that was kind of like Avengers Endgame. I was like, I'm not really looking for more of these right now. And I also don't watch a super amount of TV. Like, I know there's superhero shows I very much enjoy, but then it's kind of like the Batman thing, where it's like, I've enjoyed a lot of the Batman shows, but as a superhero, Batman was never one I particularly liked. Because a lot of it was like, dude, you are a very influential and powerful person in your city, and half of the versions of Batman, it's like you were this billionaire who could solve half of these problems by just throwing money at it, but instead you're fisticuffing, you know, thugs in the street. I kind of feel like you're being a little hypocritical on this. Like, you're kind of creating the problem and then solving it too, but in a way that means you're beating people up. Feels a little scummy there, Batman. Versus, like, you know, other ones are not depicted. Like, oh, there's definitely a lot of heroes that are depicted as flawed, but that's definitely one of the ones that stands out to me as being like, I don't necessarily invest in this solution. I feel super heroes pushed so hard in the 90s that burned people out for a decade, and then return to target the same audience again. More mature, less colorful depictions in the mid-10s. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like the superheroes go in waves where they're always present. Like, there's always a new superhero show coming out. But it definitely feels like there were periods in, like, the 90s where superhero comics were everywhere. You had your new X-Men show and the Superman, like, you didn't have just the Superman show. You had the cartoon. You had the Smallville. I think there was a second one that was like live action at one point. You had like the 3 different versions of Spider-Man and Batman that happened at the time. Like, there was definitely a hot minute there where it was just like, you know, entire channels that like a third of their content was superheroes. Smallville's a name you haven't heard in a long time. Yep. But there was definitely a hot minute where, like, again, you had like the Batman cartoon where Mark Hamill was the Joker, the best Joker. I'll be taking no further questions. Like, the Joker where the Joker was properly crazy in a silly way. Not the edgelord Joker we got later. Let's see. Favorite super villain? Danny DeVito's Penguin for you. Yeah, no, if we're talking super villain, so not villains, we're leaving like stuff like Handsome Jack out. But like super villain. Ah. It's gonna be one of the super villains that you can like actually understand how they got there. Like, it's not this, I mean, okay, like, you know, like, the Joker's a fun one. Like, I definitely find for just, like, fun, the Joker's good. But, you know, it's just, like, all over the place. You don't look at me like that as a completely reasonable supervillain. There's, like, Magneto's got a lot of problematic stances, but also you look at Magneto, and you're like, okay, but low-key, you know, granted it was a retcon they did later, but low-key with the retcon included, you're like, okay, but I absolutely see where you got here. And I I actually do like the storytelling around people have been subjected to something terrible, and the fact that they then kind of become that thing. When's rice planting season? April. We've got the money. We do the rice in April. Like, because it's sometimes you'll look at it and, like, you'll have someone who's genuinely a victim of something. Like, very, very truly and genuinely a victim of something. And you'll have people be like, oh no, like, how could you say that? They were a victim of that thing. And it's true, they were, and there's, you know, a certain respecting to that. But they also do a terrible thing themselves, and they should still be held accountable to it. And it's not that they were a victim that they do the awful thing, like, that's not the implication, but it's that they end up doing an awful thing, and it's not that they get a pass, but, like, the assumption is because they were a victim that they themselves couldn't do that thing. And unfortunately, the reality is honestly quite often the opposite. Like, you have people who have terrible parents who do awful things and go on to do those same things to their kids as well. You also have people who be like, hard no, I went through that, I would never let that happen. But it's just kind of one of those things. We could, like, de-serious the topic a little bit on that one. But yeah, no, I like Magneto for that one, where it is, you know, again, it's a retcon that they make him a survivor of the Holocaust. And so you can see where he becomes what he becomes later on as far as the modern implementation of Magneto, not the original one. Because he's gone through all that, like, he has a huge distrust of people. For very good reasons. Pretty soon you're going to have enough money to not care for a sale on the price of equipment. Yeah, no, we're going to get there. Like, right now, I can literally buy the equipment right now and the field. It just doesn't matter until it's planting season. But the reason I'm choosing to wait is you never know when I'll get a sale and save money. Because that money can then get me a bit of money towards my next thing. But you're not wrong. Like, eventually I'd get to the point where I'd stop caring about waiting to sell the sugar on its peak. I would just tell it to sell directly. Because taking the time to just forklift, or not taking the time to forklift, taking the time to pick it up and drive it over again and again, you know, even if it takes a cut of like 20% to just not do that, you know, there is a point where that time is better used on other things. What was the issue of having a trailer for the sugarcane harvester? So there is a trailer on the sugarcane harvester. There's a little hookup there. The sugarcane trailers don't work with the sugarcane harvester. They don't have the right connector. Whereas, like, the trailers I can drag behind any other, like, any regular, like, kind of ball hitch. Or no, it wasn't ball hitch. I think ball hitch we couldn't. There's the ones where it has, like, the little hole through it that you put a bar through it. Those ones I could. So a lot of, like, the tractor trailers. So I just didn't have the right trailer. But the reason I'm using the trailer here instead of on the back is so that I can have the AI do the driving there, and I can drive along it and empty it out in here. We do have a mod that has added an internal storage onto that harvester, because otherwise the AI, when it goes to turn, there's just no way you're going to get it to behave nice. It's the same problem you have with the root crops. That using the AI, if you're not in position, the AI will stop moving and just stay there. So when you're going around a corner, you get in position, the AI inches forward suddenly, and now you're out of position, so you inch forward, and now you're, like, you have momentum, so you kind of do this thing where you shimmy, and you're doing it in a turn with a trailer, and the trailer is what it cares about being in position, that it's incredibly infuriating to deal with. And so my stance is what I would love to see the devs do, is even though the reality is, in realism, that does not have an internal storage, I would want them to give it like 1 to 5,000 liters of internal storage. Not enough to do anything. It'll go like 5 feet down the row and be full. That's an exaggeration. But it's enough that it could get around the corner with you out of position and you could line yourself back up. I understand that's unrealistic and yada yada yada. I genuinely don't care. Because from a gameplay standpoint, right now the AI is unusable with those crops. So the reason I think it's having the problem with the corner of the field is because technically part of the corner of the field is not on my property, and it's also not squared off. So it's kind of just a weird position. So the AI is doing its best job, but like it is just a weird thing. Because this field is not at all rectangular. It's kind of like trapezoidal, one of the sides a little bit curved and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so the field is very jank, and as such, the AI is doing its best job. And it's honestly doing relatively well. Like those reads and misses on the end there, that's because it's not technically on my property. Yeah, no, I get the fact that the sugarcane trailer not being able to hook up the sugarcane is weird. And I assume it's kind of one of those things that it just happens to be because they licensed the stuff, and so they licensed the sugarcane harvester, so it has its type of hitch connector, and that's not the same hitch connector as the trailers in real life, that the idea is you wouldn't use those trailers with, or something like that. Because when they license stuff, they do have to kind of adhere to what it does in reality. And my suspicion is because of how low capacity the sugarcane trailers are, in real life you don't use that with it. That's my guess, but I don't know for sure. Maybe you should remove the hitch from the hard. Well, it's not hurting anything for it to be there. It's not like it gives me any meaningful amount of money to get rid of it. So I might as well keep it. Just in the off chance I'm in the middle of something, I could leave a trailer and grab it and do that. Let's see, this is a mod field you're playing. So the map is a modded map, but no, you can make your own fields in Farm Sim without any mods. You just get a plow, you say make field, and you just stick it in the ground and go. And you can make them work really well. Sorry. You can make them work really well if you take the time to like really kind of square them off and all that, make sure they're in your property lines and all that. And historically, I've done that. Historically, I would take a very small plow because I can control it a lot better, and I would go to the corner, line myself up to a 90-degree angle, because you can see the angle down there on the mini-map, my exact facing. Like, I'm at about 275-ish degrees, give or take, angle. You can line it up on the 90s, and you can make a perfectly rectangular field, like precisely down to the unit rectangle. Perfect, you know, 90-degree angles, square angles. And usually with those, the AI will handle those fields exceptionally well. But this one, I'm like, you know what? I want it to kind of go along the tree line. I don't want to go and take the time to square it off. Let's just see how it goes. Because Farm Sim 22, you really had to square off your custom fields or they would not work well. The AI would just have a conniption over it. Farm Sim 25, you'll end up like you've seen here, where I've got the one row, it kind of doubles up on itself, and then the other row in that corner, it kind of does weird stuff. To be clear, where it's where you go to that corner, it's making that little round spot. That is normal for the AI in Farm Sim 25. Farm Sim 25 on square fields, it usually will, on its first head row, it'll go to the corners, and it'll make a round area that's enough space for the vehicle to turn around inside there. That way it doesn't have to leave the field. Because Farm Sim 22, that was the problem. Is it'd leave the field, catch on a tree or whatever, catch on a fence, and then get stuck, and then the AI would cancel and be like, I don't know what to do. So this one, once you start the process, they will keep it inside the field. I would say it's in really good shape these days. Like, yeah, it's weird that it kind of does this process this way, but I wouldn't say it's a problem. Not like 22. 22 where you couldn't hand the sprayer and work at all with the AI. We're definitely way past those days. Now it's just sometimes you watch the field and you're like, that's inefficient, but, you know, who cares? I mean, some people really do care. But, like, for me, it's like, do you get the job done? Can I hand this to you and walk away? Yes? Good enough for me. You have 22? Oh, yeah, no, the AI in 22, it struggled. It very struggled on a lot of things. But yeah, so all this thing where you're seeing me sit here and it's moving around doing all that, without the internal storage, none of that works. Let's see, if you had anyone looking for a good word game, Beyond Words is fun. Balatro meets Scrabble. That is a pretty significant plug, because Balatro is a really good game. I do hate when I block the door with the arm and it brings me in and makes it loud. You got it free on Epic Games if you have to play it, as happens with all free Epic games. That was, I can't remember where the statistic came from, but it was a statistic for the amount of games claimed free on Epic, and it was like how much they were played. It was like single-digit percentage, low-digit percentage were actually played. And then it was a thing that came out about Epic, was just, broadly speaking, they really have not done well on selling games. That most people show up, get the free game, and leave. Because that was Epic was, I think it was a shareholder thing that they were having a talk about shareholder, and they're trying to set expectations and all that with their shareholders, and they were kind of having to like be like, hey, we need to set our expectations pretty low, because not really actually having many people buy. Well, I think the idea was that they would use exclusives and free games to draw you into using the Epic Store, to normalize it. And once it was normalized, that you would continue using it. But I think the biggest thing they failed on is they put all that money into the licensing and all those kind of things. You know, getting those exclusives, doing the exclusives probably helped them a little bit, but doing all like the licensing and all that for giving away the games free and yada yada and all that kind of garbage. So they put all their money and effort into all that. And it's like, you know where you probably should have put that money in? Making your launcher not garbage. Like, if you actually got yourself a store and started putting the effort in to genuinely make it from a product perspective competitive with Steam. Like, if Epic went into their store right now and said, you know what we've added? We've added a strict requirement that you have to disclose Gen AI. If you fail to do so, you know, all refunds are guaranteed. And on top of that, 3 strikes you're out for failure to disclosure, including, I didn't remember my placeholders. Doesn't matter why. 3 strikes you're out. You're off the store, suspended. And all that kind of stuff. And then let me filter the games to exclude games that have Gen AI. You've actually got a compelling argument to get me to use Epic. I probably still won't, but I'd actually very strongly consider it. Whereas now, anytime I have to install Epic for a sponsor, I'm low-key a little upset about it. Epic said they're reworking the whole launcher. I hope so. I would also like them to do, because that if you genuinely got them to make their launcher genuinely good enough to compete with Steam, like feature to feature, it can compete with Steam. That lights a fire under Steam to be like, okay, we need to do more for our consumers, which is saying a lot, because Steam is actually really good about doing stuff for its consumer. Like, they actually do very, very right by their consumers the bulk of the time. Not that they're perfect, nobody is, but, like, we're talking about, if Steam wanted to, it could really take the screws to all of us in such a huge way, and they just don't. But yeah. Let's see, yeah. But the problem with Epic Store is crap. Unlike Steam, they're publicly traded, so there's a lot more, like, not care about customers, quasi-monopoly, yeah. Let's see, Epic Seed said enough about how disclosing AI is dumb for him to do, to never go for it. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Very genuinely, the guy running Epic, the Epic, and all that is, I don't know if he's like full-on pro-Gen AI, but he's like anti-Gen AI. His stance is like, it's dumb to require it to be disclosed. I haven't read up, and I'm assuming he's pro-Gen AI, to be clear. But I haven't read up to know like his actual stance, nor do I honestly really care, which is why I haven't read up on it. But I do know he was like, you know, okay, like if we're going to require game devs to disclose that they use Gen AI? What are we going to require them to disclose? Like, did they eat pizza or like whatever? He did one of those takes, which it's like a garbage take. My stance is like, hey, if it gets them to disclose Gen AI, sure. But yeah, no, I actually really wish Steam had very strict policies about, like, if you fail to disclose Gen AI. Like, people have mentioned that if they fail to disclose Gen AI and you bought the game, you can refund it, and they'll, just honor it if they did not disclose the Gen AI. I'd even take a step farther and be like, hey, this is your warning. Don't do that again. And if it happens, like, if there's a group that continues to have that issue of being, like, not disclosing Gen AI, it's, that would just be the end of it, that you would have that game, like, that publisher be suspended from the platform. And as much as they like to be competitive with Steam sometimes, someone like Maxis getting pulled from Steam entirely would be pretty rough for them. That would hurt their bottom line a lot. But also, I want to be able to filter by if that has the Gen AI disclosure. I want to be able to, I want to be able to go in there and just be like, hey, 100% put the filter I don't want to see there. Yeah, like, it's, so the tag that we as, consumers can put on there, that's unfortunately pretty worthless. You can search by those tags, but they're just not reliable. I want it to be a required property on Steam by the game devs. Failure to do it has consequences. If you have Gen AI, hey, if you're cool with Gen AI, own it. Do it. I'm still gonna not play your game, but own it. Be honest about it. But I want to be able to go in there, and just the same way you can go to the top and be like, I don't want to see not safe for work content, I want to be able to tag that and go, I don't want to see Gen AI content. And all of them just disappear from my store, because I'm never going to deliberately buy them. You're lost as to what we're talking about now, Gen AI? Yeah, we got into Gen AI just because of talking about the Epic Store. And the CEO of Epic was like, requiring Gen AI disclosure is dumb, which I wholly disagree with. But the reason why everyone wanted their own launcher and shop coming to Steam anyways, oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's actually one of the things that I don't throw a fit over, but it annoys me when there's a game I actually am interested in and they aren't available on Steam. That actually bothers me a great deal. It's not that I'll never go for it, I got Vintage Story, but it is one of those things like, man, why don't you just put your thing on the thing where I want it? Yes, I know Steam takes like a 30% cut. I understand. Trust me, you will be having exposure to at least 30% more market by being on Steam. Like, solidly from the money, I think Vintage Story would make tremendously more money if it was on Steam. But they got their reasons, and that's fair enough for them to do. Yeah, no, generally speaking, I will not stream games with generative AI, and I will not purchase games with generative AI. And that's my stance. You don't have to agree, and that's totally fine. We're all allowed to have your own opinions. But, it is a hard stance I take. And so it's frustrating to me when there's barriers in the way, and, oops, we forgot to disclose our Gen AI. Oh, no. Like that irks me in a big way. Undisclosed Gen AI. Because it's technically required to be disclosed on Steam. Would there be a future in which you would change your mind on this? Gen AI would have to fundamentally change how it works. It's not that the technology in itself is inherently evil or bad or whatever, but the primary way it's being used is effectively to eliminate jobs, and then the other part of why that is because it's effectively stealing from others working those jobs to compete against them. And that's coming from the software developer hat and the art side hat. I'm assuming you care this more about the human factor? Yeah. I mean, technology is a tool. It's like a hammer. You don't get mad at the hammer. You get mad at what the hammer's used for. It's also insanely bad for the environment. Correct. Absolutely. And can we get a shout out for FG Squared and our fantastic content creator on the platform? Someone I highly recommend. Fellow member of the House Head Frequency stream team, the stream team I'm on, and plays a lot of the same games. And usually streams immediately after me. So, other than on weekends. So, like, if you're here during the week and you're like, oh man, we're all wrapped up stream, I really wish I had someone to go check out. Well, there you go. You're writing out your comment as you were explaining just what you wrote. Oh, the timing was impeccable. Yeah. No, absolutely. Here, I can get that shout out. But yeah, no, definitely, like, part of the problem, so right now the big investment in, and this is a conversation that happens a lot here, so I do apologize for everyone who hears it 1,000 times, but it is something I very care about. AI right now is a tech buzzword. And when we use AI, 90% of the AI we're talking about is not AI. And it's not like being nitpicky about AI, it is not fundamentally or in any capacity AI. It is technology. And some of that technology is pretty cool that's being labeled as AI. Because not all of it is Gen AI, but it's not AI. Like, machine learning is not AI. It's cool tech. Machine learning is awesome tech. It's not AI, though. An algorithm is not AI. It's an algorithm. It's a bunch of math. It's cool tech. It's not AI. Gen AI, like LLMs and all that kind of stuff, that's also not AI. Honestly, LLMs are more derivative of machine learning. Let's see, why does the harvester only empty into the very back of the container? Oh, that's just where I'm positioning myself. FG is also not AI. As far as I'm aware, FG is not AI. If FG was AI, I would be very impressed since I've met FG before, in person, more than once. Actually, several occasions. And I'd be very impressed. Like, that would actually be revolutionary AI. Like, that'd be genuinely impressive. Ooh, what's the type of... Because the attempting to simulate actual intelligence, I'm blanking on the name for that. Because you never hear it anymore. It doesn't matter. Because that'd be that kind of AI. That'd be like the impressive AI, where it's actually attempting to simulate consciousness and decision-making and all that kind of stuff. Versus regurgitating words. What are you doing right now? Yes, artificial general intelligence. Thank you. My brain was trying to put the gen there and going, this isn't right. Gen AI is a very different thing. You believe at some point in your life, in your future, AI will generate a convincing human look-like interact that we won't know the difference? I agree. So to be fair, I agree we will get stuff that from the human perspective will be indistinguishable from intelligence. It'll also still most likely not actually be any type of artificial intelligence. It'll still most likely be, you know, pattern matching, machine learning kind of stuff. It won't be doing actual learning and generative intelligence stuff, but it will look like it. It's the classic, you know, the person who walks up to the computer and go, computer, say, you know, who am I? And then goes, the computer responds, goes, who am I? Go, dear God. But the computer doesn't know what who am I means. It doesn't know the context. It doesn't understand. It just got told to say words. Obviously, it's more complicated than that. It's way more complicated than that. That is a vast oversimplification. But we will have a very, very, very complicated setup that will effectively generate that text. And again, the computer won't understand it. Computers, by their nature, do not understand context. Computers don't understand hardly any of that stuff. But you can make stuff that's convincing to look like it actually understands those things. It'll still be matching tags and patterns, and it'll be way more sophisticated than simply this word means that and that. Like, it'll be very, very in-depth and involved. But also, it's going to be nowhere near actual things. It's not going to be consciousness. Does he really think we are farther than people think? Oh yeah, no, I agree. I don't, like, I expect to be dead from old age before we have a truly, you know, something that is potentially truly conscious or whatever. I do think we could get something that would fool enough people into thinking it's a general intelligence probably in the next 20 years. But again, and it's not fool the scientists or whatever. It's something that, like, you know, the person who's not tech savvy would look at and without being able to see it be like, oh man, I'm talking to my computer and it understands me. Because let's be fair, people were convinced by that by being able to call into a phone number and have a computer read out stuff back, like 30 years ago. Which was literally just reading a script. Passing the Turing test, which is where people are more likely to equally likely to mistake a computer for a person or vice versa, is not actually that high of a barrier. It can be difficult to achieve, but you don't actually have to be that actually sophisticated a lot of the time. Why is there only worker? Let's see, why is the only worker C? Wouldn't that be the third? I'm what? Flashbacks to the SCSM quest in Cyberpunk? Does he really think we are far? Yeah. Instead of realizing the 80-20 rule applies strongly in software. Yep. Sadly, you know people who pass the test. Yep. Oh no, you already have people where you've got, what is it, the AI psychosis and all that? Where it is, I forget what the term is, that people have a tendency to misattribute feelings and all that for computer systems. Like, that's already a thing. Like, that's, like, the first instances of coming up with that term, not the AI psychosis, but, like, people having a disposition towards attributing, like, feelings, emotion, and understanding to computer systems. That goes back to the 70s, that they had the first studies around that. There are people who would fail, not would think something else passes. As many experts feel that we are only at a max 4 or 5 years, keep in mind where those experts get their money from. I worked with a lot of experts that told me blockchain would be, like, you'd have to be on the blockchain bandwagon or that would be the end. And these are people who had 20, 30 years experience. It's very, you can have very smart people be very dumb. We don't know the future and all that. But again, you gotta look at, when they say experts, in quotes, are they an expert in that field of study? And it's all those things are, is it something that directly, you know, profits them? There are conflicts of interest you gotta factor in there. And I'm not saying, like, I could certainly be the wrong one here. But I've worked, and when I say artificial intelligence, I'm not talking the general, you know, artificial intelligence. But, like, a lot of the things that are being labeled as AI. And none of that crap is close to any type of intelligence, like real intelligence, or even convincing intelligence on a proper level. Yeah, no, absolutely. LLMs are just prediction. LLMs are just a very, 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 very sophisticated autocomplete. A very sophisticated autocomplete. And I mean a genuinely very sophisticated autocomplete. It's still effectively an autocomplete. It's just a very open-ended, very complicated one. If we were to say AI, we aren't AI environment. Well, we're not artificial. We're natural AI. We're natural intelligence. For us to be artificial, we'd have to be artificially produced. If you could pick up a baby off a production, like an assembly line in a machine shop, then yes, we would be an AI. But by the very, are we no? I mean, if you're getting into the are you a brain in a bathtub kind of thing, you know, you can surely have that philosophical discussion if you want. Because it is For the record, that thought experiment isn't designed to be taken seriously, the brain in the bathtub. That is a study thing just to approach getting a person to think outside the box. To think creatively and to challenge expectations. It's not meant to be taken seriously. But it's something that market AI already passed general intelligence. That's because it's actually a phone bank or customer service. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing we ran into. Was that a Waymo? The self-driving Waymo cars that ended up being just remoted into from people in another country or something like that? I don't know if that one could be a hoax. But there has been multiple cases where stuff presented as artificial intelligence, like look how powerful artificial intelligence, and they literally did find it was just kind of going to a like a call center or whatever, and being handled by actual human beings. That like they had, I think it was like the Google search AI, or no, it wasn't Google, what was it? But there was some of those that like it would try and grab stuff it already knew, and if it didn't have something that it did know, it would just, you know, pass it off to a human being to answer. And it was just, it's like one of these things that they were heralding how amazing their AI was. And it's like, well, yeah, because it's a real intelligence. And I don't mean your computer program. I mean, you literally sent it off to a human being someplace else. The robot bar staff at Elon Musk thing where that... Oh yeah, that happens a lot. And that's the thing you got to keep in mind with a lot of those that they're trying to get investor money. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors going on. You know, don't peek behind the curtain. That's we have a term in software dev called vaporware. And the idea with vaporware, it's when I sell you something that doesn't actually exist. And usually the idea with vaporware is that what end up happening is sales goes and they get a bunch of investors all excited, and then they turn around and they go, so dev team, you can make that happen. And the dev team contemplates murder and if they could get away with it. Sometimes they say, we'll figure it out, and sometimes they say, no, you promised them something that is like literally millions of dollars and decades worth of research. There's no way we can pull this off with like 10 people on our budget. You need to go back to that customer and correct this, which is usually a salesperson being fired. The cars, as far as you know, people remoting of the cars got stuck. The AI didn't know to... Yeah, no, that's exactly what a lot of the AI stuff was going on. Is like the easy stuff the AI can handle, they would let it run, but they had basically people on hand to fix problems constantly. So you're not sure by definition, but LLM literally just attempts to predict most of the text. Yeah, I'm missing something with that context. Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. LLM, large language model, it's basically using your inputs. It's trying to say, based on these inputs, which have these weightings and all these different things. And it's very complicated math, that's part of the thing. Yeah, no, I got that. I was trying to catch the context of what was being replied to, and I didn't catch it, which is fine. But, like, it actually has, like, weighting and everything and goes into it, and, like, okay, these types of words are going through there. And it's more complicated than you can just sit down and look at and be like, I understand exactly what's happening, which is part of the problem you run in with a lot of those systems. And this is something that happens in machine learning as well, even though, again, machine learning is a legitimate and very useful tool. It's another thing that a lot of times when you're trying to look back at a very large data model that's being used with machine learning and go, okay, you know, I used this model to go in here against this data. Why did I get these results? And that can be very difficult to do sometimes, especially if the scale of your data is big enough or the type of your data is different enough. Like it's a wide range of data. It can sometimes be very, very difficult to walk it back and go, okay, why are you doing, like, why did you get this result? It kind of can become a Pandora's box. That, like, you can see the model, why you went in there, what the weightings were, and sometimes that's enough to figure it out. And you can ultimately figure it out with enough time and effort. Like, it's not a lack of capability or something on that. It just sometimes it can be a very big labyrinth of trying to figure out, going, okay, based on the data and assigned weightings and all these kind of things, it's a whole mess. Let's see, they got burned because they released an intervention numbers once. The people were shocked how it was like one person full-time running like 4 to 8 cars. Yep. Yep. But yeah, so like properly like fully automated self-driving cars, I think we're still a ways off. We're making progress. Like, because that's when you talk about self-driving cars, you've got your different tiers. You've got, like, the one that goes, just don't slam into the object in front of me, you know, stay between the two lines, and that's kind of as smart as it gets. You've got ones that can, like, put it into a parking space it can identify, and that's your easy stuff, where you're kind of, like, in a little box that has very controlled things. And that's easier to handle. But the broad, you know, go gadget car, drive me to Seattle. Yeah, tier 1 through tier 5. You know, go gadget car, drive me to the Seattle. By the way, I want you to take the expressway, not this other way. We are a long ways from that being. Because it's one of those things that as you get into these advanced problems, getting like 80% of the way goes really, really fast. There's a saying in software dev, 10% of the work, 90% of the time, 90% of the work, 10% of the time. And the idea is getting 90% of it done can happen really, really fast. Getting that last 10% takes a... Elon claims tier 4. Elon can claim what he wants. I don't believe a damn word that comes out of that guy's mouth. Sorry for the language. Like, the trustworthiness of that source, I'm willing to bet I could grab a phone number off a bathroom stall, and I would be far more likely to get the truth about what's going on in his operations from that than I would get from the man himself. Because at least they probably don't have a conflict of interest. His Hyperloop stuff? Oh yeah, no, we, so TwitchCon a couple years ago was in Vegas, and it was a whole thing that the Vegas Convention Center uses the Hyperloop. So we're like, well, we're here, it's here, I'm gonna try it. It's not like there's any money involved, like I'm not paying for a ticket, it's just transit provided for the convention. And I wrote and was like, this is the dumbest thing ever. It's like, this is incredibly inefficient. It has so many failure points. It's like, you know what's a better solution? A train. A monorail. A light rail. Hell, a straight up ordinary taxi is often better. Yeah, no, absolutely. And the worst thing with Vegas is they have a monorail there. Literally, they could just take the monorail around the corner and just one more stop. Just one more stop, like that many more feet. And it would be massively better. All the infrastructure's there to support it. They've got the ticketing system. The software's there. And that's actually a thing we've got going on right now in Central Florida. There is a thing going on right now, I believe it was Universal Studios, is in the early phases of talking about setting up a Hyperloop between Universal Studios, like the main park, and like its parking garages and all that, and its Epic Universe and Volcano Bay. Because if you look at the way those parks are laid out, you have Universal Studios, City Walk, and Islands of Adventure, and they're all in one big cohesive area. They're all together, they share a parking garage, it works great. A little bit of walking, but they're all right there. But then you go to Volcano Bay and Epic Universe, because the land around them was owned by other people, and they're near, but not on property. So you would need to go and do that. And it's one of those things that has been funny, like all like the local civil engineers going like, you can't do a hyperloop here. You have to be above ground. It's not a matter of being able to dig. There's literally an aquifer down there that's full of water. Also, it rains a torrential downpour every single day during the summer here. So you got to get this water out of this tunnel. Also, anything down there is going to have water trying to intrude in on it from the outside area because you're going to be below the water line. It's like, what the hell is your plan? There's a reason we don't have basements in Florida, because you're below the water table a lot of times. There's like, yeah, no, it's a thing. It's like the high point in Florida, like I think is like the high. There's a town west of Orlando called Mount Dora. And yes, it's called Mount Dora. No, there's not a mountain. There is a hill. And one of the tourist attraction t-shirts they sell is that I climbed Mount Dora. And it's something like 86 feet above sea level or whatever. It's like on the shirt. And it's a very funny shirt. It's definitely one of those shirts, if you know, you know. If you don't, you're like, what the heck is this shirt? But yeah, no, it's one of those things that's like, well, you can't do that. Like it's like that part's not gonna work. You're gonna need above ground transit. Now, to be fair, like no contracts are signed. Basically, it was, you know, Tesla, Musk, whatever came to Universal like, we can put a hyperloop to connect these parks, and Universal's like, all right, give us your engineered up plan. Like we'll give you a shot. Write it up. Wow us. But like everyone's like, there's zero chance of this working. There's a reason you don't have underground everything in this state. Like even if you could build it, the maintenance would be unmanageable. Because the first time that thing takes damage, the whole tunnel is now just water. And yeah, you could put sub pumps and all that, but it'd be so incredibly cost prohibitive that you'd just chuck a monorail up. Like, one of the fun things, for those who don't know, there's actually like a whole area below Disney World. It's actually kind of very famous for that, for being such an interesting project. And they'll be like, well, Disney has a basement. They have a whole bottom floor. No, that's ground. The basement is the ground level. That's where the ground is. They built on top of that, and then they built the park on top of the first story. So, like, when you were in Disney World, you were on the second story of a building. A really big building. Because it didn't go down, it went up. And then the park went up. And it is cool down there. I have been down there. And there's lots of asbestos warnings. It's the same thing with solar roadways. They don't work, but governments are paying for them anyways, wasting taxpayer dollars. Well, the solar roadways has been an experiment because because it's one of those things. There's a lot of projects that we go and we build, and they don't pan out. Like, one of the things we had here in Florida that wasn't a bad idea was they were trying to find a better thing to pave our highways with. And they'd done a bunch of tests, like, in labs or whatever, but they needed a practical test. So what I ended up doing is they went up and, like, for this mile, it'd be this concrete, and that mile, it'd be that concrete, and this mile, it'd be that concrete. And, like, don't get me wrong, half of them disintegrated. And they were terrible. But we didn't do that. It's all a scam. I don't like to kind of go in that one and say it's all a scam in that regard, because a lot of times I hear that, and a lot of times it actually isn't. I don't know about the solar roadways specifically. I can't say one way or the other. But I wouldn't openly just go like, it's all a scam. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of, like, misuse of spending and contracts that are, like, just junk and all that, and you're not wrong in that regard. But I do know we are trying to tackle coming up with other power generation right now, solar being a big one, to reduce our need on fossil fuels and non-renewables and all that stuff. So you see, solar roadways are a good idea. You haven't found a way to make them viable. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think conceptually they're a good idea, but we haven't found the materials that can hold up with it and don't get, like, scummed up from all the cars going over top of it, and, you know, other safety concerns and wear and tear concerns and all that kind of stuff. I agree with wanting to have solar over roads more than the roadways themselves. I think that's a bit more viable, but yeah. It's still worth exploring and doing experiments with. I've had the discussion many times on the channel where there are a lot of studies we do that if you look at the study on its own, it looks incredibly stupid, but have ended up actually creating incredible advancements in technology and our understanding of the world around us. Again, the shrimp on a treadmill. We actually did learn valuable things from that. But on the surface, the shrimp on the treadmill looks absolutely idiotic. Why are we putting shrimp on a treadmill and making them run? But we learned things. There was some value there. Even if, on the surface, it is ridiculous. That's just how science be. Sometimes you huck an egg against a wall and you write it down so you can learn a little bit better about how eggs get hucked against the wall, and maybe you'll learn something. You probably won't, but you might. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't care where they put the solar panels on the road. If it gets us more solar panels and less oil and natural gas and coal, I'm listening. Yeah, Jeff, I get you feel that way, but there are some things you just have to test at scale. And like I said, I'm not speaking about that particular study or tests or whatever in general. There are tests that have to be done on a large scale. Because there's a lot of things, like I said, that concrete evaluation we did here in Florida, that was tested in labs on small scale. And putting those highways out there of different pavements, that cost a crap ton of taxpayer money. And I actually don't even think we ended up using any of them. I think we stuck with what we had before. But at the same time, it was worth pursuing. It was worth checking. Because there is a lot of science, we don't get tangible results. Can't you extrapolate the feasibility without going whole hog? Well, I mean, my understanding with the solar roadways is we didn't replace all the roads in France or something, that they probably chose a highway or a length of road and did that. Could be wrong. Because I read in passing interest and didn't really dig in. They just made it mandatory in the UK that all new houses be built with solar panels and heat pumps. It doesn't come into effect of 2028, but good nonetheless. Yeah, no, absolutely. But yeah, no, again, I don't know the details on what you're dealing with, Jeff, so far as like those solar highways and all that, or solar roads, I should say. I don't know the scope, so I can't make an informed in anything on it. Plus, neither me nor you are privy to the decisions, discussions, and all that going into it. But whole hog would be, okay, the country of Germany is now replacing all of its road with solar over the next 20 years. That's whole hog. Versus choosing a single road and being like, hey, we need to see the wear and tear over this road for an extended period of time and yada yada. See the breakpoints, see the failures. It's still worth doing it. Now, again, assuming it's gone through its other tests, but again, I don't know. I'm not trying to like be like you're wrong on this one or whatever. I'm not even saying devil's advocate. I just tend to push back when something is just declared a scam. Unless it's like very genuinely, you can look and be like, no, this person's phoning you in and making you buy gift cards so that little old grandma doesn't go to jail. That's a scam. You were turned off of solar roadways from the Science Channel, which you'd like to name, from a Science Channel, but you'd like to name, but you don't know your policy. It's very thorough and debunking. So I'm not like solid, no, like especially if I know the Arcana Crater, I'm A-okay with names being dropped. generally I kind of push back, especially when in these kind of subjects when it comes to other content creators being name dropped. I've had in the past a lot of content creators being name dropped about, hey, they debunked, they this, and then you look at their channel like, this is hot garbage. And I don't want to contribute to the spread of misinformation if I can help it. So they could be solid and on the up and up. I'm not against it being mentioned in like the Discord or whatever, but usually within the context of stream, I usually kind of try to not plug other names, unless it's something like, oh, you know, someone, like, for example, with Project Soundwave, someone beat my world record, which they had, but, like, I would be like, oh, yeah, we can say the name, but especially, like, the debunking, science kind of stuff, I usually like to have in the Discord, because it's one of those things that I can look at later, and then I can actually kind of vet a little bit. And a lot of times it's like I just won't have the information to vet and say yes or no on it, whenever. But I can go in the Discord if someone posts, someone's like, you know, hey, we can actually go and demonstratively prove that this is garbage, or hey, you know, that's actually interesting. It gives me the ability to have a little bit more control over that. So it's always a tricky one with that kind of thing. Because there's a lot of bad information on there, and content creators are absolutely very guilty of it. Talking about stuff like taking hard stances and stuff they don't know about. And like I said, there's good stuff too. There are content creators who do a good job of being like, hey, here's this thing, let's walk through it, and all that kind of stuff. That's the objective, the committing to the same number of panels as large-scale installations, not roofs, would reduce the total number of cost. Money, yeah. Yeah, large-scale industrial buildings are being mandated to have renewable sources as well. That's good. I appreciate that. That's the opposite of what we got going on here in Florida, where the power company is our main lobbyists in the state, and they keep trying to make rules limiting solar. Yay. Like, we had a, oh, what was that? A bill amendment, or it was Amendment 1. That was the pro-solar amendment. And it had a lot of fluff text to make it sound like it's great for solar, but if you actually read between the lines, what it actually did was it made it so the power companies could put a surcharge on anyone who paid under a certain amount of money a month for their power bill because they were generating their own power. Because it's unfair that if you generate your own power, that you are not paying for the grid. Luckily, that got killed. Let's see, you're getting solar as well. We basically offset it against your bills at no extra cost. Yeah, so the way it works for me here is, generally speaking, they just have the meter, and I have the amount of power, because I have solar. I have the power that we generate, and then it takes the amount of power we use, and it just kind of, like, where do I end at the end of the month kind of deal, and then, you know, pay whatever the wattage difference there. So at least on that side, things are fine, and we don't get the full value of the power generated. We get a not a SIR rate or whatever, but it's you don't, like, say it's, I don't know what the power off is, like, let's say it's, you know, X number of US dollars per kilowatt hour. I might get like 10-20% of that as my selling it back to the grid. But I'm not looking to, like, make a profit by generating solar on my house. I'm just trying to take my total solar bill, or my total power bill, and make it lower. They went through in California, though, you have a minimum power charges to lower costs. Yep. Absolute crock. Many companies are working towards net zero emissions now, too. Here, for example, net zero by 2050. That's a ways out, but I mean, some of those companies, depending on, like, especially if you're like a power company or whatever, it's real difficult. Like, that's part of the catch where it comes to, like, considering how much fuels and all that companies use, and, like, carbon neutral and all that. It's very difficult for a power company to be carbon neutral versus it's very easy for a software company to be carbon neutral, comparatively speaking. Like, you slap some solar panels up on the roof, and you get enough that you can power, you know, all your computers in your building, and you're pretty close to carbon neutral already, versus, okay, I'm going to generate hundreds of thousands, well, millions of kilowatt hours. It's a much bigger task. Still worth doing. Absolutely still worth doing. But yeah, it's still good. My point was, you know, 2050 is way out there, but also some companies it's going to take way out there because of the scope of the project. I'm very sensitive when people say, would say, I think, you have to make a ton of common sense. I'm gonna ask to meet your BS threshold convincingly. Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's say, why do data centers get a passing cost of electricity when they should be paying for themselves? It's not fair to the public. Yep. Investors. Walmart. Stock market. Wall Street. Corruption in the government. Greasing palms. Mostly it's the investors. That should be illegal, and honestly, is in many cases. On the bright side, we are having a lot of pushback in the data center stuff going on now. Thankfully, and some of it's actually getting some, like, proper success. And with the position of, like, AI right now getting more, and generative AI, I should be clear, generative AI, getting more and more tenuous on its long-term stability, we are seeing more and more companies starting to pull back a bit on the Gen AI and all that, and just going, all right, that it was something, wasn't there like, it was supposed to be like 96 separate data center planned to be produced, and more than 60 of them have already been, either they can't do them there or they backed out a thing. Let's see, the issue with solar selling its fixed rate is it's mostly cover midday where power is curated. Meanwhile, both main demand and peaks are before and after sun hours. As people are at work and daylight and all the travel times, this doesn't mean solar is bad, but it means the current cost incentive system doesn't track the real effect. So very wealthy are paying a lower ratio to the grid costs, while poor customers are hit with a shortfall. Yeah, no, it's so correct me if I'm wrong, I was under the impression the primary power cost for residential is overnight, because of you being home, running your heat, running your cold in the evenings, you're cooking and doing all stuff, where a lot of people, broadly speaking, are at work and school and all those other things during the day. So that the actual power consumption for residential is actually lower during the daytime. Not if you live with a streamer. Fact. Peak times are breakfast and dinner till bed. Yeah, and that also gets into, like, where you are on, like, by the equator. Because by the equator, breakfast and dinner definitely happen during daylight hours. Once you start going, like, to, you know, Michigan and all that, that's going to be nighttime. Or dark time, whatever. So that's kind of one of the things that it gets... It's one of the reasons why when it comes to, like, hey, we should put a solar panel on every single house, as much as I'm pro-solar, I'm like, that's not necessarily a good idea. Like, there are places that genuinely solar does not make sense, that they have, like, heavy cloud cover 80-90% of the year. Like, the solar is going to be utterly worthless for them. But at the same time, you also have people like, let's make a bunch of rules against solar. You're like, you're in the middle of the freaking desert. That sky is bright. Like, 90% of the day. Not really, it's like 70%. But you get the idea. Like, it's constantly sunny. It's like you are just a power generating magnet. Think of all the electricity in England when they power up those 2,000 watt kettles. I have no idea what the wattage on a kettle is. I imagine it's not 2,000 watts. That's an S ton of power. That is a lot of power. There's a data center proposed in area, but they're pushing to skip the environmental assessment and build without any impact considerations. Yeah. 1800 watts is normal for 230 volt nations. I'll live over here with my 120 volts and just look over the pond going, wow, you get to have your water warm quickly? I don't understand. I gotta wait for my warm water if I'm gonna try and boil it on something electric. There actually are 2.2 and 3K kettle fast boils. Man, I gotta wait with my like electric stove, like wait for it to warm up. Solar power is not green. Panels use rare metal and stuff like that. Oh yeah, no, nothing's, it's like, to be clear, none of those are truly like zero carbon. But when your alternative is like, we're gonna install a coal plant, it's definitely better than a coal plant. It's better than natural gas and all that. Nuclear gets complicated because it is better than nuclear, but nuclear has long-term pollution from the waiting for the decay of the used up or expended resources. So that one's like, it is greener depending on how you define green. It can also be worse depending on how you define green. But yeah, no, and it's also, a lot of the materials in your solar panels can actually be reused, recycled, if people dispose of them correctly. Which is unfortunately not consistent or great. Yeah, power's complicated. It's one of the reasons with all these problems, you don't just go, everyone does solar. It goes, okay, well, there's a little bit more nuance. Now, for the record, I'm actually on board with the, like, UK, all your residential having solar panels by default. I think that's a great idea. But the broad, everybody's solar, you know, just do it. Not necessarily on that scope. I do think it should be a thing that any houses built should be required to have a solar assessment, and then if they hit a certain percentage, you know, certain percentile or whatever, yada yada, then there's the obligation that the parts of the roof face in the correct directions and yada yada. You get the idea. Like, have some standard of like where it should be. And that's coming from like the context of if we passed a law in the US saying all new homes needed solar, there would definitely be places it wouldn't make sense. Very mountainous stuff where you'd be under the shade of a mountain for half the day and yada yada. But I am absolutely for like, hey, the default should be solar goes on the house unless the house has a specific reason why it is not, you know, not compatible, eligible, sufficient, whatever. Like if the house where it's at would be under a certain percent threshold, you know, then they would get kind of a pass. Let's see, most areas can get surplus with solar. I mean, here in the UK, getting solar is going to cut out power and gas bill 2/3. The UK is raining cloudy often. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I said, I think 90% of the time the answer is yeah, put the solar panels. Oh, no, I'm 100%. So, I mentioned previously, so I have solar panels on my house. They've been here for 10 years? Somewhere around there. And they paid for themselves at around the 6.5, 7 mark. Because I used to have a spreadsheet as keeping track, and then once they paid for them, I stopped doing the math. So it took me about 7 years for the solar panels to pay themselves off in full installation and everything. And I did have, like, right after we installed those bad boys, we had a hurricane roll in the next year and gave our roof a proper slapping. And so we actually did take roof damage. The fun thing is, where the solar panels are, no damage. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And that's because these are panels, they're designed to get, you know, potentially hailed on and everything else and all that. And like really roughed up. So they're designed to be tough, and they've got like the big like hockey puck installation. They're not like the crappy extruded aluminum frame and all that. They're like the good stuff when it comes to install. And that's not I paid a bunch of extra, it's just what the companies who are reputable do. And so like the solar panels were A-okay, went through the hurricane, zero problems whatsoever. And then the part of the roof that just wasn't in a good angle for doing the solar panels, the roof got properly jacked up because it was a really bad storm and a really old roof. And so what ended up happening is right afterwards you had to have the solar panels removed, which because they're the hockey puck style, which is why I'm glad I did it, they just basically go up there, they take some bolts, they turn this hockey puck thing, and then the panel just lifts off. I mean, they've got wiring, but, you know, it just lifts out. The roofers came in, you know, redid the whole roof, and we just put them right back in. Like, it took the solar people, like, 15 minutes to take them out and put them back on. You know, each way 15 minutes, so 30 total. Versus the roofing was a major project. But it was one of those things like going to say that we have the asphalt roofs here. That's just what they do in Florida primarily. You can get tile roofs some places, but that's usually fancier areas. That these solar panels actually protected the roof because of these giant, basically impact-resistant things on your roof. So if you remember correctly, solar panels has 20, 30-year lifetime. That's a complicated question, Bentley, or a complicated statement. So solar panels degrade, like a lot of things. So when you start your solar panel, you're getting a certain amount of wattage. And as the years go by, the amount of wattage you get from them goes down over time. And eventually you get to the point they're still producing power, but you might as well just replace them. And broadly speaking, that's usually around 17, 18 years with the solar panels we have. I don't know what the latest tech has. It might be better, it might be worse in regards to that. I don't know. But the stuff we got, basically the expectation is by the time we hit, you know, 17 years-ish, it would be about the point it'd be worth considering replacing them. Because at that point, the cost to replace them and all that, it would be more economical to replace them and have the new ones paying off more of my power bill than to continue to keep the ones on the roof. Now, that also gets very complicated because that also depends on how much power goes up and down in costs and that kind of thing. If the cost of power goes up significantly faster than the cost of installing solar panels, then it requires less of the less of the efficiency loss for it to make it worthwhile to get the full amount. Or at least to reset. But all that gets like into where it's all fuzzy, where it's like, how long should they be? That depends. When do they pay themselves off? That depends. It's one of the difficult things when people ask you, it's like, oh, well, how many years should it take to pay off? It's like, well, between 6 and 12. That's a pretty big range. It's a pretty big question with a lot of variables. Yeah, but broadly speaking, because we were quoted they would pay for themselves in about 8 years. We got about 6.5, but we actually had some pretty good summers and all that. And the cost of power went up, which helped. Weirdly, because that means the money I was saving was more than we had anticipated in a bad way, because the cost of power went up more than anticipated. But yeah. Yeah, no, so Florida, we get really good sunlight. We're not the best. Actually, if you want the places that get, like, the absolute best sunlight, where it's just, like, an absolute no-brainer, you get to places like Arizona, Texas, Utah, where it is clear skies so much of the year. I mean, unless you're in, like, the valley where it gets all polluted, but... Solar panels today are approaching 30% efficient. That's good. Which it sounds terrible, but that's actually good. Because I want to say they were, like, a decade ago, like, 12 or 18% efficiency. For the ones they can actually manufacture and you can buy. They had, theoretically, ones that would be 70% efficiency. But they have just not found a way to manufacture those at any reasonable scale. Because they're just a very complicated thing. That's like the honeycomb pattern ones that... Yeah. The issue with the solar panels where they have an upper limit is... so super intense the sun won't actually get you more. Yeah. Well, you only get a small range of the light as well. Yeah, so that would make sense that, like... Because I was thinking more, not the intensity of the sunlight, I was thinking more how long the sunlight's over. Because when you're in the desert, you basically never have clouds. You never have meaningful rain. You don't have any of those things. That's my thought on that. Now, granted, you get into the complication as you go north. Well, the days are shorter in the winter, but they're also longer in the summer. So, broadly speaking, the near the equator is more reliable. But yeah. Essentially, you got yours for free with all the state rebates at the time. But based on the original cost, it would take about 5 years for a return on investment. That's actually pretty good as well. Yeah, and that's, and Burning's over where there's a lot of sun in California. Okay. What am I missing before I forget? We need nitrogen and we need to weed. But I do, so, solar panels help desertification. No, solar panels don't help desertification. Let's see. One thing for efficiency is wavelengths. Can your solar panels convert? I have no idea what mine are off the top of my head. Most of the solar panels are honestly primarily in the visible light range. And they only go. I mean, I should say used to. I have no idea about them now. Yeah. No, your desertification is where like you get near like wooded areas where like fields or wood bordered with desert. And desertification is where you lose those green areas as the desert spread. That's desertification. And my assumption where you said helps with desertification, the assumption would be the opposite, that you'd have those green areas come back. And no, so... I mean, okay. So the solar panels being present there does not help directly. But one could make the argument the solar panels being there reducing our dependency on fossil fuels and therefore the expansion of CO2 and therefore global climate change, creating warmer areas in deserts, could arguably indirectly help with it. But now we're getting into the whole, but how would you quantify it? Good luck you can't. It would be like a 3 steps removed. Does it help? Well, technically. But does it help directly? No, not really. Yeah, residential solar, you're going to get basic ones, especially in the UK. Solar panels can give shade to reduce wind erosion, though that would help. Yeah, but then you're also blocking all that stuff, so it'd be one of those things. Floating them over reservoirs helps limit evaporation, too. That is true. That is one thing, using them in the reservoirs to maintain the water. So there would be ways you could do it. As far as the, like, where you just go in the desert and you slap down a bunch of solar panels, I don't think the impact would be meaningful in reducing desertification, but there could be creative uses of creating shade over water and these kind of things that could help. Would it be significant? I don't know. I'm not a geoengineer. With that said, I actually have more processes I need to do on that field, but I've already gone 45 minutes over. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to get to the point of wrapping up here. The next time we play Farm Sim, we're like literally 5 in-game months from putting down the long grain rice. We've got the money, we've got the means. If we get lucky, we get the tool on sale. Even if we don't get it on sale, I could just buy it. So the next time we play, we're getting our rice field, our long grain rice, which will be interesting because I actually haven't made a long grain rice field that big before. So I'm curious what weirdness we're going to run into there. We did get our second sugar mill. So we got our 2 sugar mills and all kinds of stuff. Solar mostly vanishes the ecosystem it's located on, but also the total area of the country needed for all of the panels is conceivably used as so tiny versus the food crops. Yeah. Well, and especially when you consider stuff like parking lots and roofs of buildings, which is surface area-wise a lot of space that is otherwise unused. And like very genuinely putting solar, like there's places here in Florida where you put the solar panels over top of parking spaces, and it's great because then you can get in your car and not feel like you're actively lighting yourself on fire, and you don't touch the steering wheel and go, I am made of, like, this is lava, I am dying. Isn't much ecosystem in a parking lot? You haven't seen the parking lots we have in downtown Orlando. There's certainly an ecosystem going on there. There is a lot of green growing in that parking lot. Not meant to be there, but it is there. May not be the ecosystem you're trying to save and maintain, but it's things. Having your hands fused with the steering wheel is indeed suboptimal. Oh yeah, I'm glad we don't have those metal steering wheels anymore that they used to have in like the 80s car. I remember getting in that my first car was an 87 Honda Civic and had like that kind of steering wheel. man, if that thing is in the sunlight and you grabbed it too fast, you just like there were many times where I had to grab something to grab the steering wheel if I was in a hurry because you could melt stuff on that steering wheel. Like I had wrapped it one time and it just melted all the glue right off and came right back off. Um yeah. Nowadays all of our cars they have it's not fabric, it's not leather. It's not pleather, it's a material in that range that does not hold heat nearly as badly, thankfully. It's not rubber. I actually don't know what that material is. Anyways, with all that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back to the stream. With that, all of you over on the YouTube side, the stream will be dropping. I don't have a host ready over there, but thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And for those over here on Twitch, I am going to put up my ending stream screen, but don't go anywhere. I see you sneaking off. Don't do it. We're going